What's up, family? What we got going on today? Want to get into do we care about Atlanta Housewives anymore? Atlanta, what comes on tonight? Atlanta, The Last of Us, Love Hotel. I think Sherlock Holmes, whatever it's called. I think that's over with. Last week tonight, anybody watches that. But I want to get into the Diddy trial. What a week. Chris Brown, Tory Lanez, the boat that crashed into the Brooklyn Bridge, the plantation that caught on fire. We want to get into all of that. But wait for a couple more people to get into the room. And I'm still trying to get my Diana Ross hair. I don't know how to do that. But I'll be trying. So what y'all want to talk about first? Oh, let me send Manson the link. Hold on. Who's in the building today? Hold on. Let me see. Link. Okay, hold on. Check your rings. What does that mean? Invite guests. Copy. Let me see if Manson want to come on. Let me see if Gabor want to come on. Um, and let's have it. As far as Atlanta goes, I'm getting tired of Shamia. She's been on every podcast, every talk show, crying about Portia. And I'm just over it. Shamia, from the beginning, has this struggle story. Like every episode, she is struggling with something, whether it's her kids, her sister, or whoever, somebody in her family. Now it's Portia. Dina, hey. I don't know what I'm doing, but I'm gonna do something with this hair. So I got 3 irons. This is a chi iron because I want like big Diana Ross hair, and I'm just not getting that naturally. Got the big curlers. This is like something else, but I got the big curlers, and I got the wine curlers, but just burning my fingers. So we're gonna play. This is the line talk. My nail is broke. I need a nail file ASAP. Hold on. So what y'all want to talk about today first, Dina? While I found my nail file. What are my nails? Oh, here we go. Right here. Oh, I forgot about basketball wives. Already. Basketball wives. My review of basketball wives. The Diddy and Cassie. I got some things to say about Cassie. Cassie, you got to come to the front of the class, my mom. Not Diddy. We'll save that for later. Maybe somebody will come in. I am tired of Shamia. I don't know about you, but I am. I'm not looking forward to tonight's episode. I forget what the preview even is. All I know is I see Shamia on everybody's podcast crying about how she ain't friends with Portia no more. But Shamia, Portia been not being your friend. I don't know if it's a scheme set up by Todd or Portia and them, but I'm over it. I'm really over it. Who else on there? Angela. I want to see Queen Angela. Britt Edie, bye girl, fly girl. Who else? Kelly, man. Who else? When is Phaedra coming? Oh, Shubs, thank you. I was just saying, I'm trying to get my Diana Ross hair going on. So I got my curling irons to help me out. I can't do natural all the way. Let's see you jump shit. Like, what happened? Jump ship or what? What y'all talking about? What did I miss? Fill me in. Yeah, I'm behind. I just can't bring myself to watch. What y'all talking about? My hands look ashy. Not ashy. Hold on. Where is my lotion? What are y'all talking about? What did I miss? You know I be missing stuff. Oh, Real Housewives, Basketball Wives. So Basketball Wives, it's nothing really happening. If y'all not into this, get into this, please. It's everything. It's Vaseline, baby oil, all in one, lotion. See, look how, and it smells like cocoa butter. You know, I think it is cocoa butter. Cocoa Radiant, yep, cocoa butter. And it's got that, you know, that black girl cocoa butter body, shea butter smell, you know, all those good things. Put some on the elbows. I need to clean my little diamonds. They look a little dull. This ain't the way to do it, but let's see if this works. Basketball Wives. Basically, Chantel is Jackie's main op in life. She is on the show like, why are you doing that? Why are you doing that? Do we have to talk about that now? We have to talk about. Yes, we have to talk about it. And you keep shading your mom, but this you on your mother's show. You talk about she keeps talking about setting boundaries and all this bullshit. Bitch, get off the show if you feel all like that. We don't need you here fighting your mother. That's weird. What else? Evelyn and Jen. So Jen made the comment to somebody, well, Evelyn, to Jackie of all people, Evelyn's so worried about who she couldn't stand. Evelyn is so worried about me with a felon, and her daughter just had a baby by a felon. Sweetheart, what Evelyn said was, felons are felons allowed to day trade? And the answer is no, that is illegal. So your man should not be day trading. I feel like it's coming across a little strong, Evelyn. You know, your opinions about Christian, but she's not wrong. Christian is not a good person. And she see her girlfriend, Jen, when you see Jen on these interviews, Christian is right there. He's talking over her. He's taking over the interview. Like, honey, he has arrived. I think he has his own confessional. He got his motherfucking legs crossed, sitting back like, bitch, he wants to be a star. And he has arrived. And I have this picture. I don't have it on my thumbnail, but Jennifer, she's like dressed like she's Beyonce on a run tour, and they just going to lunch with Jackie. So they spending on people's $1,500, $20,000 on dinner, as Christian said, the money he took from Evelyn's baby papa's cousin. He said that ain't nothing but dinner for us. And I feel like Jen, she's going to get implicated because she's right there sitting next to him, and he's telling people to cash app the damn fees for his investment program. You don't even have a website set up where people can pay you the fees directly. Oh, wait, you're not allowed to do that. So you want it to Cash App. And I hear a lot of people saying now about Cash App, oh, don't send Cash App. A lot of people don't even want to use Cash App. I don't know what's going on with Cash App. I seen like when Armand, we're going to get on Armand too. Armand, people were sending Armand Cash Apps for his, you know, like I said, the super chats. They shut it down. I think Tisa Cash App was shut down too. I think when you get different Cash Apps with too many people, they shut it down. I don't know if they think you drug trafficking or trafficking something. I don't know. But Cash App is not, people not fucking with Cash App. So yeah, Basketball Wives in a nutshell. All the girls, they do the things they do. They go to lunch. The big beef is Jen and Evelyn. What I don't like about Jen is, why do you keep talking about that lady's daughter? Like, talk about Evelyn. There's plenty of shit to talk about Evelyn about, but you keep bringing up Shanice. And my thing with her is, you definitely said that shit before about Shanice being a builder whore or whatever they said you said. You said it because your first instinct is to talk shit about Evelyn's daughter. And my thing is, Jen, you can't even fight. Okay, if you just said that about my daughter, I don't give a fuck what you said prior. I would have dove on you again, because why do you keep bringing my daughter into this? Why? Talk about me. Leave it on me. But that's Basketball Wives. Atlanta. Shamia. Y'all said Shamia was y'all African queen, princess, or whatever y'all call her. So I'm gonna let y'all have that. What else? Power. I'm so disappointed in the finale. Where is Richie? The other Richie. Lisa Mack, hey! The Power finale was trash, okay? If you don't know, nothing happened other than Kanan supposedly killed his mother. And I hope that's not the case, because We don't need Tariq St. Patrick Part 2. Thank you, Lisa. But actually, y'all think this look good? I think it looks a little dry. Maybe because I got the lights on. I want it to be like Diana Ross. So I'm going to be curling a little bit of this. The back is a whole... Y'all know how the back of my hair be looking. I ain't going to show y'all today. But I want to... So I want to play some of... What else is there to talk about before we get into Diddy and Cassie? Chris Brown. So I don't know if he had a warrant over there. Thank you. I love it. Guys, give me all of the self-esteem. Yes. Chris Brown. Why would you go over there and you know you got a warrant? Or you didn't check to see if you had a warrant? You know you beat that man up or whatever happened. And Chris Brown is detained without bail. They got him sitting in like Diddy. Just sitting in the jail. So let me go on Twitter and see. Do y'all care about Chris Brown? So apparently he had a warrant or something happened over there before. I didn't even know that was a recent mugshot. I thought it was, let's find a mugshot. You know, Chris Brown been looking like a skeleton. You could tell drugs are heavy. Where my allegedly banner? Hold on. Drug, allegedly. Okay. I do not like these Apple Watches, y'all. It's the drugs. He looks like Skeletor in the face. Oh. And then the eyes get sunken in. But Chris is sitting in jail right now. And it's supposed to be till like June, maybe July. So, Tory Lanez, fuck Tory Lanez. That's how I feel. So in case you didn't know, he got stabbed allegedly, because I don't know, did anybody even come, like a formal source confirm that Tory Lanez was stabbed 14 times? Because it seems like the information is coming from his Instagram. So I don't know if we, if you were stabbed 14 times and both of your lungs collapse, how are you in good spirits and stuff? I don't know. I don't know, but I did see an attorney holding a press conference that said Kelsey is the one who actually did the thing to Megan, and he just was trying to break it up and free him. But like, why didn't you say that during trial? So he said because he was trying to protect the black women. So that's why he didn't clear his name back when it was pertinent to do it, during trial, like Puffy's trying to do. And I feel like the defense, it's going to be a critical misstep of the prosecution to not allow Puffy to put a time limit on Puffy's, I don't like the way this look either. On Puffy's, in case you didn't know, they had a thing in court this week with Puffy where they said, nigga, you only got a day and a half to question Cassie. And where they do that at, I'm going to take as long as I need. First of all, to just even introduce the stuff that y'all put in there, she said, y'all put these text messages in here where y'all allege certain things, but we want to open up the text message thread and go through the text message. Don't just play the end or the middle or the salacious part. Play the whole thing. So they wanted to do that. They said, bitch, you got a day and a half. She's highly pregnant and she got to go, which I think is unfair. This ain't even about Diddy. If you was on trial somewhere and they told you to wrap it up, streamline it. What you mean streamline it? I want to slow cook this thing. No. And then there's discourse online. Now the conversation has shifted towards Young Miami for some reason. Mom's here.
That's a conversation that my
brother.
Yo, I can't. I'm at a restaurant. I can't stay long. Y'all just got on?
Okay. Yeah. You want to give your thoughts on Diddy real quick, Cassie?
I can't even fucking hear you. I'm in the restaurant. Hey, listen.
All right, but call me when you're done.
Are you alive yet? Listen, I'm gonna call you when I get back to my hotel room.
All right. Everybody say, hey, call us back. All right. So he at a restaurant. He's on a trip. He met a new girl, child. He took her on a trip. He's a good man, Savannah. But it's $59. What are y'all in here talking about? Yeah, he's at the MGM National Harbor. Congratulations. How old is he? Lisa? On a Sunday? He must be old. Like college or high school. Oh, how old is he? I remember those days. Congratulations. He just turned 18. Oh, high school. That's beautiful. Go, Lisa. Go, Lisa. I'm eating my chicken, y'all. I'm diabetic. I have to eat in intervals. Hey, Toria. Welcome. So, Maul will be joining us, or Manson will be joining us later. Here's a handful, y'all. So, we're supposed to be having a block party. And I mentioned we had a big fallout earlier in life. Because I was in college at the time. Thank you. Listen, she said, thank y'all. It was a trying time with him. LOL, my daughter was so much easier. I give it up to you. Raising a boy in these times, a black boy. If I was in Philadelphia with a boy, I would have to have moved. Okay? It's so dangerous out here for these boys. So, my hat's off to you. Congratulations to you. Get him out of here, send him to college. Good job, Mom. Good job. I just want to finish my chicken. I know this is ratchet. 2 other new people that's watching. Sorry. And I'm in Memphis with this. Ooh! Good morning. What's the time difference in Canada, Naomi? I'm getting this little piece of grilled chicken then. So I'm passed out because I only had toast this morning. I've told you I'm back on my Manjaro. And it really just takes your appetite away. And I just heard my stomach growling. And I said, let me eat this little piece of chicken. Because I'm not hungry, but my stomach is growling. Uh-oh. So while we wait, do y'all want to hear? Yes, I am. Bring it on. We ready. Oh, we stay ready. Okay, you know West Coast? So wait. 11, 12, 1, 2. Okay, so. And be real uncut over here, but yes, we are, child. We be having crash outs and everything. Somebody got mad because I was flossing my teeth. I want to pin this. The Eagles are going to the Super Bowl this year again, and we're going to win again. And that's the end of that. Go motherfucking Birds. That's right. Go Birds. I don't have a clean. Well, I got sweatshirts. It's too hot for that. It's like 80 degrees here in Philly. So, do y'all want to hear? Do y'all want to hear Joe Buttons and them talk about Tory or Armand Wiggins? Not Tory. Or Armand Wiggins talk about Puff? Naomi is in Canada with Tory Lanez and Drake. Naomi, how you feel about Tory Lanez? Ain't you on Tory Lanez side? I'm gonna finish my chicken, y'all. Armand. Well, let's get it. Because I was on the phone with Gabor last night and we was dying about Armand. But the thing about Armand that I like, hold on, I got 2 more bites left, y'all. The thing that I like about Armand is that, okay, so I have 2 other people in the courtroom. So I do listen to Tisa when I can, when she can stay on topic. because she comes out during the trial to come and give us updates about what's going on. But certain people like Mims, Tisa, they don't see it for Puff at all. Not that anybody should. However, I feel like they're reporting, when you're a journalist, I feel like you should just report the news without putting your input later, how you feel about it later. Because this is YouTube. These are our channels. This is your tube, okay? However, if you're stepping into the journalism ring, journalize. Tell us what happened. Report to us beat by beat what happened. Don't skew it. Don't take out the parts you think don't fit your narrative. I say all that to say with Armand, tells it like it is with a little bit of sauce on it. He reenacts some things, child, like scratching and mixing. If you know, you know. DJing, but he tells it whether whoever looks bad or not. So with Armand, I know people think that guy Inner City Press, that's an official, it's not an official transcript, is what they're saying in court. But Armand is actually reading the text messages that they're showing in court. And that's the part I want to hear. And that's the part that has made me look at Cassie. I was already had a little bit of a side eye, but now I have a complete girl. But we have to remember, Cassie is not on trial. Diddy is, and the United States government has called her to be a witness. Yet and still, we can still question the bullshit that she is up here saying and lying about. Yes, he was DJing. He said Cassie was in the corner DJing, scratching, and motherfucking mixing, okay? If you know, you know. I'm unclear. Exactly, Lisa Mack. I'm unclear in the Diddy trial charges. Is he being charged for being freaky? So what I think that, so I'm just going to take my teeth out. I'm sorry. I think what the prosecution tried to do was paint. They say that they're setting the scene to come back and be able to prove some shit. That Bad Boy Records or Sean Combs LLC was a criminal enterprise to do maybe prostitution, drugs. But to me, he's not selling drugs. He's not pimping people out, even though that's what Cassie tried to make it seem like. You know, he's not making any money from it. He's paying for all this shit. And we notice in the pattern with Cassie. Let me read some of these comments. Oh. Armand. I'm looking towards the what's why I'm gonna be quiet. I don't have a dog in the fight. I don't really care about Megan Thee Stallion. I really don't. But the thing that with Tory that turned me off about him. Sorry, I know this is ratchet. The thing that turned me off about Tory was while they were going to court, if anybody has ever been in any legal trouble, your lawyer will tell you, a good lawyer worth his salt will tell you to shut the fuck up, okay? And Tory's online taunting her, whether he did it or not. You shouldn't be online. You shouldn't be making songs. You shouldn't be, you know, revving up the manosphere. You shouldn't be doing the stuff that you're doing. I feel like he's in jail because of other things and not the actual proof, because the proof said his DNA wasn't on the gun. I might have my facts straight. This is how much I don't care. I may not have my facts straight. But to me, what I heard is his DNA wasn't on the gun. There was gunshot residue on everybody. And there's a discrepancy in eyewitness testimony. However, you got this nigga online taunting this girl. So it does not look good for you. And what you don't want to do is piss the judge off in these cases. So I don't know what he thinks is going to happen with him saying his lawyer said that the Wait a minute, let me see what y'all saying. Pimping all over the world. Yes, please hit the like button, y'all. Okay. Baby, she set this shit off because he said Kim was the love of his life. She would still be freaking off if he didn't find out about Alex. Let me start this comment because I want to come back to it. I believe that Young Miami played a part in what Cassie her lawsuit and things, because all of the things that she wanted. So they break up. All right, let me read the comments. They're laying the foundation on the RICO and sex trafficking. Yes, that's what they're trying to do. Pumping across state lines is sex trafficking, I suppose. Pimping, especially when drugs are involved. Yes, but we had we can go back to it, whether it's against people's will or not. Now, if that's the case, y'all want to get him on this RICO because y'all can't really get him how y'all want to get him or what you want to get him. Just give him a prostitution charge or give him a gun charge or whatever the charge is. Domestic violence. The coordination and collaboration of hiring sex workers, bringing in drugs, and the idea that people are on drugs involved to assist is RICO. Okay. Is that the last comment? Okay. So, where should we go with this? Because on the JBP, Mark Lamont Hill is up there. You know Mark Lamont Hill, Dr. Mark Lamont Hill, got all the sense in the world. And there's a CNN clip. But was it really a whole system? Because we have testimony from Cassie that y'all haven't heard because the news outlets aren't reporting it, that Cassie was setting up a lot of this stuff. So we're gonna start with Armand. Energy saver turned on. Hold up. My computer isn't charging. Let me see why. It's a live show. Sorry. All right. Is that better? All right. So let's see. Let me find the Armand thing. Well, so while I do that, you know, StreamYard has my computer in a chokehold. Let me queue up the JBP. Oh no, here goes Armand. Hey, girlfriend, Jamal Molly Manson is trying to turn my block party. I'm the block captain, and he's trying to take over my block party with this versus shit and invite the whole city. I ain't trying to do all that on my block. No. People stepping on my plants and shit. Yes, she was, but she wasn't the HNIC. Diddy was in control of the decisions she made. I don't believe that 1 second, Taria. And I'm going to show you why. Live from Diddy's trial. No, that ain't it. Let me see. How can I go? Hold on. History. The history. And then we want to circle back to what's the difference? What does a member of a channel mean? All right, so I want to play some things. I took some timestamps. All right, so let me see. All right, 1308. Let's go to let me share the screen. As long as Molly know I'm coming. He was just up here. He met a girl. I'm telling his business. So Maul, I'm gonna tell y'all his business real quick. So Maul was married with children and stuff, and then he never cheated on his wife. Never hit her. Oh my God, Armand, stop. Never hit her, nothing like that. And then there was like an alienation of affection on her behalf. This is what he said to me. So they're getting divorced. But Maul, and I told him this was a mistake. He just up and left. He moved like across the country to like near to Arizona. And he's been out there. And I was like, you can't just do that. You got kids, like you got 2 girls. You can't just like boop up and up. So he's in the middle of a divorce, but I won't get into all of that. But he can't see the kids. But I'm just talking all this man business. So he met a girl in mall. He would, like, during Christmas, he would hit me up like, "Oh, how you like these boots?" Like, even with this girl right here, let me show you, that he met. Oh, such a long. Okay, so he was like, hold on. First, he was like, uh-oh. So he was like, how you? Oh. He was like, how you like these boots for the girl? And I was like, did you shop? Oh my God, thank you. So he was like, how you like these boots? And I was like, Jamal, it's summertime. Like, why is, and they Jeffrey Campbell boots. He was like, I love him, but this is the type of person, he's very ostentatious, he's very loud, he likes designer everything, but he will hook his bitch up, you know? So, but like Christmas time, he would be like, what you think about this? What you think about? I mean, spending thousands of that, like I would say like $10,000 on damn gifts and shit. He would drive me crazy around the holidays. So he asked me about, I was like, I don't know about this. This is summertime. Like, what you gotta wait to the fucking winter to wear them? He was like, you hating, blah, blah, blah. Not hating like that, but you know how you get silly. And I had sent him another website. He was sending me all his jean jackets and stuff. But then he sent me the other day, he was like, how you like this to go with it? He was like, which one you like better, this one or that one? And I was like, I like the white one better, but the black one go better with the boots. But I like the white one, looks like rich. Like, he was like, all right, I'll just get both. So he had the stuff sent to the hotel to have a gift wrap. Like he's probably doing like the flowers and stuff, but he's not in love. This is just like the shit he likes to do. So I say all that to say he's available, kind of. He just met this girl, so it's not serious. So if y'all need a good man, Savannah, and he likes girly girls, feminine girls, he's a big thing about having your feet done. He wants your hair done, a little bit of makeup, not too much, all of that. But he's a good man, Savannah. Takes care of his mama. Them blogs kind of cute. I mean, boot BL. Anybody watching Game 7? Game 7? I am not. He's going to come back on later. He's at, so they having this. It's her it's her birthday, I think, this weekend. So they went down on this trip to the National Harbor, the MGM down there. He was inviting me to come, but it was kind of last minute, and I don't have nobody that I would want to bring with me on a couple's trip. So he'll be up here momentarily. They're at lunch or something right now. So I think he's trying to take over my fucking block party. And he did some shit back in the day. He took over an event I was having back in the day. My mom wanted to fight him. He was hiding from my mom. She was looking for him. I told you my mom was an alcoholic, so she was outside cussing and fussing. He just took my idea and just ran with it and turned it into something completely fucking different. And I feel like that's what he's trying to do now. So we're gonna fight about that. He's tall, dark, he's very flashy. Let me see if I have a picture of him. This won't take me too long to find. He's gonna come on. He had his camera on today, so he said he want to come on. All right, so where were we at, Armand? Oh, oh shit. I hit my knee in the soft place. Oh, let's see. Oh, this shit hurt. He's gonna love it. Y'all say he's handsome. And if y'all get with him, don't be jealous of our relationship. That's my ace. Boom. Cool. All right, so in the name of our mom, we're gonna get into some things. All right, so let's go to 1308.
This is the pink salt recipe that took me from 179 to 126 in just weeks. You know what the best?
It makes me so happy that you would come to see me in ATL. No. This is Cassie saying this to Diddy. It makes me so happy
Very
that you would
flashy
just
with
come
the
to ATL
chains
to
and the
see me.
glasses
I'm
and
such a
designer
lucky
every head to
woman.
toe. It's a bit much for me.
So let me give you a little tea. So when the prosecution, these are all the same text message threads that the prosecution was using for Cassie. However, they cut out the parts where Cassie and Diddy were seemingly showing love to each other. They only played like the freak off. They cut and pasted certain parts of the text message thread that went with their narrative. The defense dug through those, and they found the spots where either the messages started or they got cut off or that fit their narrative. So what happens is the prosecution has a set of text messages here, but then the defense goes, well, wait, let's open up the thread a little bit more and let's read the before or let's read the after. So you got to follow me, okay? Is that making sense? So this is before some of the stuff that the prosecution didn't show. So Cassie is saying, it makes me so happy that you would just come to ATL to see me. I'm such a lucky woman. Setting the stage of like how much, you know, she really appreciate Diddy. I'm such a lucky woman. Oh, no. Diddy said, it makes me so happy that you want to come to ATL just to see me. I'm such a lucky man. Diddy said that. Then Cassie said, I'm such a lucky woman. I'd fly wherever you need me to. Love, Cass. Diddy said, I love you so much, it makes me cry. Cassie said, you hungry, Papa? Diddy said, no. Cassie said, no problem. Let me know. Diddy said, I love you so much, it consumes my life. So they just were sending each other love messages.
Okay, so right here, this is, to me, you know, initially when Cassie first took the stand, she was painting a picture. I thought that it was like she was being held against her will. She was not a fan of the freak off. She didn't want to do them. It's just Diddy had this monster for his sexual appetite, and she was made to do these freak offs. And come to find out, she wanted to do the freak offs. She, to me, in my opinion, I feel like her way of, because Cassie wanted to be the only girl, the main girl. She has a song called Unofficial Girl. I'm tired of being your unofficial girl. Unofficial girl, you gotta learn it. You gotta I used to fuck with Cassie back in the day. But I never got down with that song because I ain't never been nobody's side bitch ever. So I was like, okay, well, I still like the song. And so she painted this picture as someone who was doing things against her will, and Armand is reading the text messages and it's really painting another picture. And in my opinion, she has already said she wanted to please her man. She wanted to make him happy. She was vying for that number one spot. Now, mind you, Kim Porter's already in the picture. Gina's in and out in the picture. Somebody else on here, Morgan, somebody, she was jealous of her, and this keeps coming up. So I feel like Cassie wanted that spot and was willing to do anything to get it. I saw a comment that pretty much summarizes what I feel about this whole thing. Is Cassie Diddy is a monster and a dirty dog, but Cassie is a sick puppy, okay? Because if you're saying you went from Ryan Leslie, so Ryan Leslie introduced you to Puffy, and again, Cassie's not on trial. However, the shit she's saying is being used on trial. So we have to go over what she's actually saying. So you went from, so Ryan Leslie introduced you to Puff. You were with Ryan Leslie for 3 years. Now, I don't know if she was with Ryan Leslie at 19, because if she was with him, that means you were 16 when you got with him. I don't know. I don't know. But if you're going to say, hold on, sorry. So you got, Ryan Leslie introduced you to Puff. Puff, you cheating on him to be with Puff. Lying, scheming, making up fake parties, fake engagements to be with Puff. Then you get Puff introduce you some along the line to Kid Cudi. Then you're running off with Kid Cudi to the point where Puff want to blow up his car. Because mind you, got to remember, Puffy is trying in the meantime and in between time, Cassie still is putting out songs here and there. So Puff is paying for studio time, he's paying for producers. And the reason why I want to play the Joe Budden podcast, because they have somebody on there who was actually working on Cassie's projects for Diddy at the time. So he can attest to some of the stuff that was going on back then as far as her career. So she's getting things out of what her from being with Puff. And like I said, she's a sick puppy who sold her soul for things. And once you sell your soul, you can't get them back. I don't feel like she was trafficked. I'm a DV survivor, and I'm saying this as a domestic violence survivor. I don't believe what she says, because it's directly the defense proved that the shit that she said was not the complete truth. Now, I also feel like y'all might have, I don't know who turned who out, but y'all turned each other out. Her whole thing of getting Puff's attention was, what you doing? She not hearing from Puff enough. She know Kim is down the street, in the house down the street. She know Gina somewhere. So her way of getting his attention, let's get the freak off popping. Yeah, I talked to Jules. I talked to such and such. I want to lick both dicks from the top to the balls. And we're gonna see our mind do that on the mic. She's saying she wanted to be uncontrollable. She said that she wants she want all kinds of stuff. She wanted bad. We see many instances with him, with her initiating text messages saying, I'm ready to freak off. I'm so horny. All I can think about is your D inside my P. That's all I want to feel. That's all I want. That's what I need. I need it. I want you. Where are you? Let's do it. He said, whoa, let's wait. Till we can set it up now. I'm going to skip my people. Like, and this is, she said before she was made to do it on her period. But we have a text message. We're saying, Papa saying, ain't you in your period? She like, yeah, fuck that period. Like, it's directly contradicting the shit she was saying. She didn't know the severity of what she signed up for. That may be true. But I ask you, Girlfriends Unlimited, she was also having relationships with other people. So she could have, she left plenty of times and came back. She even came back after she got with Alex. Even they brought up a text message. I don't know if it's on here. I don't want to say when she was married. Yeah, because she had her babies. They were still texting after she had her babies. She said, Puffy, I don't know if she was pregnant yet, this one. Puffy, they still texting, and Puffy says, let's get one more last freak off in. And she says, one last one. It's freak off for life over here. Like, what you mean one last one? Like, it's not the picture y'all think she painted, that the prosecution painted. It's not like that at all. And I'm not a woman hater or male, what y'all call it, male centered person, the shit y'all be saying now. It's not none of that. Like, she was with it. Not only was she with it, she was serving it up on a silver platter as a means to get with Puff, to get his attention, to vie for that #1 spot, to get albums with Nicki Minaj or song with Nicki Minaj, the best producers, Kid Cudi, all the stuff that makes the Met Gala, the John, when she was they was fighting at the hotel in the hallway. She left that day, right? And came back because she wanted to go on the red carpet the next night. Like, You could have left. I don't want to hear that abuse cycle shit. She was getting things out of it. She sold her soul. Like, let's stop with this. Poor Cassie. Cassie didn't know she was only 19. No, she got a pattern of hopping from dick to dick to dick. And I feel like when you hear these text messages, when she's getting mad at Puffy for being with Gina, or mad, she was incensed when Puffy said, when Kim Porter died, and he said that was his soulmate, that sent her. And I also want to say, when the Young Miami part comes into it, I feel like when she saw Puff, she saw Young Miami with Puff, Young Miami talking about this nigga could go all night. I'll be having to tell him to shut up. I don't know. I mean, to please tap me out. I don't know if y'all can see on the thumbnail when Young Miami was riding him on the boat. These are all of the things that it took Cassie 11 years to get from him to claim her publicly. And Young Miami just come in and she's getting all the things that Cassie wanted. And this is around the time with the book and the lawsuit started. You gotta pay attention. Y'all just hearing the stuff people want you to hear, or the pictures that people are painting for you. And you gotta read everything. You gotta hear everything in its full context. Abuse is complicated. Stockholm is a real thing. But she left. She had other relationships with other men. Even they asked her, you had a penthouse in New York? You had an apartment in LA? You had this, but you weren't working. So how you get all that? Like, this girl is not being controlled. Now, when we get to the domestic violence part, oh yes. She was domestic violence. Who is Frankie? Who the fuck is Frankie? That's why I said Puff is a monster. Puff, you just can't beat bitches' asses because you can't get what you want. But at that time, by that time, this is the defense. They both strung the fuck out. Cassie right now is currently on Suboxone. That's to get you on perks and dope or heroin. She's taking it while she's pregnant, mind you. So that tells me that she might still be struggling with it to this day, because if you left Puff and whenever she left Puff, I don't know. I ain't here to critique nobody addiction journey. But she's still on medications now. So did Diddy. That was the context of the relationship. So did Diddy what? Who the fuck is Frankie? That's her first child. But who is Frankie? Like, Frankie is one of Diddy's alias. Oh shit, Frank Black! Bitch! I'm done. I'm hanging up. I'm gonna talk to y'all later. I'm gonna call y'all back. Girl, what? Frank Black was one of Diddy aliases. Puffy used to make Frank White, bitch. Alex! Did you know that, Alex? Maybe that's why his face was red in the joint. And who introduced her to those drugs? Listen, my parents told me, just say no to motherfucking drugs, no matter who offer you. If Jesus Christ himself offer you drugs, just say no to drugs. And then you have in the text messages where Cassie's like, you got the pills? You got the pills? Even after the hallway, John, the hallway situation. Like a day later, she like, yeah, I won't freak off again, but like different vibe. Puff like, man, fuck Friday or whatever day that was. He like, that was crazy. I think because he was like, I hate K, and I think that's code for ketamine. I think when they was on ketamine, they just like completely like lost it on each other. And like I said, I think a critical misstep for the prosecution is limiting the time that they have to cross-examine Cassie. They're both two addicts and trauma bonding. Cassie loved the lifestyle. That's all I'm saying, y'all. That's all I'm saying. Cassie is not some weak, pathetic, wimpy, whiny girl, poor as me. No, she had an agenda. She wanted to be famous. She wanted the life. When she went home, think about it. When she with Puff, it's chefs and maids. You don't even have to go to the hospital. You can get the IVs come to you. The assistants can set up the freak off. She got everything. She got a car. She got a house. She got 30-foot glass ceiling. She got this. She got helicopters. But she go home. Where she go home to? Connecticut. Some bullshit house with the seat. The toilet seat ain't warm. The marble is cold. She probably don't even got marble there when she go home. You got to eat oodles and noodles when you get home. You got to cook your own food when you go home. You got to get in your... Because, Cassie, you never even got your own car out of Puff. You never got your own house and your name that you could go home to when you sick of this shit. You gave up your body, your soul on this man to a platter. You let him and them piss on you. You could at least have your own car and house and your own discretionary fund bank account in your name only. The way she was like, oh, sick puppy. But what is the sex trafficking in Rico? But what is what? The BS, a BS apartment. But Connecticut is really nice. Think about it. Domestic violence is not on trial. It's not on trial, but that's what I see. Domestic violence. I don't see the trafficking. I don't see the Rico. I don't see the racketeering, but we still got weeks to go. But we just talking about Cassie right now and her bullshit. So I'm gonna cut back to Armand. We're going to skip to 1815.
I'll do the call. I'm ready.
Book on dollar.com to get our lowest rates.
Why are you in my house?
To freak off whenever you want. He said, well, when do you want to do it? She said, it can be whenever, but the weekend will be better time. So, it'll be a better time because we got a lot going on. We got premieres, we got this. But then she just doubled back and said, but if you want to, let's do it during the week. So she was pushing the issues. Then Diddy responded, I wish I can get Jules here. I don't know. We got to fill him out. Cassie goes, no. Then Diddy said, you want to call him and fill him out? Cassie said, yes, I can. Now, remember, Cassie had been pushing the narrative that Diddy had her working for him. Diddy would always make her do the freak offs, make her call these people. But they're now showing that Cassie is saying, I'll do it. I'll do the call. I'm ready to freak off whenever you want. Okay, during the weekend is better, but you know what? Let's do it during the week. Freak me off. Freak me off.
I wish she would stop.
And then, after that, Cassie texts again. Now watch this. Here's a text. I can't wait to stare at some big black dick. She just sent that out the blue. Cassie, I can't wait to stare at some big black dick. She said,
that sound like grooming to you, Taria?
Diddy said, I want it to be really hot. No, Cassie said, I want it to be, Cassie said, I want it to be really hot. And I want it to be uncontrollable. I want that dick to be uncontrollable. And Diddy said, well, I can't wait to watch you. Cassie writes, I can't wait to have my legs cocked back behind my head to me feeling some dick tease my pussy raw.
Oh, girl.
She said, I can't wait to have my legs cocked back behind my head to feel some dick tease my pussy raw. The husband, I promise you. The husband was this color. The husband was, he's a white man, right? The husband was this color. If that man, have you ever seen the red angry face emoji? I'm be honest with you. I don't know if Cassie will be in a relationship too long after this trial. I think that man may leave her because what
Let's
I
skip
feel
to
like
2152.
is to let it hit the back of my throat and choke me out. What I feel like is Cassie told him one story. I don't think he got the cross-examination story. It didn't feel like he knew all the bells and whistles to the yin or the yang. You know what I'm saying? It gave, okay, Diddy did that. I did this. Yes, I was double stuffed. Yes, it was the freak off. Yes, they pissed in my mouth. Yes, I got, but it didn't give that she was saying, put the source in my mouth, if you know what I mean. It didn't give that she was saying, you know, put it in the one that wink and stink. Does that make sense? But she was out actually giving that. So, because she was saying she wanted stuff to tease her pussy. You know what I mean? So, I don't think he was ready for that. He was not ready for that. So, and I'm over there like, wow, this is getting hot. I got written on here, husband is bloodshot red. That motherfucker would look like this. I was like, oh my God. So they kept going. They just kept doing text message. Diddy text Cassie, what you thinking about? You know, like, what are you thinking about? Cassie text, I'm thinking about licking these big old dick from the balls to the head, then slowly lowering my mouth down on it to let it hit the back of my throat and choke me out. That's what she said. She said she wanted to take she wanted to lick to both of them, not one, both, however many, you know what I mean? Because they freak off 2, 3. So she was ready to lick about 4 or 5 dicks, okay? And she was ready to go from here, on everybody's dick and put it in her mouth to she, okay? So some of that gagging and choking was by request. All that choking on piss and stuff, she wanted that. She didn't say that yesterday. Okay? She didn't say that. This choking and
That's what I'm saying. She painted a different picture, or the prosecution painted a different picture the first day, that this was against her will. That doesn't sound like something, that sounds like that's something she enjoyed. That's not against her will, y'all. That's all I'm saying. Let me see where we at. 2150. Okay, we can go. Still keep going.
stuff was on request. A lot of that choking and stuff was by request. Okay? A lot of that was by request. Diddy said, well, shit, I can't wait to see. Diddy responded, I'm so horny. I'm so horny. Cassie texts, ooh, I was just about to say that. You lined some things up?
This is the pink salt recipe that took me from 179 to 126 in.
So she's asking if he's lining it up. She's requesting these freak offs. And she's telling him very clearly what she wants to do. This goes against her. I ain't had no choice. I didn't enjoy it. I didn't want to do it. I was an employee. This ain't racketeering.
Recipe, I was able to drop 3.
Like you want, I'm so too. You lining some things up, and they said, well, And then Diddy said, well, how you feeling? You supposed to be seducing me all day. Diddy said, and then Cassie said, I'm so horny. And then she said, I'll set it up. I'll just set everything up. So they asking her, well, why are you setting this stuff up? Like, you know, she was like, well, I just kind of felt like that's what you were supposed to do. A little bit, you just kind of set it up. It was like, okay, you know, but she was trying to act like, well, that's just kind of what we did. That was just kind of how we got together or whatever we did. I'm like, oh, okay. Then there was another message from Cassie. I just deleted our little video off my camera. It was so dope. You know, so they like, well, what video was it? And then Diddy responds, I'm going to do it again. Then Cassie says, do you have any more pills on you? So let's stop there. So when she like, I deleted our little video, they like, well, what's the video? She like, well, I don't know. I don't know what they like. You don't know what it is? No. And then defense go, oh, you must have been on drugs. You were high, huh? You were high? She's like, well, maybe, I don't know. I just don't remember. She's like, oh, you don't remember, huh? You might have been high. We're going to get to that. She's like, oh, you might have been high. She said, weren't the videos in your phone? The freak off video? She's like, well, I had other videos. She's like, oh, you had like good memories, huh? You had a good time together, huh? Like, you know, good times, good things going on. She's like, well, yeah, I don't know what the video is. She said, well, I'm going to do it again. What do you think that is? What is he going to do again? Oh, Cassie, I don't know. Said, well, do you have any more pills on you? Like, what is that? Like, what pills? It could be any pills. I don't know what you're referring to. I don't know. It could just be any pills. Oh, okay. I'm saying it's showing she was a bit hesitant, but she wanted to be the only. So Cassie was showing that, you know, they were showing text messages where Cassie was like, I want to do the golf, but this is where it gets interesting. Now listen to me. You got to listen close because they build it and it's all going to make sense. I'm just going through the day. Then I'm going to explain to you what my take is, right? Because my take changed, but I'm going to break it down. But I want you guys to hear everything. Then I'm going to give you my take on what I think is the tea right now. So she then went into how she would love to be with him. She loved to do the freak off. She wanted to do the FOs and this, that, and the third, but she missed when it was just about her and him. And, you know, and when, you know, she could be his girlfriend and it was like, it was more intimate. Now it just kind of feels like they're just doing the freak offs just to do them. Right. She said she was a little bit hesitant. Like, she was like, okay, I'll do it. But like, you know, if it's going to be about me and you and it's our time and, you know, this and that. So it says she was a bit hesitant because she wanted to be the only one. If she felt like she was the only girl or the only person, or she really felt like he cared about her, she would have been okay with all the freak offs. The problem is Cassie wanted to be this man's girlfriend. Cassie wanted to be his girlfriend.
Where is her
Cassie
father?
was very jealous of everybody she came in contact with. She sent a full email about the freak offs and not being happy doing them anymore. She felt like she was only for sex. That's the only reason why she didn't want to do the freak offs, because Diddy wouldn't officially make her his girlfriend. This is during the time before they went public. Okay, so before they went public, they were freaking out. She wanted more. She wanted to be the girlfriend. But then I wrote, Cassie's over here acting slow, not smooth, stuttering, trying really hard, and you know, and not lead the defense. Now, the defense did so good because obviously she's super pregnant. She's a woman. So they did a good job. Before she really cooked her, she was gaslighting her like they were friends. I put defense kind of fanned out over Cassie while she was doing the crossover. She talked about Cassie being beautiful, charming, Very pretty, great to laugh at and great to look at. The courtroom, whole courtroom laughed, like, because she was like, "You are so beautiful. You're just so charming. You're just a great person. You have a successful album, a successful modeling career." But they also talked about Cassie being a little bit jealous of Kim Porter and her friend Carrie Morgan, because she felt like Diddy wanted Carrie Morgan. Cassie also felt like, and I might be jumping ahead, but Cassie also felt like, well, I don't want to do these freak offs because I don't get invited to Christmases. I don't get invited to Thanksgivings. We're 7 years in this relationship, but yet on Christmas, you're with Kim Porter.
Relentless, ultimate competitors, fighting for injured workers' rights, and Stern and Cohen winning.
So the defense is painting Cassie as this lovesick puppy who wants to do the freak offs. Hold up.
What about me? Why don't you love me? I only get freak offs to New Year's Eve. So she was feeling away about that. So it wasn't that she didn't like the freak offs. She did not like being the wife. She did not like being the girlfriend that was close to the kids. She never had a relationship with the kids. She never was able to go to Christmas or Thanksgivings. She was always the fun girl. But here's where they started to do the Rule 412. So they started up about how she met Diddy. She met Diddy through her manager or producer, through producer Ryan Leslie. But here's the shade. She was dating Ryan Leslie. Now, it was her 21st birthday. So she had been dating Ryan Leslie for 3 years, because they were like, well, how do you have all these people at your party? Like, you've got all these different celebrities at your party. Cassie's like, well, Diddy did it. But they were like, well, you have a successful career. This is when the judge was giving her life. You have a successful career. You're beautiful. You're engaging. You had successful music. You're modeling. You had an apartment in Manhattan. She said, well, I saved my money. Well, how does one girl get all of that? Well, I just saved, and I don't know celebrities and just that. And the third, it was Diddy. She was like, and I don't really go out like that. They were like, oh, you don't go out? Because I was about to say, what about in LA? I mean, I've seen you in the clubs in LA, New York, here, there, bookings, this. You're always out. Because, well, not like that. Or maybe the time that you was out performing in Vegas, or maybe the time you was out, the judge, the defense was giving it to her. You didn't go out. Well, maybe what happened that time when you was in New York, or what happened here when you was in LA, when you were at this, when you had this, and the pictures and this and that. She was whacking Cassie back and forth on all the times Cassie went out. Cassie was like, well, no, I don't choose to go out. I go out to events for work. So there's like, oh, okay. So when did you meet Diddy? So she met Diddy through Ryan Leslie, which was her producer, which is leading them into, well, how are you living this lifestyle? But you're just like a struggling model, or you're just like a, basically saying, in my words, the way I interpret it is, girl, you got an apartment in Manhattan and you don't have no job for real, but you got all these celebrities, girl, you're connected somewhere. It wasn't just Diddy. Oh, you were with Ryan Leslie, and you were with Ryan Leslie for 3 years. Then they said, well, how old is Ryan Leslie? Well, he was 10 years older than me, and she was 18 or 19. So Ryan Leslie was like 28 or 29 at the time. Here's the shade. She then cheated on Ryan Leslie to be with Diddy. Diddy wanted to take her out of town for her birthday to Miami. They made a fake flyer saying that Cassie was going to be booked at a club so that she can go to Miami and Ryan Leslie wouldn't find out or think nothing of it. But she went there to go spend time with Diddy. And this is the time Diddy kissed her in the mouth. And she also had Ryan Leslie's name tattooed on her. You get what are y'all following how they going now? Because if you're not catching it, they saying this woman is a hoe. She's a freaked out hoe. She's a cold-blooded freak and she's a hoe. You'll catch it. Watch. So she was dating Ryan Leslie first. Ryan Leslie introduced her to Diddy. Then she started canoodling with Diddy. Okay? But she was in a full relationship with Ryan Leslie, had his name tattooed on her and everything. Okay? Then on her, they said, and what was the tattoo? This is how they really got her. What's the tattoo on your forearm say? In here. Oh, she said, oh, no regrets. Oh, no regrets. They kept moving with their line of questioning. That was to let you know everything she did, she wanted to do because she have no regrets. They said, let's just be clear. Your relationship with Diddy has been complicated from the beginning. She was comparing, and she said, yeah, it has. You were dating Ryan Leslie. Then you got with Diddy, sneaking around with that. You felt like, you were comparing yourself to Carrie Morgan. You thought Diddy wanted her. But then she wrote a letter to Diddy and said, I'm sneaky. I feel like I move on very quickly. I don't know. I'm just not a good person. I'm just happy that you love me. You're here for me. And they were like, well, what does the sneaky part mean? Why did you call yourself sneaky? Is it because you were cheating and had an affair on Ryan Leslie with Diddy? She said, it could be. I'm thinking, who? She said, I want to talk about, then the defense said, I want to talk about the freak-offs.
All right, let's pause there. Girlfriends Unlimited say, so I'm going to say this. I know people are saying she left Ryan for Diddy, but I think there's something more there. What do you think there's more there? What do I have here? Baby, she set this shit off because he said Kim was the love of his life. She would be freaking off if he didn't find out about Alex. Oh, that's something that has starred. Live comments, let's see. So what? So if we just stop right here. So you have a pattern of basically just get into the bag. You were with Ryan Leslie. He introduced you to Diddy, and through Diddy, you meet Kid Cudi. You start messing with Kid Cudi. Which Diddy's paying for your sessions and stuff in the studio. Because the songs Cassie come out that I remember just offhand is King of Hearts. You are my king of hearts. Seduction is you never play my love. My king of hearts. And we go, 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 and we go. She had that song. She had
No, they
the
said you
boys
fell in love very quickly
all
with
their
Diddy.
money on love. The boys always spending all their money on love. That's a song with Nicki Minaj. She had said I'm tired, the one with Lil Wayne, and I'ma kiss you on your little pearl. And I'm tired of being your unofficial girl. You gotta learn. Let me see. Hey, did you drop the link? Y'all want the link? Let's get the link. unlimited it could be. Because Ryan Leslie always acted like it didn't bother him that Cassie left him. He wrote the tops hit she had. How about that? And I seen him. I saw he was on the Breakfast Club, and Charlamagne kept asking him about it. And he was like, it's all good. Like for real. Like he's wrote some amazing songs for some amazing people. Like basically, like that's her loss. So let me drop the link. I guess I didn't pin it earlier. Y'all come on up. What y'all think? Let me pin it. I gotta pin it for you. YouTube. All right, the link is pinned. If you want to come up, come up. Let's see, where are we at with our mind? I don't want to play the whole thing. It's key points I want to play. We have 31 minutes. 30, 40, all right, 30, 42. I guess we can let this play.
Did you know that Diddy wanted to have a sexual relationship with you after he flew you to Miami and you lied to Ryan Leslie?
Oh, no,
And
we
he
have
kissed
32.
you, and then you said he introduced you into oral? She said, well, no,
That's
I
a
didn't.
lie.
She said, you couldn't tell that he wanted a relationship with you? Then you fell in love with Diddy after your birthday? Very
Hold on.
quickly. She said, yeah, I did fall in love.
Hey, Ricky.
Hey, what's going
What's
on?
funny? Oh, nothing, girlfriend. Just leaving that Italian market. It was too many people, but I
Oh,
did
9th
enjoy
Street?
myself.
You was down to
Yeah,
9th Street?
I did go down to 9th Street.
That's our Italian market, y'all.
I did go on down, so it was fun. I watched those little people climb the pole, and then I got my little stuff on out of there.
I want to get some crabs.
I did do that this weekend, and I sat right in the house and ate my little crabs.
They got crabs at Point Breeze, though. They already cooked, too.
Say it again.
But what point? I said they have crabs at Point Breeze, and they already cooked. And butters and everything else.
Mm-hmm.
But
But
what you thinking about?
so I do agree that Cassie was a willing participant. The only where I start to go left is she everything was platonic, and I think she did admit that because she's like, I was messing with Ryan, I met Diddy, and everything was okay, and then out of nowhere he like started making sexual advances to her, and it was a kiss, not really sexual advantage. I'm saying that word wrong, I'm sorry. I had a lot of drinks at my little Italian market.
Where?
I girl, I had a couple pineapples. I had me a couple Fishtown teas.
Where they
And I
got
was
all
like,
that? The Mexican places?
this year, the Mexican place gave me a pineapple, and I got a Fishtown tea from one of them little things that was just them little stands or whatever. So
Okay.
I do apologize that I said that word wrong, but I think she that is right. And out of nowhere, once she became of age, because I'm not making this up, I really heard that when she was 17, that's when she first met him. Not really
Ryan.
that anything went on or anything like that, but that's when her interactions began with him. And when those advances started, she probably was like, oh, okay, cool. Because I can see a world when a man that looked like he got it all together, he putting you on stuff and you like, okay, I'll go with it. Let's just see where it goes. I can see a world where that happens. I don't want to say that I don't think that Diddy held a knife to her head and was like, do this now, and or you'll die or something like that. I don't think it was that kind of coercion, but I do think men play mind games with people all the time.
Oh, absolutely.
And
Like I
and as
said,
a
I think like this is her way of getting his attention, offering this to him because she knows there's other women in the picture. So to me, this is
yeah.
her way of
Yeah, but you know what? When Gabor, I was listening to Gabor in his last live, and he made a good point. I think Ali had brought this up. She said when we're listening to some people's commentaries, like the tone is different. And one of the things that they were describing was when she was like, I didn't want him to do this with anybody else.
Yeah.
I can see a world where she's like, let me just do this so I can just protect somebody else, because as she's growing up, she probably understands that what I'm doing is not right. But I got
No.
myself in this world and I'm just trying to figure out a way out of this world.
No,
And I
I
think
don't
that's
agree with that because she
no,
left multiple times. She had boyfriends. She
she
didn't have to.
did. She
She
did.
could have, like, she left with Alex. That was the last
She
person
did.
she left with. Well, Young Miami was might have been in the picture by then. I'm not sure
Right.
what really
Right.
precipitated her leaving, even though she said she was raped in 2018, but she later met with him for dinner like the next day and had another freak off after that.
Right.
So,
Right.
like,
Right.
which one is it? You
I
didn't want to do it, or you did.
mhm.
You're not protecting nobody else from nothing because you wanted to be the only girl. You said you wanted. I'm doing all these freak offs and shit, but bitch, I don't get no holiday. Only holiday I get is New Year's Eve with you.
And you know what? Right there, I can follow that because I'm in the world, right? We doing what we doing. In my mind, I'm young, right? I'm trying to get my man. I do
Right.
probably think that if I do all this, I'm gonna finally be number one. I can follow.
Did we lose you? Well, I could just speak for myself. I had like locally high profile dude, and he had girls left and right coming up, and this, that, and the third, or whatever. And I also told you he had a motherfucking baby. And guess what I said? I'd be damn if I see another bitch on your arm.
Right.
He on his way to the NBA. I want to be a basketball wife, and I ain't letting you ruin that, bitch. Y'all get into it. We used to fight and stuff too. Like, no, y'all ain't. I'll put in work for this. No. None of you skeezers come in and take what I built. No. Bring the alarm.
That's why I do think that there's a world where that could be her mindset, because I'm at this point I'm selling my whole joint just to get with you. So I feel like let me do a little something. But I do think that any woman in that scenario does have a wake up call. And even though that and let's be clear, people leave all the time. They be like, no, I ain't fucking with you. I'm leaving. They come right back because they want to see some change or something like that. And I get that. And I can follow her to a certain extent. But I do think that eventually she did have a wake up call when it comes to that. But I will say that I did hear a couple key things in there that would probably start that's setting up that whole racketeering thing. That whole doctor, them being there, she's like saying, no, we're using different people's names. Whoever didn't get their name used, we're using them for prescriptions. And so if they're doing that, obviously they got some sort of doctor on call. We know that there has to be some sort of law enforcement on call to be able to maneuver through for so many years.
But then let me ask you this, right?
Okay.
Cassie has immunity because, again, it's the United States versus Puffy. Why does she need immunity?
See,
because she partook. That's why.
I didn't hear that she had
she has immunity.
Immunity. I didn't hear that part, but I did.
I'll pull it up for you.
All right, I did hear when I was listening to it. I thought it was, people turn yourself in. You can testify type of thing. They're building a case for it. So I did think that I didn't think that she had blanket immunity because I don't think she orchestrated.
So that's not confirmed that she has immunity. It's not confirmed.
Okay.
It's implied, but it's not confirmed.
Okay.
So I don't want to be. I want to take that back.
Okay. So I think because she hasn't orchestrated anything, and the part that she was a participant in. Well, say for instance they're doing one of their little freak off parties, right? Although she's saying like, I'm with it or whatever, the resources of Diddy is what makes the freak-off party happen, not the resources of Cassie.
But
So
what if it's at the request of Cassie?
that's fine. That's fine. But she's
Well,
not.
she should be a co-defendant then, because they're both slutting out these sex workers, tricking them into coming and saying, "Oh, we just want to do strip," but you know, bend it over, let that ass breathe. You know what I'm saying? We want something
I
else.
get what you're saying, but maybe that's to have that argument is not necessarily against the law to have that argument, but it is when you are going down to the wire and it's time to pay the fees or do whatever you have to do, then maybe that's why. So it was his resources that got the whole thing started and not hers.
So when we say criminal enterprise, does Puffy need to be making money from this? Does this has to be the primary focus of all of his? Like, so they trying to say Bad Boy Records, Sean John, Ciroc, all of that was a cover for this bullshit right here?
No, they're trying to say that there was an enterprise. So whether you use the businesses that you use as the name to pay for, book this, do whatever, then that's what you did. But these are your employees.
But I don't know if we got to the part where they asked Cassie, so you guys, was this private? Did the employees know? Were you hiding this from the employees? And she says, yes, we didn't want anyone to know.
So is that all employees though? Or is that just some? Because to me, I took that as there's a special sect of people that get the job done. Like
Okay,
that
like
lady
the drug
KK.
carrier, the white boy that was holding the drugs.
Right. Like everybody don't know what
Allegedly.
the fanny pack is, but allegedly we just know that that's the guy, that's one of his top people.
The
But maybe
bodyguards who
Right.
took her away,
Right.
came and got
Right.
her.
Right.
So, I mean, let me say this. I definitely think they're going to get him on something.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
I think
Yeah.
Rico is a stretch.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying.
I can say that in the world that we live in, regardless if these people say, yes, I want to do it, no, I don't want to do it. Sometimes it's illegal and sometimes it's not. And you run the risk of some sort of punishment from doing something, whether you're complicit or not. That's where my mind is with it.
Okay. So Top Shelf is up here. What's up, Top Shelf?
Hi.
Is he still up here?
What's up? Hey, what's going on, Richie? Hey,
Hey,
how you
man.
doing? Oh my God, I just joined in, so I'm late. I didn't hear all what you guys. What was the question?
Well, I was just going through Cassie's text messages that the media isn't playing. The other side to it, where Cassie doesn't look so innocent. She doesn't look. It doesn't sound like this was against her will. It doesn't sound like poor Cassie. That's where I'm at with Cassie. Even though people say she's not on trial, it's United States against Puff, but they're using what she's saying to go against him being on trial. And I'm just playing the part that the media isn't seeing, which is her text messages. So the prosecution said play one part where Puffy sounds like the monster, but when you open up the whole thread, it's Cassie asking for stuff. It's Cassie saying a lot of wild shit. It's not this was against her will. Cassie was able to come and go with her boyfriends and stuff. If you're terrified of this man, why would you be texting him about Kid Cudi? Or why would you be texting him about Michael B. Jordan? Or why would the football player? And I didn't dance. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you're so scared of this man, why are you actively having open relationships with other people? If you were being, all of this was against your will.
So, okay, these are only my opinions, okay?
Right.
Let me first start off with hold on, let me be nice. I don't when it comes to Armand, I really don't listen to him because I listen. I wanna hear, I'm listening to stuff and reading stuff and gaining my own opinion. I want to hear other people's opinion of what they heard or whatever. And I think that's what Armand is putting sauce of his opinion on what it is. So
But let me
I know
say
they're
this real
saying,
quick. Let me say this real quick.
yes.
Armand to me is the only person that's reading. Somebody has an echo. I think it's you.
Oh, it's probably me. Let me mute.
Yeah, put your thing on mute. Armand is the only one who's actually reading, even though he's putting his little sauce on it, licking the mic and all of that. He's the only one that's reading Cassie's text messages where it directly refutes the stuff she said that the prosecution presented. But go ahead.
Okay. Yes. So I hear what you're saying. I just still because I've been listening to some other stuff. But when it comes to Cassie, I do think that she is a victim, but I also think that she did play a part. I think she is a grooming abuse. I think that he listen, I am not at all going to defend Diddy because we've been hearing stuff about Diddy.
That's not what we're doing.
No. I'm not saying you guys are doing. I'm just saying in general. I'm not going to defend Diddy or whatever. And I know people agree that Diddy is a monster. I do think that Diddy has had people disappear. We'll say that. I think that that's not far-fetched or whatever. Now, her saying her text, yes, I want to freak off, and yes, I want to do that and do this or whatever. I need context to exactly what that relationship was, because I can be texting that and saying that and doing that, but something else could be going on. Now, I'm not saying that Cassie is fully 100% innocent in this. I don't think anyone is saying that. I don't think she's saying that. But for this to be the opening statements of the trial, and we the first 2 weeks in, and it's this, I think a lot more is going to come up in the next couple of weeks.
I hope so, because if Cassie is the star witness,
they're not
I
going to
put this in the bag.
No one puts their star witness in the beginning unless they have something else at the end to wrap this thing up with.
Evidently there's a time constraint, and Puffy and the prosecution are limited in how long she can stay on the stand because she's about to have her baby. And that's a big point of contention with me, because if I'm fighting for my motherfucking life, Puffy or not, bitch, you're not going to tell me how long I get to question this lady. I want to address everything that y'all said that she said. And it's going to take longer than a day and a half.
Okay.
They only gave him a day and a half to question her.
Okay. Shit. Okay. I'm pregnant.
Guys, but let me ask you this, Top Shelf, especially because when you mentioned that the whole grooming thing about the text messages and stuff, would you guys agree that if everybody had a little high school little 1-2, but once you start doing the thing when you're an adult, it's a little bit different. You know yourself, you feel a little different, things start working a little different. Would y'all agree that he's probably her first real experience in that aspect, and because it was so super sexual, she probably just was she probably thought being super sexual was okay, because and I'm not in, and let me say this, some people know that that's their joint. Some people know that they that's their bag. Yeah, right. That some people know that is, but also there are some people who are reserved, and it takes some bringing out of some coaching. So
I don't think that I was sorry to cut you off.
No. Go ahead. I was pretty much done.
Yeah. So I don't think that she started off as this freak hoe, and we just I'm busting it wide open and. I'll try anything. You put anything in me. I think that she was new in the business. She came out around, I want to say around the time, or a little bit before or after, but around the time Ciara. I think that she said, okay, I want to sing, I want to dance, I want to be a big star. And then she got wrapped up with Diddy. And at that time, Diddy was a huge megastar at that time. So anybody, making the band, you want to be a part of Bad Boy Entertainment because you knew they were hit makers, and you knew that they can make you a star. So she got involved with this guy who liked her, and I think it started off very light. That's where the grooming comes in. And then it started, okay, well, try this bag of cocaine or try this. Or you know what? How about this? When we have sex, how about we add somebody else in? Or how about we do this? And then you get addicted to the lifestyle. And then now, because I don't think just one day he just came up and said, hey, I want you to have sex with these 3 guys while I watch. No, it was very much, you know, little by little and little, and your freak
She
number
said he
became.
introduced that like a year or two into their relationship. Switching stuff.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because if you
I
gotta follow the timeline, he kept it by the book, air quotes. When she was underage, he didn't try nothing with her. It wasn't until she was, I think she said 22. That's definitely after 21. So it looks like he's just being, I guess, regular. But I do agree with you there when you say that, because I trust you. You introducing me to a lot, and you putting money in my hand. Why would you lie to me? Type time. I'm just saying.
And we live
If
in,
I'm
listen. Oh, sorry.
go
No,
now,
finish.
if I'm 19, I'm 20. Instagram was just now a thing. I'm looking lit. That's kind of where my mind is. I'm trying to go to the entertainment industry. Maybe she didn't think anything was red flagging it because he didn't start off looking like red flags.
Exactly. It didn't start off that way. And 2 things I'm going to say. First thing is this. Our 21 and our 22-year-old looks different from the industry 21, 22. These people are experienced. They are worldly. They doing any everything. So they are very much older in that sense. You know what I mean?
We coming out of college with the
We
21, 22-year-old average.
Exactly. This person has been to Paris, this and that. You in these different type of rooms, so you got to grow up a little bit faster. What you mean?
Yeah,
You got to
you right.
try a little more extra stuff.
You right.
Now,
You right.
now with her having different partners and stuff, that wasn't weird to me because you have to remember, I always thought Diddy was still with Kim Porter, and then he was off and on with Cassie. So it could have been where it's like, okay, we could have different partners. Remember, you coming home with me whenever I want you back here with me.
Yeah.
You know, so it could have been something like that.
And that narrative goes any way you look at it, because we've seen that narrative get played back and forth in a trial. It got played when he was questioning them back. They didn't, at first they're saying she's not the girlfriend, but then they're telling her that she cheated on him. And then they're telling her that she's doing this because she wants to be number one. And then she's saying, I was never going to be a girlfriend. So I can see where that narrative is getting misconstrued whatever way they need it to be construed. But we remember the news back in the day. Like this was us growing up. So we remember Cassie stepping out with Diddy, and it's like, what's happening? And then we remember him being with Kim, and then here comes these little girls, and then Kim is here, and then like we remember all this stuff.
And I'm gonna say this. I know y'all ain't saying it.
May 2006, we have, let me go back to May. May 2006. What was out? I'll go back to the beginning of the year. Let's see. What do I? Eminem, Gold Digger, Kanye West, My Humps, Black Eyed Peas,
That was a
Nickelback,
good year.
Gold Digger, Dancing. I'm in love with a stripper. Oh yeah, I'm in love with a stripper.
Can we go back to these years? Shit, I missed this.
Check up on it, Beyonce. Pump
People were
It,
still
Black Eyed.
hungry.
Check on it, Beyonce.
People were still hungry.
Neo,
That's
So
definitely
Sick
overlooked.
was out. Neo, let's see. Hips Don't Lie.
SOS,
Pink.
Rihanna.
Sean Paul, Pepper Shirt, I don't know.
That
Let's
was
see.
Bad Guy Riri.
Yes, this was around
That
her
was a
time.
bad guy.
SOS. Oh, she had no chance against Rihanna. SOS. But Me and You was that shit. Me and You came out number 10, May 2026. Gnarls
Me and You
Barkley.
was a big hit.
And we
Facebook came out.
definitely we remember the power behind Diddy being able to get his music
Bad
through
Boy.
Yep.
everywhere all that. Like, we literally knew that. Like, if not first of all, our parents are the same age as hip hop, so they literally remember everything. We coming up in the 90s where hip hop is like thumping straight out of the 80s. So we really remember the motion and stuff that these people are doing. So I'm just saying it's not unlikely for a young lady to be hanging out with Diddy doing music and it be platonic at first. And she's just like, cool, I trust them.
Let me look up
Look
other
at
Bad
this.
Boy artists.
But I
You know,
do. Go ahead. No, you go ahead.
no, I was thinking about, so here's the deal. We all know there's some fucked up shit that went on in Bad Boy. We all know that.
Right.
Just based off the artists and how they end up, most of them on crack cocaine. They lost all types of stuff. So they know the stories. They know all this stuff. So that's why you have a Don Richards testifying, saying, yes, I saw this firsthand. And and one thing about Aubrey O'Day, that hoe been talking. She's been talking. She's
All right,
been
so let's
saying,
read this right here. So 2006, it says Diddy had some ups and downs. 2003, Danny Kane's debut album, the MTV show Making a Band 3. That was 2003. Danny Kane, Showstopper, Me and You, Long Way to Go, Young Jock, Press Play, Come to Me. So that's Press Play album. And then let's go a little bit further. Challenges and Changing. Diddy signed new artists to the label. Conclusion, 2006 was a significant year for Bad Boy. The year was marked with success by Danny Kane, the artist, but also to adapt to the changing music industry. Now, I'm curious as to who wrote. When did she get with Ryan Leslie? Did Ryan Leslie write Me and You? Let me see. Is Ryan Leslie credited on any of her albums? Let's see.
her first album or something like that, right?
Is Me and You not her first album?
Yeah.
I don't even know if Me and You was out. Even the album, y'all. That man knew. Cassie, I mean, no malice in my heart when I say this. That man knew that Cassie wasn't going to be able to give him 10 albums. I don't care if he gave me the flip spin, whatever. Now, you pushed it with Mary, okay? Now, Mary's my girl, but you pulled all the stops with Mary. But
listen,
you wasn't going to get 10 albums from Cassie. So from the rip, that was already a diabolical scheme. She ain't know that, though.
Cassie makes Ciara look like Whitney Houston. Okay. Cassie cannot sing like that. And but she was a good little bop. Just me and okay, that's cool.
She was a good little auto-tune bop because that's what was heavy in rotation back then.
Exactly. So I agree with you. First off, no artist should be
Can I
signed.
read this?
Yeah.
Ryan Leslie spotted Cassie in the club and parties in 2004. They were introduced to Diddy's makeup artist who had worked with her on modeling photo shoot. He was signed to Wilhelmina too. February 2005, the two wrote a duet called Kiss Me as a result of Cassie being asked by her mother to record a song with Bertha. After recording the track, Leslie played it for music exec Tommy Mottola. Mottola offered Cassie a management deal, and Leslie signed her to Next Selection Lifestyle Group. His media company founded with online marketing. Leslie wrote and produced Cassie's first single, Me and You, 2005. The same year they set up a MySpace page and went viral. Diddy heard Me and You in the club, and Leslie convinced him to partner with Bad Boy Records with Next Selection and Print for the release of Cassie's debut album. I think that is one of the only songs that we didn't do organically. I'll literally come in and we wrote from scratch. Let's see. Leslie produced the album, which is a mix of pop and R&B. Cassie described her sound as mellow, blah, blah, blah. So, she's Filipino. She says she's Filipino. Okay. So, basically, she was with Ryan Leslie, because the Central Pier she started when she was 16. Wilhelmina. Let's see, what does it say there? Yeah, 14. She began modeling. 16, department stores. 17, music video for Mario's Just a Friend and Courage. Cassie took a local lesson in Model LA. She began booking print models while being possessed by Wilhelmina. So this is when she was 16, 14 and 16. So that's all. So she met Ryan Leslie in 2004. She finished high school in 2004. That's when she met Ryan Leslie. Then she got with Puff, and then that was the beginning of the end, I guess you could say. So go ahead, I'm gonna read it. Put some comments up. Y'all can send it. Hey, Callie, did you start your page, Callie?
We definitely was
They said show her performances on 106 in Park.
Oh my God. Y'all trying to drag him out.
Cassie didn't have, but I think if I do some more digging, we can see that. I always say, Black Rob died with no insurance. Total ain't got no money. 112 ain't got no money. So they all probably signed these horrific
definitely something
album
weird.
deals with Bad Boy. And I believe
Yeah,
all this is Diddy's
yeah,
karma for robbing everybody
yeah.
on Bad Boy.
I would agree with you there, Richie, because we know when hip hop was first getting started, the people they weren't being truthful about deals. They was making the money off people. The artist wasn't really doing nothing big. And then when the next generation of artists came along, it's not like y'all tried to do anything different as it comes to Diddy. Diddy just brung the same old egregious business practices and then put it on steroids and then went up with it. So to me, like, you just gotta put good in the world and good will come back to you. I know that probably sounds like a very naive mindset, but to me it really isn't, because what did you think was going to happen if you kept robbing all these people for their little bit of money and their little bit of credit on what's due, and you rolling out? I don't know, y'all. I don't know.
No, that's true.
That's
That's true.
All right,
just
so I want to
that's
go
what.
back to Armand.
All right, go
Reading
ahead.
Kelsey's text messages. I know you don't really care for it, but nobody else is reading them.
Get too jumpy, nigga. He had jumped into one of the lawyers, had walked up and he had moved to the other and made sure the receipts was all up there, and he getting into the receipts and stuff. He's ready. Yes. He's up today, baby. They're gonna slowly start painting the narrative around drugs. So I'm just gonna let y'all know what they're doing right now.
Okay.
The drugs are gonna be a big thing. What they're trying to do is show, in a nutshell, DV with addicts. So basically saying two jealous people in relationships that are high out of their mind have a toxic relationship that fight each other. This is not racketeering. It's not prostitution. They're freaky, they're high, and they're jealous. And so they get into a lot of fights because when they're trying to get off of the drugs, they have the withdrawals, and the withdrawals channel, they ignite their insecurities. So when one is flirting with someone else or one is doing the other thing, that causes a combustion, and they implode within the relationship, if that makes sense. So they're setting the stage up of when she was chatting with when he thought she was chatting with other people, he would, or when she wouldn't text back, he would text her back like excessively. He would call excessively. She said, but she believes Diddy has great taste. She said Diddy has impacted the culture. He's known for his impact in fashion. He's a force to be reckoned with, okay? And so I said they're forcing Cassie to be complimentary to Diddy. As this is happening, the husband is sitting there because Cassie is now sitting on the stand, just really like, giving Diddy his life. Diddy's a great guy. He's a powerful man. He's inspiring. I'm like, oh, she's up there. And I said, and Diddy's over there doing this. And I said, Diddy is loving this. And the sons, kids like this. He looked back at them and they did. I guess that's they quiet, like he just looked, and the son just, they so happy. Quick. So the what's Q? the stepson. Yesterday, looking straight ahead. This day, this nigga leaned all up. He chilling. They excited. Then the Christian and Justin, they laugh. They listen. Them niggas had notebooks today. Justin always come with a notebook, but Christian even had a notebook today. They was taking notes. I'm like, what these niggas taking notes for? They was up. He was just saying all kind of dirty rhyme. They couldn't even read. Let's get to it. They were happy. So let's continue. Ciao. So, and I wrote, Diddy is loving this. The sons are perched and listening. Cassie's husband is continuously turning red. He's pissed. He is pissed. Livid. Oh, and the whole time, mind you, they got so many, and I'm gonna just tell you this, they got so many nasty text messages of Cassie, they couldn't even put them on the board no more. Cassie was talking so freaky and nasty. She was just saying all kind of dirty rhyme. They couldn't even read the messages that she was sending out loud. And they wouldn't make Cassie read the message. They said, you don't have to read it out loud. She said, thank you. Thank you for not making me read their messages.
Instead of calling in favors from those
So we're
distant
not going to listen to
relatives,
this whole
Tom and
thing
Jenny.
because I also want to play a part of the JVP because they have a special guest on there who did work with Cassie during when she was trying to make music, and he was saying like how much of a joke it was. On
just from Cassie would come up on the screen. The
points.
husband sitting right in front of the monitor. He won't even look. If this is the monitor, the husband take the drug addict thing. We know Diddy's a drug addict. Didn't you do drugs too? What drugs have you done? She would go into the drugs and things. So what happens when you do those drugs? Like when you try to get help? Because you and Diddy both try to do that. She said, well, I would get irritated and I would, you black out and you get irritated, you have withdrawal. When you're having those withdrawals, you're just not yourself. She said, Diddy's a drug addict. And when he didn't have his stuff, how was he? When he lessened his dependency on the opioids. Watch this. She said, well, he was very irritated, agitated, and very volatile. She said, that was some of the worst years of her life dealing with Diddy when he was doing his drug use. They said, well, what kind of drugs did Diddy do? MMDA, ecstasy, Molly, cocaine, GHB. Then she said, what was his drug of choice? Ecstasy, MDMA. And so when he didn't have that, what happens? So if you're not catching it now, they're starting to set the scene that the abuse came because he was having withdrawals. He wasn't just being mean to her. He's a drug addict that needed a fix. And when he didn't have the dope, he hit you with the stroke.
This is too much. I'm sorry.
That's where they're going. So what we got so far is use a hole that's with the freak off and you're high. That's what you mean by him putting 2110 with his everybody's high. And when y'all don't have y'all shit, things go left. So that's what that's giving me so far. I'm gonna bring this all the way home for y'all. Just bear with me. I'm giving y'all the tea because I'm really gagging now. But I'm gonna wrap this up all the way home for y'all. It's no shade. So The prosecution is sent now. They're like, okay, this needs to be, remember I told you they were like, this needs to be wrapped up. You know, they had too much time to get their exhibits. They're trying to add more exhibits. We haven't went through everything, blah, 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 blah. So then I wrote the judge rips Diddy's defense team because they were like, you know, we're going to need more time to sit on the stand. The judge goes, what in the universe do you not understand? We had a deadline for this witness to be here. What in the universe did you not understand?
We all should have postponed
She's
this
supposed to be
fucking
gone by
trial.
Friday. But I think it's Agonali, whatever. Mark, the lead attorney over there for Diddy, feels like this is a strategy move for them to not have enough time. And I told you guys in the beginning, he was feeling like, girl, Diddy is facing life in prison. Y'all have to give us enough time, ample amount of time, to really cross-examine this witness. It's not fair for us
And that's just the law.
to not be able to take our time and slow cook her. She's the biggest witness on this case. There's nobody else that is going to be as big as her on this case. And y'all are trying to rush us out of this cross-examination, and it's not fair. Diddy deserves to really be heard and really fight this case. Okay? So then we go to lunch.
Juvederm collection of fillers. The filler brand patients trust and recommend.
Do you
Richie, I'm gonna need you to get premium, okay? I'm gonna
Add
need you to
volume
get
to get
premium.
smooth.
You need a what?
I'm gonna need you to
Oh,
get
get
premium.
premium? I ain't paying
No
no
ads.
$30 a month for that.
No, 13.
Oh, all right, maybe I'll get it. I got a free
I
thing for
love the freak
premium.
off when we're
Cause
into
that
it. Well,
shit,
I
that's
wanna
more
have
than
fun.
motherfucking Hulu and not Venmo.
Some Venmo.
Netflix.
Some of it comes included with it because I had subscriptions. I'm like, I'm on YouTube more than I'm on all this other shit. Let me just get the premium, no ads and all this other stuff, and I cancel some other stuff.
I had it once for free. I do have a free offer for it. Remind me to. Well, I'll try to remember to use it. But
Oh wow,
I ain't paying $30 for that shit. Last time I checked, it was $30 a month.
I just got a notification. They said Joe Biden has been diagnosed with an aggressive form of prostate cancer.
Oh, not Big Joe.
Wow.
But y'all, I don't think Cassie is the biggest witness. I think maybe she may be entertainment big, but I think the biggest witness is going to be someone in his little employees that they were able to flip.
Well, they have to release the witness list today, they said. So we'll see.
Yeah, I did hear that too.
But she's a key witness.
I can go there, yeah.
Because who else is it? I mean,
we gonna finally
this
figure
is
out
the
who these
person
victims.
that his. I feel like she a co-defendant for real. She should be, because she was setting up the shit with them. They was ordering the prostitutes and fucking them together and taping them and everything else and getting high together.
Right.
That's how I feel. That's just me. And I also wanted to give y'all a different perspective. I'm gonna wrap this Armand stuff up. I want to play JBP. Oh, for a student at $7.99. Maybe my daughter could get it for me. She a student. Premium is worth it. Premium. Fuck premium. If Puffy gets found guilty, he will definitely get an appeal. The judge is rushing a witness. That's what I'm saying. Just in law, forget Puffy, y'all. If this man is on trial, y'all not allowing me y'all are not allowing me to question. I just want to address the stuff that y'all brought up here. These text messages y'all put up here. I want to open up the whole text message thread and read the whole context of the message, just not the little part y'all picked out. And he's not allowed to do that. So this is going to be, I'm interested to see how in the end this is going to play out, because I heard, let me find the CNN clip. I'm going to play some more of this while I'm looking for the CNN clip.
On with you.
I think it's on Threads.
Diddy goes, well, let me know if you want to have a light night. Jules is available. If you're not into it, no problem. And so that was them showing, well, Diddy's not really forcing the freak off. But she's like, well, I would like to do it. I mean, if I could be with you. Cassie responds, I love you. Diddy says, you didn't give me an answer. Then she says, love you, Papa. I want us to have our night. I want us to have a night. Do I have your permission? I can go to the pleasure chest. Diddy said, I would love that. So let's start setting it up. So Cassie started setting it up. They would also do role play as characters. Just to be different. I guess they were trying to spike up their relationship, so they would play like, I don't know, it was a game that they would play. And I don't know if it would lead into sex or what, but somehow it was supposed to like be like, you wouldn't be Diddy, I wouldn't be Cassie, you wouldn't be a celebrity, I wouldn't be this person.
Okay, here it is.
You'd be, a teacher, your name would be Kevin, and my name would be Clarissa. And I don't know, we'd meet at brunch somewhere in Soho, and we'd have a nice mimosa. But then somewhere it landed into, let's go to the SEX club. Or let's go to the sex club with a whip. Somehow we got there. Kim Porter. They bring up Kim Porter. Were you jealous of Kim Porter? Straight up. Ask her, were you jealous of Kim Porter? Cassie, yes. I always knew that Diddy.
Hey, it looks like you made a mistake. I know you're probably skeptical that a small, lightweight lamp could actually kill bed bugs, mold.
He was with Kim for the holidays. And then when he got with Gina, that really bothered me when he got with Gina in 2014. I was not happy. I was pissed when he got with Gina. She broke up with him. She didn't break it up, but that really upset her. And she really got mad because it was like when she would date other people or try to talk to somebody or talk to somebody, or if Diddy suspected her, it would be a problem. He would get really scary. But when she's doing it, when he's doing it, it's not a problem. So they didn't like that, right? So they asked her, they were asking her a series of questions about freak-offs and what she was into, and Cassie was just acting like she didn't remember a lot of stuff. She was just so confused on what this text message meant, or what this meant over here, or why she said this, or why she offered that, and why she said this explicit message, or why she was into this and why she was into that. And she would act like she didn't know, right? So then the defendant said, it was a long time ago, and you were on a lot of drugs, huh? You were high. I get it. You were just on a lot of drugs. Diddy said, let's do something different today. Let's go see a Broadway play. But then he said, well, Dave the escort hit me up. And then Cassie responded, well, Daniel hit me up.
All right, after he makes his
And
point,
so Diddy
I'm
was trying to figure
pivot
out,
to
well,
something else.
what you want to do? You make the NYC decision. Should I come to New York? She wasn't texting back. She said, why aren't you texting me back? She was like, well, I was at the studio. She said, can you come home? You can come here. And then she said, I'm horny for that. Then Cassie sent explicit messages back Then he said, I'm horny for that. Then Cassie sent a freaky message back. So then they're going back and forth, sending freaky messages, right? Then Cassie sent a screenshot of mass pleasures. I don't know what that is. And then Diddy got there and she said, Diddy got to New York. And then Diddy said, are you here yet? Daddy's home.
The daddy's home.
And then Diddy and Cassie said, yeah, I just got the stuff. So Cassie got mad. She was like, wait, is it my, she stopped the testimony. She was like, do I have any say in this? Can I, because we're skipping and jumping over a lot of parts. Or is this not, I just got to go with what y'all saying. And they just told her to keep going. So this is where they got Cassie. They pulled up another text messages. They pulled up another message from Cassie out the blue. You ready for it? I miss you. I miss that dick. You want to have a freak off? You horny or sleepy? She was like, I'm both. No, he said, I'm both. I thought you were going to do it tomorrow. So Cassie, they said, oh, so you brought up the freak off. She said, well, yeah. Yeah. What could she say? She couldn't lie. It was her. He didn't bring that up. She did. She initiated it. So she was like a glorified buddy. Cassie says, I'm going to the pool. I wish we could have had a freak off before you left. She said, you are not Bruce Willis, and she sent a long message to him. I don't know what the Bruce Willis is, but I think that was in reference. I don't know what the reference is with that. I didn't really get that, but she was saying, basically, Cassie wanted to spend time with him and his kids. Remember, I told you she was hurt about Kim, and she was mad because she was just honestly a sexual object to him. Cassie really didn't like Gina. That was the main problem in their relationship. Cassie was upset because she was looking like a side chick, and she thought she was the main chick. She said, I'm irritated because I was looking like the side chick. I thought I was number one and Kim was number two. But then where did Gina come from? Cassie really thought she was number one and Kim was number two. Or that's how it should have been. And I wrote, she looked slow and retarded. I don't know why I wrote that. Because she was acting really stupid. Okay? So now, she was upset when she wasn't the main girlfriend. Now we get into Kid Cudi. They're bringing it all together now.
Kid Cudi.
Thank God.
How did you meet Kid Cudi?
Oh, well, maybe not.
Well, Diddy introduced me to Kid Cudi in the studio.
We could come back to Kid Cudi. I want to play this clip from CNN. Is it up here? Okay. And then we can chat. And then I'll do JVP.
For the defense in some ways.
I did. I think if I were the prosecutor, I'd have a little bit of heart. And I say that because they really effectively used text messages from the time. So you're talking about state of mind at the time all of this is happening. And many of those text messages showed not only that she was saying okay to participating in the freak offs, but also talked about her orchestration, how she was more than just a passive participant, that she seemed to actually want to engage in them through the text messages. And I think that's important because you're talking about looking at this now in retrospect, right? We know that she's gone through therapy and she's looking at this, and what the defense will argue is, in retrospect, she's in a healthy relationship now. She's looking back and saying, I can't believe he made me do this. But the text messages show a story where she was consenting at the time. So from his perspective, she was a participant who was willing to engage in the conduct.
Ellie, I mean, you've tried major human trafficking cases. That's what they're? I mean, that's what these charges are: trafficking.
Yeah, the charge that
Racketeering.
carries the heavy hit here is going to be forcible sex trafficking and then racketeering. I think Misty is exactly right. I think there's a problem for the prosecution in that there are indications that this relationship was at times consensual, but I think the response I would be readying if I was the prosecution is, okay, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, there were times when this was consensual. There were times when this was coercive. Guess what that adds up to? Coercion, right? It's like if someone has, if a man and woman have sex 10 times and 7 times are consensual and 3 times are coercive, he's a rapist, right? So I think I would be readying that response. But they do have a way to, prosecutors have a way to go here before they can establish a racketeering enterprise. It is not there yet.
Missy, you thought it was a good day for the defense in some ways.
I did. I think if I were the prosecutor, I'd have a little bit of heartburn. And I say that because they really effectively used text messages from the time. So you're talking about state of mind at the time all of this is happening. And
Okay. One more. Let's see what Big Gene talking about.
I seen a lot of beautiful women around Diddy. And whether it's the money, the promises, or whatever, it gets them. I've seen women walk out the room and I was like, damn, when did she come here? And they was bad. And they had a smile on their face. Like, I was like, it got to be for the money. It's got to be for the money or whatever, or the status, or to be somewhere. Yo, she had a 10-album deal, brother. And I don't even think she put out an album. And she wanted to be the next star. She could have been Aaliyah, like Aaliyah. She could have been music like J-Lo. She could have been a lot of things because what she didn't have, he gave to her. He helped enhance her beauty, getting her teeth fixed, getting her hair done, her boob job, giving her a personal trainer that she ended up marrying. He gave her the persona of being a great artist without doing what he should have done musically for her. She put out 1 or 2 songs, I think. Did she ever put out an album? I don't think she put out one album.
Yeah, she put out an album.
She put out an album?
Yeah, 1.
Okay. 1. 9 more to go. But the things that she did in order to have that deal, it came with her soul being tortured, probably for the rest of her life, man.
All right.
That music was too damn dramatic. The next Aaliyah, that's a reach. But okay, I got what he was trying to say. At some point, yes, you get addicted to the lifestyle because she came in trying to be a singer. She knew she didn't have the talent to be this big singer like that or entertainer. So yeah, you know, I'm a lifestyle king, and I'm gonna make you my lifestyle queen. You know, she loved going to the Met Gala. She loved doing all that stuff. I don't think she should have been abused for it though.
No, nobody's saying that.
And I literally hate they keep calling it freak offs. Do you want a freak off today? That's so there's something about that. Oh, it's weird. And listen, I live in LA. I've never been, but I have friends who go to sex parties. That's not something that's out the box crazy, you know. So it's a thin line between consent and abuse, in my opinion.
Right. Oh, let me see. What else? It's me and you. Okay. It's me and you now. Because I also want to tie in Young Miami. If we would have got to the end of, we could just read the transcript about when she wrote her book and when she wanted money. And I think that was around 2023. And if we go to 2023, all right. Do y'all want to hear the Joe Budden's discourse real quick before I get into Young Miami?
Sure.
All right. It's about 10 minutes, but we can start and stop.
Oh.
Tossing it talk, girl. Big man. Gracie.
Mel's on Cassie's side.
Gracie Award.
Okay, so today marks the 5th day
Y'all want to come up. I think the link is pinned.
of Sean Diddy Combs' trial. Cassie is still on the witness stand. This, I believe, is her 3rd day testifying. And she's been handed over from the prosecution to the defense. So they've been really just kind of like hammering home certain points. You know, yes, we admit he's an abusive piece of shit. However, the charges are, racketeering, transportation to engage in prostitution and sex trafficking. So they're trying to say that one doesn't equal the other. The one thing that I want to, kind of highlight is how consistent she has been with her testimony. She's been delivering her testimony with a very just the facts, ma'am kind of tonality, which I think is really important because obviously the questions that she's being asked to relive trauma, and she's being asked to read text messages that seemingly contradict her claims, and she's still doing it in a very succinct, very matter-of-fact manner. And
first and foremost, doing it while 8.5.
I was about to say that. So the prosecution has now brought up a point to the judge, and they said this last night. They said that the defense is purposefully asking redundant questions over and over and over again to try to see if she won't go into labor, which will then, a mistrial will have to be called.
I call 100% cap on that. If there's one team that does not want her to go into labor, it's the defense team. I think the defense feels that she is pivotal, like vital to whatever it is they need to prove. I think they said she's the most important person in the case that we're trying to present. Yeah, I don't think they want her to go into labor.
And I think we saw that in the cross-examination yesterday. Because what she read in the cross-examination, like you said, they forced her to read the text out loud.
Yeah.
I think at the very least they want to rattle her, because if you're rattled, you're not going to do as well in the chair. That's the idea.
Right.
But some of the stuff she had to read out loud, particularly the one from August 2009, when Puff asked her when she wanted the next sex encounter to be, and she replied, "I'm always ready to freak off."
Okay.
And then 2 days later, she sent him an explicit message. She wrote back. He replied. He said, liked it, and then she responded, "Me too. I just want it to be uncontrollable." And so the defense is going to try to say that that's evidence that there was no coercion, that there was no control, that she just is a freak like him, and they doing freaky shit, and whatever else is going on, there's no charge there with that. And the prosecution is going to have to prove that despite those texts, there was coercion, or because of those texts, there was coercion. Like she had to write that kind of stuff. Yeah. So that's a battle. So I agree. I think the prosecution, the defense wants Cassie in that chair. That's the easiest. It's gonna be hard because we know Dawn Richard is going to be hitting Sand next and
Oreo Days.
Oreo Days.
They're gonna come for blood.
Yeah, they know, and they kind of know what they're getting there. But Cassie's the most vulnerable for this because she's the one who's been there the longest, right? And it's harder to make.
And she sets the stage for everything.
Absolutely.
You know, she's the one that was
triggered everything. She triggered the whole thing.
She did. She did. And so, you know, there's a term that keeps coming up right now, and it's Stockholm syndrome. And I think that it's applicable in this kind of situation. It's dependent on what you believe. And apparently there is a lot of protesting going on at the courthouse right now. It is a madhouse. Media protesters on both sides of the aisle. It's complete and total chaos down there. There's people chanting in support of Diddy. There's people who are chanting in support of, their pursuit of justice, whatever that looks like. But it's just literally like what you believe. Do you believe that she's a victim and that she figured out a long time ago, based on his enforcers, his enforcement of the imprisoned life that she was forced to lead, that she just said some things to get along because you want to make your captor happy. You don't want to piss them off, kind of thing.
They named a lot of times where she wasn't captive though.
I think that what people need to understand of what captivity actually looks like, because captivity is not just physical, especially if you've been abused for a really long amount of time. There is an erosion of your sense of free will.
I agree. I mean, when kidnap kids, sometimes they get sent to the store, they come back to the kidnap, they don't run, they go back home again.
Okay, I want to let the audience know from this point forward, you might hear an opinion that contrasts from you guys.
There should be.
I just want to let people know.
Yeah. So
it's difficult to say that what y'all are saying when she eventually ended up not only escaping, but escaping with one of the handlers and paid with Puff's credit card.
Okay.
It's tough to paint you as someone that was trapped when we're going to throw all these instances where you seemingly were away and you left for good. So if you were able to leave for good at one point, then what happened at all these other points of exit?
I can't speak on what.
And again, neither am I. I'm not inserting my opinion in this. Like Mel said, this is going to come down to, well, so far, because I do think that the feds are going to prove their case. Like, let me start with, not only do I think the feds are going to prove their case, but I think that the requirement, the standard is so low for what they have to prove. Yeah. They may have already proven it. I want to say that, but I don't think Cassie looked the greatest during Cross. So this comes down to, do you believe that she was being sex trafficked, or do you believe that she was in an abusive, drug-infested, toxic relationship?
I think
it is the sex trafficking part. Part of it being because she was his employee, not just his girl. So that I'm controlling your finance. There's the coercion part. I'm paying you. We went over the definitions, the three things that have to be hit for it to be sex trafficking. One of them being a commercial sex act. There is the hiring of the escorts and transporting them in or to wherever they were. So that is that part. The coercion is if I am in control of basically your money, I got you under contract, you can't do this, you can't do that as far as your music goes, and I'm paying you, there is some level of control there, which could lead to the coercion point. So I think they got him already on the sex trafficking part, personally.
I can't hear you.
No,
you saying
first and foremost, I want to say that what didn't work in Cassie's favor is Puff lawyer Estiva, I think that's her name. She was extremely gentle with Cassie, right? Extremely. And they shared laughs and understanding. I think that may work in the favor of Puff, because a lot of lawyers, they come in, they try to hammer you down and force you to answer questions. So she was gentle with her and they got on the same accord. But what I think is that when I listen to this or read on it, like Joe said, Cassie has gotten away a couple of times to even get into a couple of different relationships. Even when she was with Kid Cudi, she still reached out to Puff and was talking about she wants to participate in freak off. So these things right now are I don't want to say smoking gun, but contradicts what the feds are saying or some of the accusations, man. Do you agree?
Well, I just want to make a point to say that there have been times where actual kidnapped victims, like Elizabeth Smart, where her captor allows her to like go to the store or be out in public. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is somebody who
She wasn't kidnapped.
I'm using an extreme example to demonstrate, because everybody keeps saying, well, she got away at times. Do you know how what the statistics say about domestic violence victims, how long it takes for them to actually leave for good? It's usually about 6 to 7 times.
Yeah, but that's a domestic violence situation. I don't believe Cassie was held captive. So we can stop this right here and talk about that right here. Whoever's up here, Callie. Can y'all hear me?
Oh, sorry, I was muted.
Yeah, I can hear you.
I originally read her entire lawsuit. So I think that people really didn't understand where I was coming from. Where I already knew she wasn't trafficked or ever held captive, because that's in the lawsuit. A lot of these things that she admitted to, not the details, the graphic details, a lot of that stuff isn't in there, but her being the one who actually at first got the escort and started this whole, that's in her lawsuit. So that's why she had to admit those things. She would have perjured herself. This is the thing. What she's trying to compare this to is people who were at one point held captive and then had Stockholm syndrome and then let out. She was never ever held captive. This is an abusive relationship. And it didn't even start abusive. There was no abuse when they started doing these freak offs. The abuse came later on. So I don't really understand. And people keep telling me that she is supposed to be the victim. I don't know if that's true or if this is about the solicitation of the men. I'm a little foggy on that as far as the court case. Now, for me, as a United States citizen, I don't like that the federal government has a crime where the statute of limitation has passed. So they're going to now take it and make it another crime and say it's racketeering because this man is wealthy and, oh, well, you used an assistant, you used the driver, you used the bodyguard. So now we're going to take this old crime that we can't charge you on the state level and make it a federal crime. I don't think this is a good precedent. I don't want them running around doing this to people because who knows where this would go. And I think that people are so distracted by the fact that this is Diddy and that they hate Diddy that they're not really thinking about the legality of what the federal government is doing here.
Even with how they won't let him question her, they only gave him a day and a half to question her. That's I'm like, what? Like take Diddy out of it, y'all, for a second. Like, this man is not getting due process.
No, I think that this is my theory on what happened. She filed the lawsuit. She put everything in there but the kitchen sink because she wanted him to pay her. So she just put anything she could think of in the lawsuit. That's why I don't believe that frying pan story, because she would have definitely put that in there had he tried to hit her in the head with a frying pan, because she was trying to get him to settle. She had a bunch of stuff in that lawsuit. Somebody who wanted to make their career read through that lawsuit and was overzealous and filed these charges. However, when they went and raided the house and went through everything, they didn't find nothing. So now what they're trying to do, they're trying to make this domestic violence and this soliciting be racketeering. The problem with the soliciting, thus far, none of the men are saying that they were forced. So
that's not due process. Due process, you allow certain rights under your defense, and he's not even allowed to question there's main witness against him. That's not due process.
No, it is not. And then even what happened Friday with the story with Don, I actually do agree with the defense.
Didn't they kick her out the courtroom?
They wanted to, but I think she made up this story because she's suing Diddy and she wanted to sensationalize her lawsuit. I don't believe there's any way that Cassie would have asked this man for $30 million and she put all these details in her lawsuit and never mentioned that he tried to hit her in the head with a pan. That's just not possible. It didn't happen. I don't think he's incapable of it.
Well, I don't know. I'm not debating that. I don't know what happened. I'm not saying that.
No, I it's not that I think he's incapable of it. I just think that Cassie wanted that money. Her lawyers wanted that money. They would have added that because they put everything else in there. Why would they omit that? It doesn't make any sense. And then there was another witness that was there in the room that said that never happened. Nobody wanted to believe this woman, so they all started calling her a mammy and a liar and attacking her online. When this woman is just telling you, like, look, I was there. This never happened.
So hold on, Callie. Due process definition is the fundamental principle of fairness in legal matters, ensuring that individuals are treated fairly and have a chance to defend their rights. It's guaranteed by the U.S. Constitution and applies to both citizens and non-citizens. And not allowing me, Aubrey O'Day backed out. Some stuff going on right now. Aubrey O'Day has backed out. Let's see.
She was never on the list.
I know they got Dawn Richards out of there Friday. Judge confirms Gina.
Ultra fire cervical.
Confirms Gina.
Shut the door. Listen, I just did an amazing live. Go check it out if you need to clean the house or condition your hair. Listen, it's a good one. However, for those of you guys that want the quick 10-minute recap, oh my God, Judge Aaron just basically.
Gina is victim 3.
It's victim 3. And baby, we have the evidence. On top of that, he let us know about producer 1, victim 1, who victim 4 was. Y'all, this is explosive. I want to apologize to Judge Aaron for ever doubting him because, baby, you are 2 seconds on Diddy's ad. And, baby, we love to see it. Okay, you guys, first of all, Gina Hahn is pretty much confirmed to be Dum Dum Victim 3. That is literally now saying that they never wanted to testify and they never wanted to do this. This explains why Justin Combs was like, thank you, God, for saving us. And this explains why Diddy is pushing forward. And this also explains why Victim 3 is missing. Diddy probably got her out there floating on the island in the middle of anywhere. The only thing is, Diddy, the feds also got private jets. It is. We already know that Victim 3 is one of Diddy's ex-girlfriends, okay? So it can't be some sneaky link on the side, but listen to this. Victim 3, Diddy argues, this is in the court documents. This is because the judge is saying no, but he's telling Diddy why it's no. Diddy argues that the warrant affidavits, which stated that Diddy did something that was blocked out, redacted, excluded Victim 3 because of this. She said that she was blanked and that Diddy blanked. Look at this. So when Diddy said that, Diddy was saying this should be tossed out because the warrants were full of lies and admissions. You're saying that I hurt Victim 3, but I have proof that Victim 3 never really thought I hurt her. And I have proof that Victim 3 thinks it was no big deal. And you guys are making her testify, okay? Here's what the judge writes. But, and I know what you're saying, Tisa, how does this prove it's Gina? Shh, listen, I'm getting there. But if the affidavits had included all of Victim 3's public statements, they would have included a public interview in which Victim 3 corroborated Diddy's systematic pattern. Now, you guys.
But she took it back.
You guys.
I think
this is an exclusive. I read the documents first.
If Gina is a witness, hang it up because she went on Tasha K, said what she said, then took it all back. So she's not a credible witness.
Doesn't want to perjure herself because I do think that she added a little dip on the chip on Tasha K. And so if she gets up there and they started asking her about these specific things she said in that interview, she's either going to have to lie or admit that she lied in that interview. I'm not saying that Diddy is an angel, but I think that Gina added some things for dramatics.
But she got back with him. I remember. And then she took it back and said she was lying on Tasha K.
Yeah,
so that's not a good witness for anybody.
No, Diddy wrote her a check and she changed her mind when she got that money. This is what he's been paying people off for years.
Do you guys think that Diddy should go to jail? I mean, just in general. I'm not saying for the charges because I think the charges don't fit what really should be happening. But do you think he should go to jail?
I think he should have went to jail at the time that this shit happened. But if the statute of limitations is up, then they up. If she was caught on him back then, yes, he deserves to be in jail, but not for trafficking I don't think he need to be in jail for no RICO, no trafficking,
Take these
and all that
charges
other
out.
shit. If they was to
Take,
convict him for domestic violence, yes. For assault, yes. For getting high, yes.
Drug
Whatever
possession.
else, possession or whatever they found him with, yes. Why not trafficking? Because she was with the shits. Like, they was hiring people off of Craigslist and Angels for Cowboys or whatever it was. She was in on it too. And she's the people that they hired aren't the ones that's crying. Maybe Jonathan Audi, but he settled for $5 million. So who else? Who's crying? Who's the complaining witness?
That's what I said.
okay.
I said Jonathan is a victim, but the problem is he settled. But also he's a victim of both of them because he caught an STD. And this is another problem I'm having with this case.
We didn't fuck Diddy. He fucked Cassie. She gave him
we
that.
don't know that.
Thank
we don't
you,
know
Richie.
He
This
said
is
that.
the problem that I'm having with this whole Cassie is a victim in every turn narrative. She was going out casually, just randomly dating men that had no idea she was engaging in this type of behavior, and there's no telling what she was passing to these men. I'm sure she did not disclose that she was engaging in this. This is high risk behavior. Like, this is extreme shit.
Well,
And
I
they
gotta
probably
push back a
thinking,
little
like,
bit.
they're just dating someone who's their peer. They're not thinking I'm dating a porn star who's even porn stars get tested. I mean, this
Well,
is beyond being a porn star. This is
I
porn.
gotta
I'm
push
sorry,
back on
Richie,
that
porn.
because just because she was going on dates does not mean that she was having sex with them. We don't
She
know if
had
she was having
stuff
sex.
in her
That
mouth.
means she wasn't held
Hold on.
We have
captive to
to
me.
look at the reality.
Wait,
Wait a minute,
look up the word.
hold on, Callie. To me, that means she wasn't being held against her will. She's out on dates with people.
If y'all look up the word captive, that
She
when
was
somebody's
never
still
held
saying
captive.
they've heard captive, that's not me saying you better lock that damn door. You ain't going nowhere. Like that's not
That's
being held
exactly what
captive.
that means.
She was never
No,
held
it's not.
captive. And I also have a
Look
question.
up the definition of being held
All right,
captive.
let's look it up.
Wait,
Because
I
if
also have a question, you guys. I keep hearing this narrative about him threatening her career. When did we hear him threaten her career? We got all these phones and text messages and laptops. When did he threaten her career?
She put out a couple songs.
He
She
had her on.
put out several singles in a mixtape and they all flopped. So
Let's
he
be
did whatever he
respectful.
could do for her career.
But at the same time,
No, I'm
if
not
that
male
is
identified. If
Not
this was
you.
I would be saying the
Comment.
same exact thing. It's not
Who?
because he's a man. I don't
I'm
care
saying
if the
everybody be respectful.
situation was reversed. I would be saying the same exact thing. She was not held captive. She made a poor decision to remain in a relationship and never call the police on a man that was abusing her. And I know for a fact that that hotel she ran out of, there are always officers over there. She literally could have either gone to the front desk and told them to call the police, or she could have gone out to the front and just waved for an officer. She never reported him to the police because she did not want to leave the relationship. And when
y'all,
she did
we have to
finally
leave with a
stop
little
texting
grace.
him, he went
All right, here go the
away.
definition. Crossroad.
Now go down, and I want you. It's an example because I just looked it up on my thing. It's an example saying you can be captive of the heart, meaning that
of the
when
heart.
someone say, look, yeah, it's an example. It says, what does right there? What does it mean to be captive? The top one. Wait.
Yeah, she was not
No.
held captive.
No, she was. What I'm saying is, having someone holding you captive doesn't mean chains and ropes and stuff like that. Your mental state can be held captive, where you don't.
Just because.
Let him
Come on,
finish.
y'all. Come
I
on,
know I
y'all.
am.
I just feel like we taking stuff a little too literal when she talks about this narrative that you're saying about her career. It's unrealistic for somebody to sign a 10-album record deal. That's unrealistic.
But she signed it.
She signed it because she thought,
She signed
okay,
it.
yeah, she signed. She at that. It's
So did
unrealistic, but yes,
so did 112. So
Yeah,
did
no,
Kane. So did everybody
she
else
thought-
on Bad Boy that's broke.
exactly. So he did hold her career. That's a legal deal. You're mine forever. So I don't know.
When did you hear him say that? See, this is the thing.
Oh,
Okay.
God.
I think that we are confusing someone being in love and making
Tell me
bad
when you want to
decisions
speak,
because
Top
they
Shelf.
want to be in a relationship with someone who's literally being held captive. She made a
You're
bad
not
decision
talking about literally.
allowed
So
him to get away with the abuse.
Top Shelf. So I hear what you're saying. Like in domestic violence, you can have this, fear of, I can't leave. What am I going to do without him? How am I going to make it? All that stuff comes into play, right? I can see that. But we have Cassie not only leaving and coming back, but fucking other niggas that Diddy paid for, that Diddy introduced her to. So where is the captivity part? Like her mind was not captive enough that she's running around with other niggas.
Multiple times.
Wait, hold on. So Diddy paid for her to have sex with other guys while he was present or while he was not present?
No, that's not what we're talking about.
No, I'm saying like in
Dated.
terms of like Kid Cudi. He's paying for studio time for her to get her career that y'all said that he's holding against her. She came out with the song with Nicki Minaj. She had the song Unofficial Girl. She had the song King of Hearts, which I was all rocking with. Those are the three that I liked and remember. He's paying for all this shit because she ain't got no damn money.
Yeah. Okay. So let me ask you this. So what would be the issue if she was fucking with other guys while he is fucking with Kim Porter while they're supposed
That's
to be
to
together?
say that she's not being held captive. Like she's free will.
Oh my
She
God,
wants to go do
Cass.
these. She's doing the things that she wants to do. What do you want me to do? Lie and say you are not allowed to leave here and do anything except for when you want to leave here and do something else with another nigga. Like make that make sense to me.
But did he try to kill Kid Cudi? Am I
He
making
blew
that
up
up?
his car because in Diddy's
Okay,
mind,
so
bitch, I introduced you to this nigga. I paid for you to make beats with this nigga, and now you fucking with this nigga, and I feel disrespected by this nigga, and I'm gonna blow his motherfucking car up.
so that's
There's a lot
being
of
held
women who would have
captive.
done that.
That's being held
If
captive.
I hired
No, it's not. That's an abusive relationship.
Yeah, it's a lot of
Richie,
women
you
who would have
DM me your address because we're gonna have to talk. I'm about to come visit.
Let's talk. Let's fight now, but because what are we talking about?
You know, I mean, imagine you hiring somebody to work with your man, and she start fucking your man, girl. And you
Well,
got
if I was beating
hundreds
my
of
man
millions of
up
dollars.
every single day and then making my man take drugs and doing all these other
He was
things to my
asking for the
man,
drugs,
come
Ali.
on.
She said, "Do
Come
you got the
on.
pills? You
It's
got the
not a
Thank you.
pills?"
normal
She was
relationship.
And
hooked.
he's saying,
Thank you,
I don't
Allie.
really
Come
like
on.
this one drug.
It's not a
Can we
normal
not do that
relationship. And
again?
Let them
They don't
talk,
want to say
Cassie.
it.
I'm Cassie. Callie, let them talk. Let them talk.
they were together
All
11
right,
years. Out of that 11 years, this whole Cuddy situation happened over the course of 4 weeks, 1 month in 11 years. So it's not
There was
a
also
long.
Michael B. Jordan, a football player.
Michael B.
And
Jordan
Lord
was
knows
during
who
the
else.
filming of a movie, and there was no proof that she was with him. She just said that he accused her of being with him.
But
And
Chris
that was that.
Brown,
And
he
then she just
accused
caught him
her.
off. With Chris Brown, she flat out said, I was never with Chris Brown. We
She
didn't
didn't say
even
I
dance
wasn't with Michael B.
together.
Jordan, though. She didn't say I wasn't with Michael B. Jordan.
She said that Diddy accused her of being with him. And they just filmed a movie together. She
Well,
didn't
maybe
say
she
they
just
were,
sucked his
they
dick. Who
weren't.
knows?
But I don't think he would be with her, to be honest. Because, especially back then, his type was like light and white. But
Or just not,
Right.
a porn star getting pissed on. Maybe he didn't want that because there
I
was
don't.
a tape of her going around, mind you. I don't know if it was the one that Jonathan Oddie and Cassie even said herself she never trusted Jonathan Oddie. What is it, Oddie or Oddie?
Adi, I think it's Adi. He's South African or something like that. But the guy but he recorded that video purposely because he thought when Cassie was ODing in front of him that they were going to pin that on him. And he
Yeah.
successfully sued and got, he said, like 4-point-something million out of Diddy to not talk about this again.
And now
So,
he's talking about it on Fox News. But okay. He's a star
well, he's
witness.
in jail. He's in jail right now.
But he's giving interviews to Fox News and he's supposed to be a star witness. All this discredits people in my mind.
Well, he was actually on TV from the federal prison because he went up
Yeah, they
into the
did an
Trump.
interview over the phone.
Mm-hmm.
You want me to play it?
Well, I guess what people need to understand is that like, yes, you could sign an NDA, but if the NDA was to cover up a crime, the NDA is void. So
Exactly.
so it doesn't matter if he signed off and say, hey, I would never talk about this again. It's to cover up a crime. So the federal government, he has every right to speak about it because of that.
Yeah, but he's not speaking to the federal government. He's speaking to
No, it
Fox
doesn't
News.
matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Let's say if Puppy comes back and say, "Hey, you were talking about what we agreed to," and he said, "Well, I was a prostitute and you paid me. That's a crime. I could talk about it." There's no
Let
judge
me
that's
find the
gonna
interview.
there's no judge that's gonna punish him for that.
No, not him. Fox News. That's who
No,
I
but
was.
even that, he could talk about it wherever he wants because it was done to cover up a crime.
But every lawsuit, every case I've been in, the lawyer tells you to be quiet. Why would they let him talk? And he's supposed to be like, for real. It gives the defense a leg up if they know this is what you're going to say. He should be being quiet. That's all I'm saying. But I'm gonna find the interview.
Well, no, the guy's is nuts because I watched his whole interview when he got interrogated by the police, and he's out his fucking mind. I never knew about the boule and all this other shit this dude was talking about and stuff. And I'm like, okay, but I think a broken clock is right twice a day, and that part of his story happened to be true.
Now, did y'all hear what Justin Bieber said about the whole case?
What did he say? He said, leave me out of it.
He said that he broke it. They say he broke his silence. He said, yes, I was not one of the ones who was victimized by Diddy, but he does know that there were people who were victimized, and hopefully they get their justice. He said something without saying something. So I think people still know.
Thank you, Atlanta.
No, I think nobody wants to be accused of victim blaming because they have made Cassie America's victim, a woman who was soliciting prostitutes.
I don't think anyone's making her a victim. I think she's just there. I think she's just there to corroborate what they're trying to prove, that he paid prostitutes and flew them across state lines and supplied drugs. Yes,
I think that she's being brave.
Everybody, let everybody talk. Callie, let people talk before you chime in.
I think that's what they're. Oh, go ahead, Top Chef. I'm sorry.
Sorry about that. I just want to make this real quick. I think that she's actually being brave because no one wants to be on the center stage for the world to see all their whole facts, especially everything that you done sucked up, ate up, did up, da. So I think she's not playing the victim. I said, she's like, hey, yeah, I was drugged out. I did this. I stayed. It was a lifestyle. Yes, he was his mogul. He did this. I got fucked out. I went to rehab. I have a family now. I'm pregnant. My kids have to relive this at some point in their lives. So I think it is brave of her to do that. I don't think that she is a victim. I think that she was a willing participant in a situation, but then when the situation got too situational, she was like, okay, fuck this. This is too much.
Yeah, especially the sores in the mouth. Ugh, you can't
And
kiss
that-
your kids.
But she did freak offs after that. She did. She initiated. She hit Diddy up. I want a different vibe from that one. He's asking her, "Did you rest? I don't want to do it on your period." She like, "Fuck that period." Y'all don't want to hear our mind, but he's reading the text messages during the times when the prosecution alleged all the stuff they did. When you open up the whole text message thread, there's more. There he goes.
Did you not notice?
Mm-hmm.
Did you guys not notice when they were reading the text messages, they were not sequential? They'll jump from 2009 to 2017 to
the prosecution started that.
Yeah, so it makes it seem like, okay, like if I don't know what the dates are, it seems like this is the norm, but this is like spread out over 11 years, So
no,
they
they
were doing
did read the messages toward the end of their relationship, and their relationship did not end
towards the
because of
end,
the
but they still jumped around to something from 2000 early on in the relationship.
The prosecution started with this style.
And then brought it back.
They got to do it too.
No, the prosecution started it with jumping all over the place and picking and choosing which messages fit their narrative.
And then at the end of it, they basically implied that, I guess with the freak offs and stuff, that this was their thing that they did together, right? Is that what? But then The next person that testified between Dawn and Cassie was the photographer that was there when Diddy was arrested. What did they find in his hotel room?
Freak off
Drugs.
materials. But what does that mean? But what does that mean though? Okay, he was
Exactly.
still getting
Basically, he's
busy.
still engaging in bringing
Of course he
prostitutes.
was.
He's still bringing prostitutes and drugs. That's their case. I don't understand. Like, we're focusing on Cassie.
Well,
Cassie's
why
just a
isn't
small
he
part.
arrested for
No,
that? Why isn't
But
he?
he
Why does
is.
Cassie have
He
anything to
is.
do
It's
with
part of
that?
he's
Why is
part of the
Cassie the main
trafficking.
witness with that?
The
They have their
prostitutes are
case.
part
They
of the
call him with everything in the room with the Tucci, with the $9,000, with the baby
Yes,
oil, the
but
lights, camera,
but the thing is,
action.
where did that money come from? That's where the RICO was coming from. It came from his businesses. That's what they're trying to prove. Like,
That's
Cassie has
rude.
never
You
been a
think
successful.
no.
Cassie has
Well,
never been a
from what I'm
successful artist
hearing,
in her life, in her career. She was never been a successful model, a successful actress, or whatever. But she has thousands of dollars to pay
Yeah,
off
how about
prostitutes
this?
and drugs.
I thought,
Where
hold
is
on,
that money coming from?
time out. Two things, right? I thought sex work was we were okay with sex workers now. Like, don't disrespect sex workers and all that shit now. Like, sex work was okay, number one. Number two, you telling me Diddy is the head of this criminal enterprise where he has everybody setting everything else up for him, including Cassie. And let's say she didn't enjoy any of this shit. She was held captive, even when she was fucking her other boyfriends. That was under some type of mental captivity. You mean to tell me he went to the bad boy Citizens Bank where his bad boy account is and withdrew the money from bad boy account? You don't think he got the money? He had cash. It ain't like he wrote a check or cash apped it. He had fucking cash. How are they gonna prove where the
I
cash came
bet you
from?
those flights were booked through probably his
Right.
Amex account, that bad boy has
I
because they
doubt
get
it.
discounted
I doubt
flights.
it. I
Those
highly fucking
cars,
doubt that.
no.
those
I
cars are
have.
being with
I
the
doubt it.
car
He's
service with
saying to
bad
Cassie
boy.
and the messages to fill them out, make sure they're not cops and all that type of shit. He was being very careful and meticulous. So you mean to tell me he gonna use money from the bad boy account? Nah, they got cash on hand. $9,000 ain't shit to
But
him.
where is he withdrawing?
He
What
had
account is he withdrawing them
$150,000 cash
from?
on hand to pay the cop, the
So you
security guard that came up.
you can't pay a flight by cash, Richie. You have to
We
use a
gave you
credit
the
card
money.
to
You
pay.
buy your own fucking ticket. Number one. Number two, that's how R. Kelly got caught up. Number two, he had $150,000 cash on hand for the security guard at the hotel.
Where is
I
that
don't think
money
he would be
coming
stupid
from?
enough to go and withdraw the money from the bad boy
Where
account.
is that
You
money
guys, can
coming
we back
from?
up? Because one thing that
Oh
I've
my
heard
God.
multiple
All right, I
attorneys
want to
say,
play this interview.
if these men were not being
Named
forced,
Jonathan
it is
Odie
not
opened
trafficking,
fire at
it's
Donald Trump's
soliciting.
Miami golf course and
But
was
the
shot and
prostitution is
arrested
still
by
illegal.
police. Now, Odie said that he was in the
Is
All
it
middle of a
prostitution
bipolar
is
episode.
is
That's where it gets interesting. Later, while being questioned
consensual.
by Florida authorities, Odie brought up something totally unexpected. He claimed that he'd been a sex slave for
That
Sean
dude looked
Diddy
out of his
Combs
mind in
and
that
Cassie
picture.
Ventura. This video is courtesy of Real
Where's
World
Cassie
Media. Take a
Gayman?
look.
I had sex with Cassie and Sean. Basically, he would masturbate and tell me what to do with Cassie. I had like 15 encounters, and I heard lots of business. Because what they would do is Sean talks a lot on the phone and on the TV with speakers and stuff, and I was like a sex slave.
So at the time, Odie's story seemed too far-fetched to believe, but not anymore. And now, in an exclusive interview, Odie opens up to News Nation senior producer Allison Weiner about his claims, beginning with why he's agreed to talk now. Listen to this.
3 reasons Faye makes having a nutritionist easy. Number 1, no need to worry about paying a fortune. Faye works with over...
I felt bad because I got along well with her, and I think she's a decent person. And unfortunately, I had a suspicion that she was in a situation that she was in, but I wasn't sure. And now I understand what was going on in my life and what was happening. And beating her up in the hotel shows me the type of individual he is, and confirms that everything that happened to me was true and correct and in line with his personality.
So speaking to us from a Miami jail now, here is how Odie says it all began for him.
I was a male, Chippendale, a model Chippendale, you could say. And they called me for a show for, they called the agency that I work for to do a show. And then I went and did a show, and things led to them offering me more money to perform sexual acts. And that's it. That's how I basically got started. I get dressed like a police officer, I do a show, I do a strip down, and then, they offer me some more money. Yeah, they offer me some more money to do some extra stuff.
So Odie did get specific about the extra stuff that he says Diddy wanted from him, and these specifics were consistent with what he told law enforcement during the 2014 interrogation. Here is how he describes the atmosphere and how frequently it happened.
Yeah, sensual atmosphere, lights off. He would sit in a corner in a sofa, watch and masturbate. And he'd say, he'd tell her, give her instructions what to do to me. Perform oral sex, rub baby oil. Then he'd tell me rub baby oil, perform oral sex, and then have sex.
How many times did you have sex with Cassie?
Probably like 15 sessions.
And what did you get paid? How much?
It would be like 800 each time. Each act. But sometimes they'll call me twice. I'll leave, and then 3 hours later, they would call me, come back.
And so Odie claimed that the sessions were drug fueled, and that his concern for both Cassie and himself led him to get one of their sessions on video. Listen to what he says about that.
Why did you decide to record or video?
Because after she passed out, I decided to record that. So in the event anything worse happened, like if she died, or anybody died, it will be on camera, it will be on video, what happened. So I wouldn't be responsible for any of that.
So you were beginning to worry about her doing drugs. I mean, like about her dying or him dying or somebody dying from the drugs, and that you would be held responsible. So you brought a video. You brought your phone?
No, I had a USB video memory stick done like Spy Shop, and I put it in the water on the table, in the living room table of the hotel I was staying at. I just filmed it, and had everything described, and it had her threatening me, but he was telling her what to say. In an argument, when I left, I knew they were paranoid. So I wanted to guarantee my safety. So I texted him and said, "Hey, if anything happens to me, I got evidence I'm being with you." At the settlement table, there was a lot of irregularities. Okay, It was my first settlement. So they brought me in, and Diddy had a T-shirt with 2 men in ski masks pointing, making gun signs. Okay, and it was black and white, and it had a red frame. Okay, but that's the way he operates. He communicates, threatening you, like saying, "I'm gonna have you killed."
Do you want to know what I'm most excited about this summer?
All
No
right,
more
so,
high-waisted
all right,
bikinis
there's
or
only 2
one
minutes left.
pieces.
Sono Bello, Target.
2 minutes left.
So Odie says to prevent the recording from going public, That's what he was just talking about. Diddy had him sign an NDA, a non-disclosure agreement, in exchange for $5 million in hush money. This was in 2014. The Daily Mail ran a screenshot of what appears to be a signature page signed by Sean Combs and Odie. We have not been able to obtain the document or verify its contents or authenticity, nor have we been able to verify the existence of the video that you heard him talking about. Now, according to Daily Mail's report, the timing coincided with a spending spree by Odie of Florida real estate, and it also coincided with Odie's divorce. His ex-wife tells the Daily Mail that she found out about his windfall only after their split.
Basically, the day the incidents happened at Trump National Doral, I had taken medication, and I didn't. I'd be diagnosed bipolar, but I wasn't sure I was bipolar, and I had an episode, and basically, I've been taking medication every day. I've been stable. I had no issues in jail. I've done incident behavior in jail. I feel I'm ready to come out to society and be a productive member of society.
All right, so Odie remains locked up in a Florida jail, still awaiting trial on charges of attempted murder, armed burglary, aggravated assault, and armed grand theft. Regarding the sex slave claims, we've reached out to Sean Diddy Combs' team for comment and have yet to hear back. And thank you to Allison Weiner.
Who the hell he tried to kill? All right,
He tried to kill Trump.
Wait, was that?
He
Was
tried to
that?
kill Trump. He went to the Trump hotel and shot it up.
Oh yeah, he did do that. You're right.
No comment.
So
listen, if anybody has ever bought baby oil, that should be lasting a lifetime. I only bought baby oil like once or twice in my life. I still got baby oil from years and years ago.
No, I feel so bad. I feel ashamed going to the store buying it because I'm like, what if people think I'm some kind of weirdo? So I
Baby
just get it
oil
off of Amazon.
just too puffy.
y'all ain't using it right. I use it like once a week. I'm joking.
Gotta warm it up.
You gotta warm it. You gotta boil it on the
Did you
stove for a
guys
little bit.
watch Armand yesterday? Well, I saw it this morning, but I guess he had a live and everyone was all greased up with baby oil and sex clothes.
No, I missed the one he put up. The last
my
one.
God.
But
I
I
was
know he
watching the
started one of
replay.
the videos rubbing his nipples with baby oil and stuff. I said, I ain't watching this one.
Like everybody came on camera and
Oh my God.
they mask and all greased up. I'm like, Armand is a fool, a whole entire fool.
He is a fool. He has been killing reporting this court case for me, and I know people think he's being insensitive, but like
he's
he
hilarious.
said, he has to differentiate himself. There's a million people in that room, and some of them have way bigger platforms than him. But
I mean, it is heavy content, and he makes it a little light to.
Yeah, I'm glad that he tries to lighten it up. Yeah, but them coming on there with the baby oil was just out of control. I'm like, he gonna get kicked off of YouTube. They doing a lot.
I'm like, why is he dressed up like a blood? And like, where's his shirt? I'm like, oh shit.
No, because
that's how Diddy was sitting in the fucking corner.
But
I do.
In the baby oil.
I think the reason why Diddy is doing this is because he has micro penis, and I think that
Of course.
he has like a psychosis. He's living vicariously through these men.
I think that he is the
nasty.
classic cuckold, and I think that he was using, like, after they would come, he would probably, the real talk, he would probably eat it up out of her, or use it on himself.
Yeah, she had to push it out.
Oh, she said what they were doing with it. She
would push it out and put it, and he would rub his nipples with it.
Yeah.
Because the first escort got up there and said he tried to fake come one time, and Puff, because after they would do Puff, Cass and Puff would go into the room themselves, and she would have to quote unquote push it out, and he would rub it on his nipples and whatever else they were doing with it. And he said one time he tried to fake come, and he sent her back outside like, "Nigga, you ain't come," like because he ain't
Oh
had
my
nothing to rub
God.
on his nipples. Yeah.
Not him being hungry for it.
And then people that have reported this micro penis. So I don't know if they made this up. Who knows? All these lawsuits may not be real, but we have heard a tale of the micro penis, and that would explain all this behavior.
But he had a whole bunch of lube when he was arrested. He had like the
That
10
was
bottles
for
of
the
baby oil.
escort.
No, well, I
He
guess,
wanted to
but
get a couple freaks off them before he went to jail because he knew he was turning himself in.
because they were giving him the rich man treatment of just turning himself in. But I guess someone tipped the feds off, and they're like, "Oh, this guy's doing too much. We're like letting him walk in with his attorney, let him hang out because he was hanging out in all over New York that week,
right
before he got arrested." And they're like, "Okay, he's doing too much." And then
He
they
No, you know
turn
what?
with all the
himself
stuff.
in.
I think
Okay,
they were
guys, I
watching
gotta-
him and they saw him get them drugs.
He gotta
and they were
go.
like, "Okay, we about to pick him up."
I got a quick story for you. Quick story.
Uh-oh.
So years ago, this is around the 24 Karat Magic when Bruno Mars released that album. I went to a album, not release party, but like celebration of the album type of party in the Hollywood Hills. I was invited by a friend. We went there. It was a big ass mansion. It was a big ass mansion, and most of the people were outside the mansion. It was like a midsummer night's party or whatever like that. So you can go into the basement of the house and you go into like the main area, but they had a guard, like 3 guards leading upstairs, and that's where the after party of the, where the other stuff go down. I think a lot of these parties, like they said, you had all these celebrities being at these parties. I think there was a party within a party going on where he would choose to see, okay, this is, I want this guy, or I want this guy, or whatever. And I think that Diddy, this whole thing with Diddy being exposed is really exposing the industry, is really exposing the niggas in the industry, and it's showing me that there are a lot of men out here who are male identified as well, sometimes more than even women, because I do feel like there are a lot of men out here who really don't like women. I'm not talking about sexual. I'm talking about who don't like women.
Yeah,
they just good for like a fuck, and then whatever. And
Didn't some
they will
famous
defend.
person just said that recently, that a lot of men just hate women, and everyone was just going down, like jumping on him for saying that. But now that you,
Well, Mahershala Ali's son said it like a year ago, and he said, I'm gay. I don't date women, but I love being around women. I take them out on dates. I spend time with them. All of this stuff. You guys don't like women. I'm not the one who doesn't like women. It's y'all.
do you guys think
this was
Diddy
like
is
maybe
gay
a
though?
year and a half ago when this whole
No.
narrative started.
I think that
about
he's a freak.
Straight men not liking women. That's when I first started hearing.
None of the men said that they were with Diddy.
Yeah, I just think he's a cuck.
Yeah, he's a
Yeah.
cook. That's his preference. I told you guys that from when I first read her lawsuit. His preference isn't men. He's a cuck. That's his orientation.
But okay, so let me ask you this, because we said this on Gabor's channel. I don't think that, not saying I've done this, but I'm saying I don't think that if a man has a dildo and he does prostate, pleasure or whatever, I don't consider that to be gay. Just like I don't consider this him being a cuckold. Now him
this is
playing with
else.
another man's cum and all that stuff, I think that's just freaky as hell.
Yeah.
But I don't consider that to be gay.
You could do prostate pleasure without a dildo though.
I mean,
You can,
Well, I mean, you can do something
you can,
else, but I
because you
think he
just
was
got to
just
know
saying
where it is
dildo.
between the
Yeah.
asshole and the balls, but you don't need a dildo to do prostate.
I mean, that's true. That's true. I mean,
So
hey.
I always think like the guys don't want like, okay, you don't need
No,
all
I mean, if you're not looking to have relations or relationships with other people of your same sex, you're not gay. I mean, you're just doing something kinky. You know?
Okay, so now I want to kind of pivot a little bit to another point that stuck out to me in the Cassie testimony, and it was basically, if we go back to, I would have to go all the way back, but basically she started writing her book in 2023.
Yeah, it was 23.
Correction, Richie. It was a document she called the book.
Okay.
I like that from court.
I don't have the what's the guy's name?
She probably just had like what?
Oh wait,
like
guys, this is
notes.
so funny. Have y'all seen the parents doing this sidebar with the kids as punishment now?
What are they doing?
Hold on.
Real. You already know. Get up. You gotta learn how to control your emotions.
I saw this. You know what this reminded me? You know what this reminded me of? I don't know. In American households, and I don't think Americans do this, but in African households and probably some Hispanic, there's a thing called pumping. So basically, you're just doing squats all day until they tell you to stop. And that was your punishment. Instead of getting beat, you would rather get a beating than them telling you just to do squats until they tell you to stop doing squats.
Oh, well, we did stand on one foot. That's what we did.
Yeah, they're like, oh, and then they make you cross your arms and pull your ears so you look like a complete and total fool, just going down doing a squat over and over again until they told you to stop. So when I saw that, I'm like, okay, that's the I guess the 2025 version of pumping.
But to punish a child by forcing them to listen to Drew Hill all day.
No, they gotta do
it's the
Drew
dancing,
Hill.
it's the jumping up and down, is the
No, I'm
punishment.
being sarcastic.
I love Drew Hill. That album was fire.
Yeah.
Like I could listen to that album all day.
Oh, what just happened? What did I just do?
Oh, we did hands on the wall, but you couldn't touch the wall. If you touched the wall, you got in trouble.
Oh, please don't make me start over. Of course you are. All right, so basically, Cassie started writing the book in let me see something. I wanted to put the court transcript of it up, but I guess not.
That attorney said it was
basically
that she was
if I Googled it for backup, let's see. So Cassie started writing her book or first she said it was a document and she just wanted Puffy to know all the things he'd done to her. This is after her getting on Suboxone and getting better and remembering things. It first started out as just her getting her thoughts out to Diddy, and then it turned into she wanted $30 million for it. But that happened in November of 2023 when she settled the $20 million lawsuit, which means that was going on a little bit before that. Let's just give it a year, okay? So around the same time, Diddy begins his relationship with, Young Miami in June 2022. They confirmed their relationship. And I want to play a couple of things. And my point in this is saying with the book and the lawsuit, because Cassie had been met Alex Fine. I could look up what year, but it's been a few years. She had a baby. She's married by now. They're broke. They need some money. She don't have enough money to go on tour. Yada, yada, yada. Then Cassie gets to see all of this all over the internet. Stuff that she had to do freak-offs for 11 years.
You know them.
I know, but the people. So how many rounds you be going?
You know.
The people don't.
You know them.
I know, but the people don't.
Okay, so
I'm
what's the answer?
asking for the people.
What's the answer? What's the answer?
Baby, let me tell y'all something.
On which yacht?
This nigga don't go to sleep. I be like, God damn. I'm gonna tell y'all something. For real. I already thought that I was gonna like make him tap out. Like I already thought he was gonna be Buenos Noches. This nigga don't go to sleep. Like I be like, nigga, go to sleep. You gotta be energized, you gotta be charged up like a Tesla.
When you going off the grid with me, you gotta go to sleep for a week.
Yeah,
gotta
it's
get your
definitely
rest.
giving us sleep. So how many rounds you be going?
At least he lets her rest. Let's see what else. What is this?
I think
Oh,
that
this is
relationship with Young Miami was so fake. I don't believe it.
I don't think
I
it
don't
was.
believe
either.
it. Young Miami
She
is
quit
not
the City
his
Girls for
type.
this, Ali.
Huh?
She quit the City Girls for this to be with him. She said she ain't got to rap no more. She with a billionaire.
No, I think what's happening is that Young Miami is his type, but the women that look like Young Miami usually won't do these things. The women who look like Cassie have a reputation.
And Young Miami came to him already whole, already
What
as
woman
an
was his
artist,
type though?
not
That was
begging.
similar to like.
She came to him already as an artist. You know, she could use some help from him. She got her own show, but not like from the bottom up. You know, she didn't need him for that. He was already solidified as a city girl. So let's play this Trina one.
Here, we're not in the winter.
Ooh,
Okay.
damn, why I picked this one.
Oh Lord, what is it?
I can't say it.
You got to.
It says take a shot if you like golden showers. I do.
Golden showers, meaning when the guy pees on you, pee on you everywhere. You like it?
I just like it.
You do? Freak. Freak of the week. Huh? So you say take a shot. You say take a shot. We need
Yeah,
a shot.
I take a shot.
You like golden showers?
I do.
But
It's
like peeing on you.
I don't know. It's just I don't know. It's just too.
I'm gonna be honest. Hold on, one more thing. I need something. So I'm gonna be honest with you. I've never had a golden shower.
I did.
Did you? I've never had a golden shower. Like I've given one. Oh, is that the same thing as squirting?
I think they still together.
Well, they say that. I don't know, but
I really don't believe that this girl was his type.
Golden
She doesn't.
No,
She
I
doesn't.
think you got it opposite.
But I've
Let's
never
hear it.
experienced that. I'm all about trying new things, though.
Look at Trina lying, trying to make her
Yeah,
feel
I know when you
comfortable.
drunk and you just
And they just pee all over your body.
you just like put in your butt. Yeah, I don't.
In your butt.
That's nasty. Oh my God. She probably got UTIs or what's this stuff that Cassie said she got?
You can pee on me in the shower. You can pee on me like once you come. Like it just depends. It just depends on how the night
I
flow.
gotta try this out. Golden shower. We gonna take one more because that golden shower, that's lit. Come on, one more for you.
Why Trina lying to this girl?
Right. Oh
Trina ain't
God, why
doing
is
none of this
nobody
nasty
present?
Let's
stuff.
go, Carisha.
No.
Let's speak on it.
I get it.
Okay, go. Tell me.
It says take a shot if you ever fuck it again.
I had to see why Joe Budden said. What the fuck he done said now? Why is he trending?
Oh Lord.
Miami ain't never gave exotical to me. Oh, there go my boy Mark Lamont trying to make what's the light
Be
skin dude?
important to her to
Feel
friend.
stupid.
I wouldn't if that story is true, right? She's mad at the girlfriend for fucking homeboy. They scrapping, they doing whoop de whoop. Why would it be important to her to frame him and she shot her in this hypothetical? Why would she be trying so hard to let her off the hook?
Well, I don't want to say she, right? Because the stories say that it's greater than Meg and none of this is her plan. The story puts this in other hands that I won't say. So it's not about Meg. Meg is a helpless victim here. Meg has absolutely no control over story, her words, none of that.
Like Stockholm?
No.
No.
Shit. No. Power dynamics. Power dynamics.
Richie, can you scroll down so we can see what they're talking
It's stretched
about?
to me, but I get the argument.
They talking about Tory Lanez.
Yeah,
Oh,
I think
okay.
they're talking about these narratives.
Joe Budden
about
gets away with a
Megan.
lot. Then be like, I don't want to go there. But let's see what is he really. Let me look at the latest. What is What is he trending? Because he's trending. Let me see why.
Joe Budden, an abuser. I will never forget Tasha K saying that he be kicking babies out of Latino women's stomachs.
That was classic.
That has to be the funniest thing she's ever
When
said.
we have triggered one of our, I'm handing out a list to everyone with what I believe to be everyone's triggers that maybe we keep hidden by mistake during the broadcast, which loads us up a little bit. And how we can tell when we have triggered one of our goals by a certain topic. I just think if we get that little thing, together, Bo.
So wait, are we going to use it as ammunition?
No.
When you give the list out,
Exactly.
what's it for?
Acknowledgement, so we stay
I don't understand.
Yes, for protection.
Are you going to abide by the list?
But sure, I already do, kind of.
Joe, if you don't stop your
See,
shit,
are you serious,
yo, this is why we have the problems we have.
I think he's talking about Melissa because Melissa gets a little turned up when they talk about Puffs. Melissa Ford is getting on my nerves with the melodramatic Stockholm defense of Cassie and not holding her accountable for the action and the situation. Mark Lamont Hill is such a fucking bozo for acting like she was so innocent. Podcast is lit. He destroys Fat Joe. They had a good podcast this week. Maybe the pod is just
maybe, huh?
Did they just drop it today?
Saturday, but I think the YouTube one drops the next day.
See, I only see clips from them every now and then. I don't watch them that much.
Yeah, it annoys me, so I just filter.
Yeah, he does. Oh my, I can't.
Oh, like this just. Oh my god, this guy is not smart, and I feel like I feel like Joe and them thought Joe and them thought he was a smart one. They're like, let's get an actual smart person on the show to make this dude look stupid, and Mark Lamont Hill makes him look stupid all the time.
Just a lot of opinions.
Yeah, I don't think anything's happening with them. I looked right before I saw that you were on to see what was happening. That was happening. So I was like, I'm gonna have to talk about old stuff tonight then, because there's nothing happening.
Yeah, I just came from brunch. So.
Joe exposed his inspiration. I don't know.
Well, we got Joe Biden having cancer.
All right, so I'm gonna get back to the Young Miami thread.
But did you see Puff with those mentally challenged people wearing the Free Diddy shirts in front of court?
Yes, for $20 an hour.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a man that's behind all of that. And I don't know if he's just a super fan or if he actually knows Puff.
So Cassie gets to see them at the game. They just got together and announced their partnership or whatever you want to call it very early on in the relationship. And then after this is when Cassie comes out with her demand her $20-30 million press for her book.
But Richie, also during all of this, Cassie is moving back home with her mom. She couldn't even afford to live in LA anymore. Like her life was like bottom, and she's looking at him running around with this girl.
Man, I don't blame her. I don't blame her.
But not only that, I mean, like you guys have to. I have a lot of male friends and cousins, so I talk to men a lot. I thought he did not prefer black women, so I think this was an extra stab. You know what I mean?
No, I think this Young Miami thing, he used her because she was popular with the younger demographic.
Check him out right
here. She is not.
That's what I think.
She's not his type. He likes those exoticals mixed with some kind of Asian, because every single woman he's been with has some kind of
she
Asian
got the most out of him. She got her own show. She got a $250,000 a month allowance to believe the hype. She
also had her own name before she came to him, unlike the other women. We didn't know who those other women were until they got with Diddy.
Well,
because I know Cassie had one hit song. Like, come on, she wasn't no different than a Sunshine Anderson back in the day.
So this is Gina after her Tasha K interview back with Diddy.
I don't even know. I didn't know who this Gina was until Tasha
Gina
K,
is nobody.
to be honest.
She's not famous.
No, what I'm trying to say is this, and I've actually heard men saying this to me, and I overheard it. A lot of times what we think is the preference is not the preference. That's the woman that they think they can manipulate. They still want a black woman. They just know that a black woman is not going to do all this shit.
But Miami, of all the black women that Diddy has access to, Young
What's wrong with
Miami.
Young Miami? She went
Sister.
obviously with the shits. She likes to get peed on. She wanna fuck. There's a picture of them
Yeah,
her
so
riding him on the yacht.
she's no different than a Cassie because she's kind of
But that's
slow.
what he wanted. See, he was able to find that in someone who was like himself, black like himself. So I'm pretty sure that was a.
And Ali, if you notice, he only has women with black women except for the last Oops Baby.
Mm-hmm.
But Kim Porter's father's half Asian.
Yeah, but
Misha is half
looks like
Asian.
a black woman.
So you saying
there's
Young Miami
it's
too
a
dark for Puffy?
mixture. Huh?
You saying Young Miami was too black, too dark for Puff?
She has more black genes for Puffy for me.
But I think
I don't like that. He was in Lori Harvey.
She has more
Joey
black
Chavez.
genetics. Lori Harvey, ain't no way in hell Lori Harvey's mom was gonna let that shit happen because she probably
Oh
didn't
no,
know
Lori
the
Harvey kicked
stories.
him to the curb. So
Ain't no way in
goddamn
hell.
fast.
She's like, have your fun and keep it pushing. And it didn't last long.
All right, let's hear this.
When it comes to Diddy, why do you think that you are so heavily involved in everything? Like everything that comes out about him, like you said, it's automatically, well, what you think? Well, how you feel? What you got to say?
Because people feel like I was Diddy's biggest cheerleader and I made him my brand. And I feel like Diddy was on brand for me. I got with Diddy environment to my life. I had him at the office. I was still doing Rich Roulette in a split. All white on. Ari slapping my ass. I ain't never think I was bigger than the program. I was still on my City Girl shit. I was still doing remixes. Don't play with it.
I was Gucci Mane.
Mane.
First impression.
I was still working. City Girls was on tour with Jack Harlow. We had At Bad. You know, Diddy came to me with the song. Told JT let's be on this record. Like I was still doing City Girls shit. I was heavily involved in the group. I never thought I was bigger than the program.
So with Diddy, what was your experience with dating him? Because I feel like in the headlines, it's a lot of just chaos and it's a lot of allegations. And so I think that's what makes people feel like, well, since you were so heavily involved, you were a part of these things or you were around these things. So what was your experience like, dating him?
Well, I met Diddy at Peak Party and I met him when he was in a love era. And I met Diddy when the world was celebrating him and giving him his flowers while he was alive.
Mm-hmm.
Like he was getting the Global Icon Award, the Lifetime Achievement Award, the Key to the City. He had a new album that was coming out. So I was celebrating him with the world. And I just feel like everybody trying to crucify me for it. Like, you was his biggest advocate. You was his cheerleader, but I was just celebrating when the world was celebrating him.
Mm-hmm.
So why am I being crucified or why am I being separated?
Yeah.
When I was dating him, it was love, love, love. The frequency is how we used to laugh. Because that's like him saying it's always, what's up, queen?
Yes.
So I just felt like I met him like in a whole new era and that wasn't my experience.
Mm-hmm.
Like when I met him, it was just like, I told y'all on season 1, I even asked him like, why you fucking with me? Why you fucking with a City Girl?
Yeah.
Why you coming into my room? Because I'm on some whole other shit. Like, you know my lyrics and stuff.
Yeah.
And it's just like, when I got with him, he was just a man. Like, it was more of like, okay, we ain't gonna do that. We gonna sit, we gonna communicate, we gonna get solutions. What's going on? Like, we ain't even going that route. So that was my experience with him.
So a lot of the things that people really like say about him, you didn't experience that as in dating. That's not something that you saw. So is that the reason why you never said anything? Is that the reason why when all of these allegations and lawsuits came apart, like, why didn't you speak?
Because I can't speak on something that wasn't my experience. And I can't speak on something that I don't know. I can't speak on these allegations because I wasn't around at the time. I don't know that person. And that wasn't my experience.
So with you being, I feel like, a survivor of domestic violence, he never hit you in a relationship. He was never violent. Was that something that you had to tolerate, or that's just that wasn't a part of, you know, because I feel like that's the biggest thing to him right now is, you know, what he going through in these lawsuits and, you know, that video that came out. And it's like, I feel like a lot of people are wondering, was that your experience? And I know personally that you've been through domestic violence before, and I don't think that's something that, I know that's something that you've grown from and that you don't tolerate.
I've been through domestic violence in 2 relationships. And I told myself, after the second relationship, I would never put myself in that situation again, especially now being that I'm a mom. I was a mother then, but like having a daughter, like I would never put myself in that position. I don't stand for domestic violence. I'm just not going for that.
So do you feel like with dating Diddy, like, was it a business relationship? Do you feel like it was beneficial for you?
I feel like it was beneficial for both of us. I think that, like, you know, I was able to come and be a brand ambassador for DeLeon and take it to a whole nother level, because I feel like, I won't say nobody wasn't drinking DeLeon, but
nobody wasn't drinking DeLeon.
But when I came, it was just like, it's a city where summer we drinking DeLeon, we acting bad. So I feel like I was an asset. I honestly just feel like with Diddy, like, you know, I met him at a pee party and I don't know what his intentions was, but I don't know if it was like business or he really liked me, but I felt like, you know, when he got me, he really saw something in me. And that's why he was like, you know what? You got a big personality. Like you should do a podcast. Like you know how to engage in conversations. Like you know how to ask good questions. So I felt like, you know, I came into his world and I was able to like turn everything he had going on up a notch. Like, you know, he had DeLeon. I was able to have the whole world drinking DeLeon and putting in his songs. Like I made it popular, you know?
Yeah.
And then with Revolt, I was able to come and make it the #1 podcast on Revolt.
Yeah.
So I felt like, you know, and then with him, it was like he was able to, you know, take my career to the next level. I did the Met Gala. I got ready with Vogue. Like I wasn't going into the relationship thinking like, I want to get a purse. I want to go on private jets. I want to get diamonds. Like I'm gonna.
So yeah, you don't believe them, Ali?
Nope. Nope, not at all. Ever since when she first came on and she was on the Breakfast Club talking about being 13 and the 3rd grade and stuff, I'm like, this girl ain't all there.
No, I don't think she's all there, but I think that's what he wanted.
I think he
You know
used
what
it
I mean?
for her
I think
popularity.
This is his fantasy. This is what he's been looking for. Some hood rat chick that's pretty as hell, that's willing to do all this nasty shit. And he finally found one.
Yep.
Do you think he was doing all the nasty stuff that he was doing to Cassie to her?
Yes.
Even though she's a bird, I don't think she's that much of a bird.
No.
I don't think she was getting her ass beat, but she did say she liked to get peed on. I think he introduced her to some things like he did with Cassie. People don't change that much.
It may not have been the men coming into the room like lines of men. It may have not got to that point, but she was doing some variation of that stuff.
What we don't hear is Cassie saying that they were fucking a whole lot, but she's saying that they were her and Diddy was fucking a lot. Cassie was fucking them other niggas, and then she wanted her little alone time afterwards with Diddy, but it seems like she wasn't letting niggas run trains on her like Cassie was. That's like in the hood to let niggas run trains on you. That's like
that's a scarlet letter. Like,
yeah,
it's a wrap for you.
that ain't the move.
But see, the average black woman, like we said in the hood, we ain't gonna do that shit.
Mm-mm.
But somebody from another community that don't know no better, that starstruck might, and that's why that's the preference. It's not the preference is not, I think, what we think it is. The preference is a someone who's more likely to be a victim. Because I mean, you even heard Nick Cannon say, if I ever got married again, it would only be to a black woman. So, I mean, if somebody is verbally saying this, I
think he's pandering.
Tells you how he sees these women.
I think Nick is pandering. I'm sorry. I think that man is pandering. I don't believe anything out of Nick Cannon's mouth.
What did he say?
He don't
that if he gets
Sandra,
if he
not
gets
that type.
married, he's going to get married to a
But
black
we're
woman.
not
So you
his
want to
type. We
make her
don't.
deal with all these baby mamas and kids that you done had everywhere. Like,
But by
no,
that time, they're gonna be gone. They're gonna be grown by that time.
he gonna be like 60.
And that's when he gonna get married. He gonna get married 60, 65 to some black woman that probably has no children.
Yes, and you're gonna have all these kids with all with your old sperm,
That's his
bringing your
plan.
old people problem. No,
Yep. He's gonna go find
no.
him a
Right.
house.
Your
Don't nobody
worm.
want to deal with
In
your old
Miami.
sperm and your long balls and all of this stuff. Like, no. Why you want to do that to a
Look, I
young
ain't
black
volunteering. We
woman?
the same age, but I already know the play. That's his retirement plan. He gonna get him a little like 30-year-old cute.
They always want to come to the black women with the bullshit and they get in trouble.
I know she's 30, young, and then you're going to have her experience your old dusty balls. Like, no. And you
Get
probably got to
30
take
fucking kids.
Viagra. Mm-mm.
She gotta have them all them damn kids coming over for the holidays. No.
No, always,
She one of them
always the
mixed
cleanup
girls.
women.
I'm telling you, that's his retirement plan.
Nope. Let him get him a Latino, whatever. But no, like, stick to the rivers and the lakes you're used to. Don't bring that mess on somebody's child.
So how do y'all feel about Real Housewives of Atlanta, namely Shamia going around crying about Portia?
Shamia?
I'm not paying.
Shamia.
I just watch what you guys say. I don't watch the show.
Oh, girl, Shamia's whole life is sad. She is the epitome of the poor little rich girl. She is the saddest rich woman I've ever seen. Girl, she depressed me so bad.
Somebody remind me what happened on the last episode. I am so not tuned into that bullshit. It's so not like I just don't care about Atlanta anymore.
Me either. I don't even think I'm watching it tonight.
Right. I think the rest of us come on, the Last of Us, whatever it's called.
Yeah, I'm gonna probably watch Forever finally.
Forever.
Yeah, I went to brunch earlier today, and everyone's like, "Oh, have you watched Forever?" And I think I heard Gabor talk about Forever too, saying that's a
what
good
channel
show.
does it come on?
It's on Netflix. It's just 8 episodes, and they were like, "Oh, you need to watch it. It's really good." So I'm like, "All right, I'll probably make time for that."
I think it's
like a short
filmed
show.
in my hood, so I definitely gotta watch it.
Oh, they met up with Ralph to talk about Drew. Also, how do y'all forgot to say this about Basketball Wives? So Ty is on Basketball Wives. Ming Lee is like, listen, you was fucking around with Drew. You was talking to her for thousands and thousands of minutes a month. And that's what broke us up. You and your relationship with Drew. The basketball, Mimi ex-girlfriend. Maybe that's why Ming didn't get cast. Well, Ming has a speech impediment too. I see why she wasn't canceled for Atlanta.
I saw a clip where I think she was doing like how many thousand minutes a month were they talking on the phone? Like when Ming
5 or
confronted her?
7. I wrote it down somewhere. Let me see.
I'm like, that's a lot. Like, what are y'all talking about for that long?
Basketball
somebody very codependent.
3,000 minutes, which is 50 hours a month. That's every day at least. That's 2 hours a day.
Like I talk to my mom every day, and I don't think I'm on the phone with her
for
3,000
2 hours.
minutes.
That's a long time. Drew, but do y'all think it was foul for Portia to go meet with Ralph?
Yeah, after she was complaining about Drew working with her baby daddy, who I think this is all for storyline because Dennis don't want Portia. If he wanted Portia, he
does
would.
want Portia. I beg to
Nah,
differ.
I don't think so. He could have been with her when she was pregnant. He asked her to. I think he only asked her to marry her because she got pregnant.
She was trying to force him to marry her, and then when he wouldn't, she went out and turned it up with Simon, who she been messing with. Ben was messing with.
Because when they had the family values thing, the only reason why Portia fought him was because he brought another girl to the trip and she was staying at the hotel. It ain't had nothing to do with his mom, but she still found a way to attack his mom and him.
Yeah, I didn't like that at all. That turned me against Portia a lot.
Me too.
The thing is, I don't think it's that Dennis doesn't want Portia. Dennis doesn't want to be a monogamous. Dennis wants to have a situation that a lot of wealthy men have, where I have Portia and Pilar over here in this house, which is Portia's house she already had. I got another woman over here in this condo, and then I got my place over here, and then I got another woman in Detroit. That's what Dennis wants.
Yeah.
Portia wasn't going for it.
Well,
I think Pilar was a oops baby, and
She was a oops baby, but I think that he still wanted Portia on his roster. But I don't think he had any intentions of being in a monogamous relationship.
So he don't want her.
No, that's how a lot of men roll. They just some of them don't.
I guess what I'm doing, I'm differentiating with a man that wants a relationship with you or in a man that wants to fuck you. Dennis wants to fuck her, but he don't want to be in a relationship with her.
I don't think he want to be in no relationship with nobody though.
But
I don't think it's specific.
Either way, to me, he does not want her.
No, not after all the shit she done did.
No.
I think he wants to fuck her, obviously.
Yeah, obvious. I think a lot of men would want to fuck Portia.
Right.
I don't think he want
And
to.
I
He
think
don't want no
Portia thinks
relationship.
carries that as a badge of honor. I was talking to one of my friends I seen at the gas station earlier. He was saying, like, back in the day, like, because I think a white girl had walked past, and he was like, yeah, the white girls got one up on y'all now. I'm like, what the fuck you talking about? He like, yeah, I got all this surgery and all these big ass butts and stuff. We like the girls like from the 90s. He was naming the girls and stuff. And I think Portia thinks that she can take anybody's man. Portia, you might be able to fuck anybody's man, but will they want to see you in the morning without your wig and your makeup and do a happily ever after with you? And the answer is no. Like,
you see
I
Tasha
was
K talk about her?
what she said about Charles Oakley, because like you're saying that as if he would have you. Like
exactly.
Like she said, you look like one of his whores. You know what I'm saying? One of his whores. Not one of his girls that he worried about, but one of his whores.
Tasha K says she messing with the president of Nigeria, and he got a whole wife that he's been married to for 30 years.
Who, Portia?
Yeah, she was talking about it on Saturday. It's not Saturday, Friday on her show.
Ooh.
Well,
Because
see,
she posted something about him.
If you was gonna do shit like that, you could have just stayed with Dennis and let him do his thing. But see, you didn't want to do that.
Now she thinks these men are going to leave their partners for her.
She's too old to think that.
She's still kind of young-minded thinking. Yeah, Portia was born 81. She like 43.
We only a year apart.
43, 44.
Yeah, me and Portia are only a year apart. That's why when people be talking about Portia's young and I'm like, Portia old as me. Even when they was making fun of Angela for her menopause, I'm like, girl, you can have menopause any day. Like, you're literally at the age where you can wake up tomorrow and start menopause. Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, my friend, she always got the fan going. And I'm like, God, you already feeling hot flashes? And she's like, yeah, girl. I'm like, okay.
Yeah, and a lot of people are afraid to take the medicine because they had a study that said it causes breast cancer. And now they're saying the study was not really valid, but people are afraid to still take it.
Oh, Q is on. Tisa's posted.
Everybody's on. Boris on.
Uncle Boris on? Oh, he must be on Patreon. Tisa's posting that Diddy had an emergency hearing. Motion to flip sex worker against Cassie. Misa shares. I don't want to hear nothing Misa says.
Misa
Tisa be putting 10 on 20. I love Tisa, but she puts 10 on 20, and then the ADHD kicks in, and she never finishes the story. And I'm like, I can't watch this.
I hate like watching her things from court. When she starts reading super chat, she just gets completely sidetracked.
Yeah.
I watch Armand and Mims, and that's it. I don't like Tisa. Tisa ain't my type of person. But
she was right about Simon. She's been on Simon's neck since
day
one.
She is from the rip. Like, I didn't like this one where she put the Kardashians in it. Like, he's like blackmailing the Kardashians. Like, now you're getting tabloidy, Tisha, because you don't have any proof about anything you're saying.
I told you I caught her in a lie. I was like, that is impossible.
I'm trying to find it. Did she take
That's
it
when
down?
I really, really was like, I can't listen to this girl.
They might have made her take the shit down because I don't even see it up here anymore. Let me see.
Yeah, I think Kim don't want nothing to do with black folks
Yeah,
anymore.
keep her fucking name out of it. I don't see it. I don't see it. I don't see it. Oh, here it is.
But they only want to be around Black folks because they see us as easy licks. And then when they get burnt, they're like, I don't want to fuck with these Black people no more. But they were never around us for the right reasons in the first place.
Well, she had brought up. Remember when Chloe was like, "Oh, she was dating French Montana," and she was like, "I was at Diddy's house all night long," kind of like she was at the freak off. Let me see if I can find it.
I've heard stuff about her with substances that goes around the city, so I
Well,
wouldn't
she
be
said
surprised.
she was a teenager sneaking out and going on tour with Bad Boy, so I know she was a part of it.
Yeah.
Who?
Not so much with Diddy suspicious.
Chloe.
With her
But
old
I'll
face, they
just
was
be
letting her on the tour bus.
Yeah, she said she was on tour with them. I used to watch the Kardashians. She said she was a teenager. She ran away. She was like a bad teenager.
Oh yeah, she didn't graduate from high school.
Let me see.
But this is the thing with Chloe. Here in LA, I don't know about another place. Here in LA, them white dudes would never look at her twice, like ever. Like she would just not even like an unattractive white man would talk to her. So this is my whole thing. This whole you love Black men. Nobody else was checking for you.
I feel like she coming at our mom with this one. Don't believe the hype. Diddy had a terrible day in court because our mom was saying the defense ate. Tisha was saying that they didn't.
I think the first day they
honest.
did, but the second day they did not.
No.
I'll be honest. I'm not rooting for the federal government to be able to pull this off.
Me
I don't
neither.
care if it's Diddy. I don't. It doesn't feel right to me. It feels like we going down a bad avenue with them weaponizing this RICO stuff against
But they've
individual
always
people.
done it. I don't know why
Against individual people.
Well, like they did it against teachers, like
No,
in
that was a group
Atlanta.
of people.
They've done it before.
That was a group of people. There was an attorney, and he said, he said, I've worked on RICO cases. I've never worked on one with less than 5 people. And he said, even I thought that was crazy. Only 5 people.
I think KK, because when I saw the picture of KK, I'm like, KK snitching. KK looked like she's state witness. I feel all of these people, because I think Mia was one of his assistants as well, and she's a witness. And I think they're all cooperating with the federal government because Sammy the Bull, who actually murdered people, they made him he was a state witness and they put him in witness protection after that. He killed more people than John Gotti, but he wasn't the guy at the top.
I
let's
just
see what
feel
this is.
that
To get our
you
lowest
can
rate.
take any person who owns a business or who is wealthy and charge them with a RICO. It's very if this is what we're gonna do, anybody that has money,
But that's what it was created for, because they're the ones not getting
Well,
their
it was
hands
created
dirty.
for the mob people, though. It
Yeah,
wasn't
because the
created.
mob bosses weren't getting their hands dirty. They were
But
telling
that's
other
someone
people
who's
to do
really
the
doing
crimes.
a criminal enterprise. Those are people who really have organized fucking crime, and they couldn't get them on that. And they're using it for teachers for his SAT test, or Diddy for having abusive sex with his girlfriend. It's not even Mark Lamar Hill said that in the last episode. Like what the whole RICO thing.
Wrong way.
So
I don't
with
like
that being said, let's listen to the rest of what he had to say about the case.
6 to 7 different attempts, and they end up going back. And there's a whole psychology that discusses why do victims keep on going back to their abusers or their captors. And I don't think that the vast majority of us are in a position to even discuss this because we just don't have that amount of.
See, but that's where the divide is.
I understand, and I understand that.
I'm with you. Slow down, because I see you getting your. I see I see it happening. I see it. Come on, slow it down. We talked before.
Oh, I'm fine. I promise.
She's all right. She got it. What I'm saying is that's where the line is, right? Like everything you just said is 100% valid. Do you believe that anything that has to do with Cassie's participation falls under the, like you said, Stockholm's, she was Stockholm, she was young, she was trauma, versus the people that believe that she played more of a part and is not just a victim in this?
I fall on the side of the former. I fall on the side of the former, that she was young, because I think it was the defense asked her, do you feel like at the age of 22 that you were, a fully, formed and consenting adult and whatever the case is? And she apparently kind of looked up and said, no. And I think that it's just the side that I'm on. I believe.
See, I call cap on that.
Okay.
And for listen, I'm not a legal attorney, so the shit that I'm saying is not. I'm not speaking to what ramifications.
So tell me about
things will have in court.
What's cap about that?
There's the flip side of that says some of these 22-year-olds know exactly what they're doing and getting themselves into, and they sort that out. Shit. I'll go as far as to say that some of these 22-year-olds are led there by their parents, even. Like we saw that in our Kelly case. So this duality here is all I'm saying. I'm not inserting where I stand on nothing because it's all sensitive.
Well, in R. Kelly, I mean, they were children. They were under the age of consent. So, and their parents served them on a fucking platter. That's the biggest difference between R. Kelly. That is the hugest difference. But also, we sat up here a few weeks ago and talked about Drea and Jalen Green, who is 22 years old or something like that, and basically said he is a child, she's the adult in this situation, and she should know better. So we can't have it both ways.
Puff is all of the things they say he is.
Yes.
My conversation about Cassie is not to negate what he is. He is a manipulator, an abuser, and all of those things that we said about Drea are in play here still. You're dating, and much more. You're dating a younger girl. You know what you're doing. You know what time it is. Okay.
Yeah.
So,
and when you are a man of Puff's stature, fame, power, influence, wealth, and you got a 19-year-old girl who now at this point, she's talking. They've graduated to the point of her being 22. I think that during those ages, there was a lot of manipulation and just kind of like and grooming. And I know that happened during those years to where, like I said, some prisons don't look like prisons to other people, but there's a reason why they're called gilded cages.
And hold on. There's the other part of doing things and getting away with it. So like, cool, I get away, she fucking with Kid Cudi. Okay, boom, you blow the car up and there's no repercussion at all. That could scare the shit out of somebody. Like, you know what? If he did this and get away with it, what the fuck could he do to me and just walk away scot-free?
There's a reason why it took 30 years to take down fucking Harvey Weinstein. 30 years, because you start to see that there is absolutely no consequences to the actions that this person has perpetrated, and they are illegal, and they can kill people.
Well, I want to read to y'all because I just want to present all sides. Of course, and y'all, of course. I'm going to read y'all what Willie D had to say because I enjoy Willie D. Willie D. Willie D says, I know some of you are about to be tight over what I'm about to say, but I'll take my chances. See, Willie D is brave in the niggas already. He jumping out there, but that's why I fuck with him. Yeah. I don't have a dog in the fight. But using Cassie's youth as a blanket excuse for the choices she made during her decade-long relationship with Diddy is problematic because it removes the necessary element of accountability, without which no one learns or grows. Diddy and Cassie is a cautionary tale for men who use their money and power to abuse others. On the flip side, it tells young women who will come after Cassie, no matter what you get yourself into and who gets hurt, as long as you are young, you won't be held accountable. By her own admission, she stayed not out of fear, but because she didn't want another woman to take her place. Cassie is not some helpless victim. She is a savvy home-wrecking opportunist who left Ryan Leslie for Diddy, knowing he was with Kim Porter, simply to upgrade her lifestyle, turning both Kim and Ryan into collateral damage. And let's not forget the kids. In court, she testified that she enjoyed the freak-offs, just not as often as Diddy did. She ultimately left him for the trainer he paid for, tried to blackmail him for $30 million, and when that failed, sued him and walked away with $20 million. Now that she's the prosecution star witness trying to bury him, yes, Diddy was abusive and should have been punished for it.
But let's not pretend Cassie didn't cash in after every black. No, I don't feel comfortable saying that. Yeah, I don't feel comfortable reading that last slide.
Some of that I kind of get the gist of, but I think the main thing that's important is that Cassie's not on trial.
Yeah,
That's the other thing.
and I think he's wrong about.
She
all of
didn't
it. I
know
think we
about
can start from there. Like get Cassie now on trial.
And also the term
Kim
phone
Porter,
record.
Kim Porter
Because
took,
I have shown it always
But there's-
put
messed
on
with
the
Diddy
woman.
when he was
There's so
with
many things.
Nisha.
And
So I
I love
don't feel
Diddy,
bad about
but
that situation.
No, but Cassie didn't know they were together.
I don't think holding people accountable for the harm
Kim
they
knew
cause
that Nisha was in the videos back in the day.
is just not the point. If I were to, you got that very expensive chain on, and if you were to walk through a really terrible neighborhood at 3 a.m. unarmed by yourself with that chain on, you might get robbed. I know not to do it. You know, right? But when you get robbed, yeah, I would say to you, you made some bad choices, but that doesn't negate the fact that the person who you should be able to do that.
About Mark, you actually helping. I've been quiet on this, but you actually helping the other side. You don't even see it.
I agree with that.
You're really helping the other side. I know I shouldn't be out in the hood at 3 a.m. with my chains on.
But why? Because there's predators there.
But here's the problem. No, but here's the problem. Here's the real issue. The real issue is how.
No, but don't lose that point.
Okay, I'm about to tell you. I'm about to the way men see the world and the way women see the world, right? So the way men see the world, if you're my woman, I'm gonna be like, yo, babe, don't wear that because I know how men are. Now you'll say that's not how men supposed to be. They shouldn't be that way. But men are smart enough to know that that's not the way the world works. Just because you wear I should be able to wear my chain everywhere, but I'm smart enough to know where the wolves are. Right, so my thing is when you lay with wolves, you almost gotta know you laying with a wolf.
So hold on. But to your point, what if you didn't know that? Right, and that's part of where the 19.
But you didn't know what?
And that's part to not wear your chain there. There's more. What if you didn't grow up anywhere near the hood? Don't know nothing about
Exactly.
like that. But you watch TV and saw a chain and got a chain.
Yep.
So now you wearing it somewhere where somebody with some street sense would know not to wear that there, but you don't know because you're not from there, never been there. And when we see him, you're young and inexperienced in that life.
And guess what happens? Usually somebody says, yo, you know where you at? Put that chain away. You know
what else they say? Let me get that chain.
That's my point. Exactly. You're right. That's right too.
But at the end of the day, the point is you should live in the ideal world isn't one where you hide from the predators, it's one where there aren't predators. And in this case, I just feel like, again, I might, if Cassie with my sister, my mom might be like, yo, that's a bad situation to get into. All true. But at the end of the day, the question is, did he do harm? But and the second thing, and I want you to jump in, I just want to just finish this thought real quick. The second thing, though, to me is that doesn't necessarily mean that the legal standard for the crime in this case was met, right? Because
that's my only concern.
Which I agree. So that's where it comes down to to trusting Cassie's word or Diddy's. But what I don't want us to do is to believe that because someone came back home, because someone didn't run at the first sight, because someone enjoyed a freak off, that means necessarily that they weren't being captive. That's what I'm saying. It doesn't mean they were. But how though? The example that I gave it, Mel gave it, is that lots of people who are victims of things end up developing a psychological condition where they stay. Again, children get kidnapped. They get brought to a whole new city. They know they have other parents. And if the kidnapper saves them long enough, they can send them to the store and the kid will come back. Sure. Slaves, enslaved people will literally leave a plantation and they go back. They don't have different belief. It doesn't mean slavery wasn't bad. That's true. So all I'm saying is like I'm not saying that we know everything that happened in Cassie and Diddy's house. I'm just saying that I wouldn't assume that because she stayed a long time, that's proof that Diddy didn't do it.
Mark, real quick, you just stated that Cassie is not on trial here, right? That's what you said. But on the flip hand is that the stuff that Diddy's being accused of, he's the stuff that he's on trial for does not fit the circumstances right now and what's being said.
That's my only problem.
That's why I'm saying Cassie's not on trial. He's not on trial for being an abuser, a manipulator, for taking advantage. He's on trial for sex trafficking and whatever the other two are.
But here's the problem. If I'm looking from Puff POV, y'all are saying I sex trafficked my girl.
Yeah. We're supposed to take care of.
This is my girlfriend. Y'all, and I know that it's easy to paint Puff as the monster. He's done a great job of it himself. But nobody is that 100% of the time. Part of his manipulation and bullshit is the charm and all of that goes along with. So what do you do when Puff's attorney is saying there were times where he was fully functional on the drugs and you kept going? To be clear, let me finish. What do you do when the Puff's attorney is saying, hey, there were times when Puff was urging you that we can't freak off. You have a role that you have to get ready for. We can't do this. And you were the person that continued and urged this to go on. Like, it's not just the picture that y'all are painting. And again, it falls on which side you believe. Do you believe that he was sex trafficking Cassie? And again, I think that they're going to get him with the next few. I just don't think they did a great job with Cassie.
For clarity, for my sake and for the listener's sake, isn't most of the sex trafficking not regarding her being sex trafficked, but the prostitutes and other people that were being brought in?
She basically sets the stage because she was there and present for it, and also instructed to and having sex with them and instructed to quote unquote purchase them, purchase their time.
It doesn't matter if
we're talking about this sexual.
It's
Yes,
just
it does.
the law. No, it doesn't. It's
moments.
just coerced.
I watched the whole show about
This is
this.
domestic
That's a
violence.
show, but I mean, I'm going by the law. The law doesn't say that.
What happened now?
Because I watched, there's this attorney. Remember when the what's that guy's Young Thug's trial was going on? He was like, these people have no case because he's a criminal defense attorney, and his thing is like, oh, don't snitch on yourself. These are the things you shouldn't do when you get arrested. Blah blah blah. And I was waiting for him to post about this because he hasn't done it because his son passed away a couple of months back, and so he started posting here and there, and then finally came back and he posted something 2 days ago about the Diddy case, or I guess Saturday morning or Friday night. And he basically said the prosecution proved their case. It's not about like, oh, the abuse stuff. He was like, Cassie's just like a witness. She's only there to corroborate the prostitution stuff, the drug stuff, and all of that. That's all she's there for. What we're hearing now about the piss and the sores in the mouth, that's just for fodder. But in terms of what the prosecution has to prove, she's already done that on the prostitution charge. She's proven that. And then they're going to have other people come in, like the assistants coming in saying, yeah, I booked flights, I did this, like, because Mia, I believe, is his former assistant, who I guess he forced her to give him a salami wash, and then she was still like, I guess, booking hotels and all of that. She's coming in next to corroborate that aspect of the case. I think we're just too busy focusing on like all the drama within their relationship, not paying attention to what he's being charged with. But I have a question for you, Richie. Before we move on to that, I have a question for Richie and your hair.
Yeah.
How hot is your curling rod?
Well, it doesn't have a temperature on it, but it's this curling wand.
Yeah, because my hair is very heat sensitive. Like I lose my curl pattern when if the heating tool is too hot. So I was wondering, I'm like, how hot do you have it so it could still come out that way and then go back to regular?
But I put a lot of product in my hair so it doesn't get burnt. Really,
What heat protectant do you use?
So I have this as a base, which is a leave-in conditioner, and then I had put this in it, which is spiked honeymoon, but it's not like gel-like or crunchy-like. It's really soft. And then I put in this Chi keratin silk serum stuff, keratin silk infusion, and that's on top of the deep condition and the hot oil treatment I did. So my hair is really protected, really, from all this heat.
Yeah, because I when my daughter had cancer, I shaved my head, and so now I'm trying to my hair is growing back, and I want to see what length it is now, but I want to straighten it. But I'm like, dang, my hair is nice and thick. I don't want to ruin my curl.
This week I'm going to make, because I want to straighten my hair again, and I make this stuff, and it supposed to prevent like reversion and give you like a heat protectant, but it's got apple cider vinegar, honey, and that's really a good anti-humectant. Bananas, it gives your hair like a lot of nourishment, gives the body shine. Tea tree oil. I promise y'all I'm gonna make some this week, probably tomorrow. I just gotta go get some honey and some ripe bananas from Sprouts. I might actually go do that now that I'm finished my hair. I'm going for a Diana, I'm still trying to get my big Diana Ross hair. I'm trying to make it big, and it'll probably frizz up once I go outside, which would be good. So That's what I'm going for. I don't know how I'm gonna wrap this shit up. That's why I get in trouble at.
Are you gonna pineapple it? Probably you could keep it that way.
Those netted
Yeah, like when you just bring your
When
hair
you
to the
do
front
like
and
this,
then
like
put
pull it
the
up.
Oh, like just put it
Yeah.
all. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to make some more of this stuff. I send you guys some because it really works a lot. It puts you in the mind of the stuff they had. It's called a caramel conditioner, but the lady who made it, like all the brands do, they get bigger brands they
Yeah.
change it for them. It doesn't work anymore. So I looked up somewhat similar recipe, but kind of different because I added my own stuff to it. So it's kind of like that, and you let it sit in your hair for a few hours, wash it out with certain with an anti-sulfate, with no sulfate. I'll tell you what shampoos that I use, and you can like straighten the hell out of your hair, and it will not. You won't even smell like I've been doing the silk press thing using the whatever shampoo I've been using. I could smell my hair was burning. I could smell the burn on my hair. The only thing that didn't come back to curl was my bangs, and I used to curl the shit out of my bangs. That's the only thing that didn't curl back up. So, but I can smell that burn heat damage when I don't use that product that I make. So I promise I'm gonna make some this week because my daughter needs some too. I need to stop playing and just make some.
Yeah.
Yeah, you should bottle it up and sell it because I
I
definitely buy it.
am. But I have to make it in small batches. It's such a task because when I tried to make like a big batch of it, to me it didn't work the same because I could just tell immediately, like from even when I blow dry my hair, how silky my hair is with that. And yeah, so I will be doing that. Actually, when I get finished pulling out my curls, I'm gonna walk to Sprouts and get the rest of the stuff I need. Because the bananas need to start. I need ripe bananas to do it. And you gotta keep it in the refrigerator. And you only need a little bit at a time, so you have to kind of buy it as you need it. And I promise, if it gets popular, I'm not gonna sell out to a big brand. I'm gonna keep making small batches because when you start using cheap honey or like cheap, most of the stuff I use is like really organic, like the bananas, the tea tree oil. I don't know if that's organic or not.
I
But
wish we had
apple
Sprouts
cider
in New York.
vinegar. I love Sprouts. Oh, I probably missed. I'm gonna go there right now because Ite, C. Patterson. I used to love Ite, and even their oh my god, they had the most amazing conditioner. They probably still do. It changed a lot, but it still gives your hair like a lot of slip. Oh my god, I can show y'all pictures of my hair just like what? Like, yeah, I look like I'm Chinese. You know how them Chinese girls got that thick hair that's just like shiny and just like don't, you know what I'm saying? Like a Chinese vibe. Like that. This isn't giving Diana Ross though. I mean, it's giving something, but not. Maybe the curls will fall.
Yeah, I found out about Sprouts during the pandemic because I was down in Maryland because New York was shut down. You couldn't get your nails done or anything.
Woo!
So I went down there to stay at my cousin's house.
Mhm.
And like I love Sprouts. It was like right down the block too.
Love Sprouts. And then Sundays, the chicken is usually on clearance. So I usually rack up on chicken, put it in the freezer. Because chicken is expensive.
It
Yeah,
is.
tell me about it.
For no
The Sprouts
reason.
for me is like it's a good ways that I gotta drive in traffic.
I was never a Whole Foods girly. I know people, but Whole Foods sold to Amazon, so it's kind of trash now. I never once been to Trader Joe's. People love Trader Joe's, but I love Sprouts.
I'm there every other day.
So we could go in and walk to Sprouts. I'll show y'all why I love it. I don't eat no frozen I don't eat frozen nothing really except for chicken. Like I like fresh fish, fresh vegetables. I don't eat frozen vegetables anymore. Because I used to rack up on those like Green Giant ones, especially when they were like 99 cents. The ones you get in the bag.
But they
shelves. If your hair is that dry, I would go on Ite website and order the for you, Callie, be quiet. I love Wen, WEN. N, the original almond one. I know Callie said somebody sued them, but I'm about to order me some more because you could just put that shit in your hair and you could leave it in and makes your hair really manageable and soft. I got thick hair too. My sister has even thick, more coarse hair, but thick like mine too. And the one just, no matter what kind of hair you had, to me, it just works miracles with just taming your hair, making it more manageable. But if you don't want, because that was like $30 for a regular size bottle. I never used any of the other products. Like they got all kinds of other shit. Just a conditioning cleanser. It's really like a nice thick conditioner. You just put in your hair, comb it. I would wash it first, but then put it in there, and your hair just automatically gets slipped. And I would just leave it in my hair.
No, it did work. I used it for a while.
So yeah, you can use that, and then you can use the Etay, their conditioner. Oh my god! And if you into silk presses, they have where is it? I need to order some more. I'm about to do a Etay order. This stuff, well, the thing is ripped off. It's called Butter Shine. It reminds you of the shea butter from the Africans, the yellow one. And you only need a little bit, and it keeps your hair really from reverting back to. I know it's hard in the summertime because you sweat, especially when you sweat. But like humidity is good against. Is really good against the whole system, from the caramel to the shampoo to the conditioner, and then this. It was really good, but they sold it, or she doesn't even do hair anymore. She became a millionaire and said whatever. The caramel is just like corn syrup now to me. It does not work anymore.
Doesn't do anything.
So I've kind of made my own.
Yeah, I never used their products.
But I added some more stuff, and it's really like made in the kitchen of stuff. What did ChatGPT say? Instead of me saying homemade, it told me to say something else. But locally sourced, I don't know. It's like the prettiest on the market. So we can go to Sprouts, so we can go take a trip. But we can talk about whatever y'all want at this point.
You know, Beyonce's
I'm Diddy out
line,
though. I'm tired of Diddy.
that hair serum that she has.
Who?
Beyonce's line, Sacred.
Oh yeah, you said Sacred was good, right?
Yeah. Well, I've only used the serum, not the one in the clear bottle, not the oil, the other one. When I tell you, like, because they were like, oh, it thickens up your edges. They are not playing. It does thicken up your edges. Like within 2 weeks, I saw results. And I think it's probably the peppermint that they have in there.
Okay, because I've been using a Living Proof one, and it's way overpriced. And it does work, but I just feel like this is overpriced, and I think it could be a little bit better.
Yeah, it's $56 for it.
Yeah, this is
for one thing.
For one thing, for the Beyonce, for the Sacred hair oil. Let me see what.
But this doesn't have any peppermint in it, though. I don't think.
Which one do I have? Because she has two. The Restoring Hair and Edge Drops. That one. That one is like $56 or $58 for it, and I'm like, I'm just gonna actually literally use drops of it for the price.
Yeah, so it's
but it
the
works.
same exact price as this stuff. This stuff, I'm reading the back. I don't think this has.
This is the website shows. I'm gonna put the actual website in here. Y'all go ahead.
I'm out of this stuff, so I might try the Sacred one. But this stuff does work. It will thicken up your hair. And it will make some of your grays turn black too.
Oh.
I feel like my grays are showing more because of it.
Your hair is growing fast.
Because of the new growth. My new growth is coming in gray. I'm like, oh my God.
You know, I think that might be the Indian in my blood. I ain't got no grays yet, y'all. I'm 45.
Girl,
it's like right at my temple, like right only there is where the hair is turning gray.
But I live like a no stress life too.
It goes in stages, but if it's similar to this stuff, some of the grays are gonna start turning black because they even advertise that, but you have to use it over 3 months.
Oh,
but they have one that's stronger than this that will like as far as for the gray, it's stronger. So I want to try that one. I take peels for my gray hairs too, but I still have gray hairs, but I don't have patches of gray. Like I'm 45 years old, you know.
Yeah, I think all that's genetic because my friend, she got a whole bunch of gray, but she's been graying since her 30s. So.
Yeah, but I also have been taking vitamins.
I'm trying to get my Diana Ross on, honey, but it's giving Tracy Ellis Ross. This
Look,
one
that
right here,
woman got
Shell.
like 5 packs of hair in her head, girl.
Oh, Diana.
You can get 20% off. Let me see. They have. I really just like the conditioning cleanser, the
But you know
original
what?
almond one. This
Man,
one, sweet
this man
almond mint.
is he's a very sweet
Kelly,
person.
please stop talking
And
over
I
me.
hate that this happened to his business because the product worked, but what happened. You know what I mean?
Well, I don't know what happened, and I don't care. This shit works.
That's the guy that used to have the infomercials, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
With the Wen.
Yeah, he had a shop here. I don't know if he still has it, but he had a shop here in Hollywood.
I don't know who set him up, but they got a lot of products. Maybe the other products don't work. This works, especially for our hair shows. This one, the sweet almond one, is the best one. The original one. It's got 5-star reviews from 2,500 people. This works. Just put in your hair and you'll see the difference. It's expensive, but it works. Why is this $58? What's
You
wrong
know
with
what
that?
I think was happening? I think that people were not washing their hair with regular shampoo. And so what happened was, as time went on, they started having a reaction because they never actually
You know what,
washed it.
Shelb? I went on QVC. What's the other thing for QVC?
HSN?
HSN. They always have a good sale on this. That's where I had got a big one from. Let me say.
Oh yeah, they sell the gallons. I used to use this, and then I got scared.
Girl, I love it, and I ran out and forgot all about it. I got so many products in my Look, it's $45 on QVC. Let me see. Can y'all see this? No.
Mm-hmm.
QVC.
Oh no, we still seeing the Win website.
All right, sure.
The almond mint cleansing. Oh no, it's switched up.
All right, so this is the QVC. Let me see if they
That's
have.
where I used to always see it on QVC.
Oh look, it's $38 for 2. Let me see. On QVC.
I feel like buying hair products on Amazon, they're selling like expired.
Yes, yes. Let me tell you. I ordered the Ite off of there, and it was the honey was all you could tell it crystallized. It was just all in bad. And then you see anybody can sell anything off of Amazon. So I wouldn't buy anything from Amazon. Not
real.
Exactly.
Something else they just put a label on saying it's Ite and it's not.
Yeah, I always go directly to the website because Amazon.
At least Sephora, if not.
Yeah.
So because my computer because StreamYard and all these ads are popping up, you just look on QVC or HSN. The Wen is really good. And then what else did I say? Ite. Let me look on her website. She has a good sale too. You can look for yourself, but the almond mint one, because my computer freezing up. Because there's so many ads and I can't do all of that with StreamYard. Let me see if I can pull up Ite real quick. She's from Philly, but she closed her salon. She made so much money off the products.
Did she sell it like to one of those big companies like L'Oreal or something?
I know she got an investor and the products changed. Like you can even see the ingredient. Before, like with the caramel, it will have an expiration date written on it. Because if you're really making it with bananas and stuff, there needs to be an expiration date.
Yeah.
When she had her salon in Philly. So now there's no expiration date, which means they're probably using corn syrup. All this stuff is
true. How could it not expire if it's something ain't right.
Where are the products? Okay. The condition, see, all this stuff is new. Silk wash, sage romer. The conditioner is really the conditioner is really good. It's like it was $20. I want to see what it is now.
What is that?
This is what you need, Show. This detangling conditioner. But the other one didn't have lavender in it. Did they got the original recipe?
I don't know if you heard of this company. I always see the shorts on YouTube and on TikTok for like when people get silk presses and you have to get like this line to get the silk press to look that nice. I forget the name. Let me look for it.
Really?
I was gonna ask you if you heard of it.
TikTok on TikTok.
Cause see, I don't wear silk presses because I work out, so it's no point.
Oops. So those are 2 products you could use to help manage your hair while I'm trying to get this stuff out. Make this stuff.
But I don't know if you guys follow African Hair Guide. And he gives a lot of hair tips, but he's a natural hairstylist in Georgia. And basically his whole thing is like a lot of Black women had extremely long, thick hair when they were little girls. So you need to do what you were doing when you was a little girl and just wear more adult styles, but essentially use the same technique. Like maybe your mom was just washing your hair, putting some hair grease in it, running a warm pressing comb through it, and twisting it up, plaiting it up, and your hair was down to your ass. As soon as you started doing all this other stuff to your hair, that's when you had all of these problems. Because a lot of these companies are just selling you things that they know are going to damage your hair so that you can keep buying more products.
Well, they said a lot of the damn conditioner is lotion.
I think when I put a relaxer in my hair, like in high school, that just ruined it.
Never recovered, Allie, from the relaxer.
Oh, I love
The relaxer in high school destroyed my hair.
Yeah, my hair is still thin on one side of my head. It never was
Me
the same.
too. Me too. And it's like this one particular patch of hair is just super thin. It's weird.
No, those relaxers are toxic. I actually don't think they should be selling something like that. I remember when Chris Rock did his documentary, it can actually eat through metal in a very
I saw when he put
like
the Coca-Cola can in it and it was dissolved completely.
And it was only like 20 minutes. It wasn't like it was 3 or 4 days.
Have y'all seen the thing about the braid hair?
Yeah,
I always get the apple cider wash for the hair.
Yeah, that's what I do.
Well, let me see if I can find the videos because it's really terrible what they're selling us. So there's I don't know if I showed y'all before. There is a company in Philly. There's 2 companies. So one company they sell hair made out of banana leaf. It's really expensive braid hair. You might as well just get human. But there's a company in Philly that sells hair, and it's a lot cheaper. It's I don't want to say organic, but it's I think I saved it. It's a lot better than the shit they use. I have the video of how they make the hair. I hope it's right here.
Yeah, I want to find better hair because now that I see how they make these locks, I think I can make them myself. So I really want to find.
I think locks are really bad for people's hair.
Better hair.
I just found out my hair braiding place, my African hair braiding place, some influencer went there, and I'm trying to my daughter wants to get boho braids for her prom, but they're booked up because of her. What the hell was that girl's name? I've never heard of her.
But what I have in my hair is not what people think it is. These are not the locks that people have where they're like pulling all their hair out and shit. This is not what this is. These are like crochet locks and they're just wrapped around a twist out.
Oh, I don't have you up on the screen. Hold on.
But I did get some regular boho locks and I had to take them out. I tried and tried. I did not want to take them out. They were too heavy. They gave me a migraine. It just didn't work. And I really wanted my hair like that.
What's this girl's name? Have you ever heard of some influencer named Monet? She's real pretty. She looks like she could be Indian, but she's Black.
Does she sell hair too?
I think she's like one of those beauty influencers, like a Jackie Aina. And I know she had a controversy like a couple of weeks ago because people thought she built the gym in a plantation in a slave quarters.
Oh no!
When it was actually a barn. And then they had to do the history of the house to say, no, this is not a slave quarters. Or who is at my house?
I don't know this girl, but she sounds very interesting. There's another girl that did Sheree's hair. And she sells like this beautiful like color combinations of hair, like with the different colors of hair blended together. It's so pretty. It's expensive as hell though.
I'm just looking for the video I told you all about.
Yeah. When they had that whole plant slave quarters controversy, and I saw her home, I'm like, these people ain't never seen a plantation before in their life if they thought it was a barn.
Well, my
Like
cousin has my cousin in Louisiana has a barn. She rents it out for weddings. It's beautiful.
Did
Yeah,
y'all
but
see
but it's not even a big
that?
barn. Her barn is not big enough to hold a wedding in there, and they
Okay.
just gutted it out and put a gym in there. And there's like an older house next door because they built a brand new house was built on the property probably in 2016, and they had like these two, like a barn and an old shack, and everyone's like, "Oh, those are slave quarters," and I'm like. Wouldn't
Oh, this is
slave
a good
quarters be
one.
part of a plantation? I'm like, no, this looks like a poor person who built a house and they had like a tiny barn in the back.
Mm-hmm.
And so her husband had to like get like a genealogist to explain to people like, yeah, this
Oh
is
my
not
God.
a slave
Oh my
quarters
God,
at
they took
all.
this fucking video down of how Chinese people make their hair. And it really just starts off as these chemicals and it's plastic and they melt it and they just
Mm-hmm.
stretch it and stretch it and stretch it and stretch it. It's literally heated plastic. And they took the video down.
Oh, well,
I'm
Richard,
so mad.
I know you want to show it to everybody. I actually already saw that one. If that was the one you're looking for.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
I've seen that one too when it started trending because I saw it on the news. They were saying that, oh, it gives cancer.
Oh, here goes another one. Is this another one? Oh yeah, here goes
Yeah, but
another
what
one.
about our clothes that are made out of the same stuff?
This is so like insidious. How can I find this on YouTube? X.
Girl, how
Put it.
much is the hair gonna cost with all these tariffs?
You know,
Oh,
I'm thinking that I'm probably going to switch to the
all right, let
banana.
me find that too. Who? Okay, this is the lady from Philly, I think. Oh yeah, here we go. Let me save this. I want to go to her page. Dasso Beauty. Okay. I'm just going to save this so we can look at it real quick before we go to Sprouts. All right, now let's see. YouTube, I have it saved on YouTube, I think. I tweeted it. No, let's see. What are we looking at? Not mine. Let's see. We are. Let me change this to that. And then go back to here. It's not fucking with me. Close that. Close that. Alright. Come on, Twitter. Come on. Come on. Alright, so I'll start with what I have. Yo, this is a brand new computer with terabytes of storage. Okay, so are we able to see this? Alright, so this is one video I want to show. Let's start here. No value. Hold on, let me audio. I gotta hold on, bear with me. Restart this. Who were we watching? That was Instagram. Share. Alright, is it back up? Come on, StreamYard.
Yeah, I'm going with Rescreen. StreamYard.
This is awful.
Yeah. I have an account, but I'm not gonna start out with them. We'll
Are
see
we
how-
seeing it? No, this is not. Share this tab instead.
Sleepwalk away. Yeah. Those who call what know the world ain't kick. Jail bars, they go.
Alright, so these are the different type of heat protectants. We want to link to that. It shows all the popular heat protectors. And this is one I use. I use Chi. That's pretty good. I use BioSilk. That's trash. Miel.
Like it.
I don't know what that is.
Design Essentials.
I use this. Trash. Okay. Mizani's a good brand.
Yeah, it is.
I thought she was good, but apparently
Me
not.
too. I used to use Chi.
Can't too. It's trash. Oh, maybe not. Maybe I'm wrong. Argan oil.
Their products are
oil.
Some are good and some aren't.
Okay, so this is the brand. This is the lady I was talking about in Philly. If you want some braid hair, she had a whole just hypoallergenic braiding hair, and it's cheap. You can get like 3 packs for $30. She did a segment on our news show.
That led to our hero product, our hypoallergenic braiding hair, which has saved 50,000 plus women's lives in their scalp and skin. Because that's the thing, when you go to get your hair braided and you get the hair, you don't really know that there's another option. You just think, okay, well, I'm just going to get this. So what made you decide, you know what? I can't find it out here, so I need to create it. Like, how did you know that it was the hair itself? I knew that it was the hair itself because I tried to use another brand that said it was clean therapy, and I noticed that it was a different reaction. So this time it wasn't just scalp bumps and everything like that. My scalp was inflamed, it was purple, and it was unbearable. Wow. So I knew that I had to find an option, and then I polled about 200 women, and in 2 days, 200 plus women told me that they also had the same reaction. So, and a lot of times we think, oh, maybe it's just the tension or like how it was braided, it's too tight. And we don't think about that it could be the hair itself. Yes. So I had a really, really bad allergic reaction in 2019 that led me to our hero product, our hypoallergenic braiding hair, which has saved 50,000 plus women's lives in their scalp and skin. Because that's the thing, when you go to get your hair braided and you get the hair, you don't really.
That happened to my daughter. I had to take the braids out the same day because her scalp was just so inflamed. At first, I'm like, oh, it's probably, it being tight. And then I looked closer and I'm like, it looked pussy. I'm like, yeah, we got to take these out.
Let me put a link to her page in the chat. Hold on.
Okay.
So y'all can have it.
Check that out.
All right, let's put it in here.
Well, Rosanna, you can get that with not only with regular human hair. That's why they said to wash it with the apple cider vinegar.
Well, the only reason why I don't use the human hair is because it sheds, especially when you have like this curly type texture. And I'm like, well, it's not worth dealing with the shedding because sometimes, unless you get really expensive human hair, it doesn't even last as long as this hair. It starts tangling up.
Yeah, once we started washing the hair in apple cider vinegar, letting it sit in there for a while, and then rinsing it out, like my daughter, she doesn't have like the
I
allergic
wash it in
reaction
apple
to her.
cider vinegar. What I do, I put it in a lingerie bag, and I put the vinegar in the bleach part of the washing machine, and then I put a little shampoo, and I just run it through the washing machine.
Oh.
And I don't have any problem.
And doesn't get tangled or anything?
Huh?
The hair
No.
itself.
I put it in the lingerie bag. I don't just put loose hair in the washing machine. Yeah.
So
no,
right
I'm
here,
saying in the lingerie bag, it doesn't get tangled up or.
Oh no, not at all. It comes out very soft, especially if you put a
So
little bit of
right
down.
here, you can get 3 bundles for $30. A 28-inch hypoallergenic, I guess it's synthetic hair, but and $13 a pack. With a banana leaf one, if you could just Google banana leaf hair, it's really expensive. So this is a less expensive alternative, and I want to share this video with y'all before you consider using the cheap dollar hair to $2 hair. Now this is how they actually make this shit. It's from chemicals. Some type of plastic.
Clothes are made out of this too, right?
It's heated. So this is literally the hair.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the hair that we've been putting in our heads, making us sick. Well, I never had braids, but still, my daughter did. So yeah.
But a lot of our clothing is made out of the exact same thing.
Yeah, but we don't have to wear this shit in our hair anymore. But people leave their braids in for months and months at a time. So
yeah, I want to get some different hair. I've been looking for a minute.
Well, I told you, Dasso Beauty.
Yeah,
they got,
I'm excited right
they
now.
have a crochet or the hair you like. Let me see. Where did it go?
If not, I can make it. If I have the hair, I can make the crochet locks if I have to.
Look, let's see. You want crochet hair? Share this instead. What happened to my screen? Oh, I swear I hate StreamYard. .w share. Is it share? No. All right. So they have crochet hair. Let's see how much that costs.
Oh yeah, they have it.
And it's $18 and $16 a pack. What? However that goes. Spring twist, Marlin, water wave. It's affordable. Boho, $20. It looks human, and it's not. You don't have to pay those human hair prices.
Yeah, they probably don't tangle up like human hair.
Exactly. You get 3 bundle packs. So just look into it if you
yeah.
It's not as poisonous as what the Chinese people give us. All right, so we're going to Sprouts now. Let me shut this down. Is anybody watching The Handmaid's Tale or The Last of Us? The Rest of Us? The Last of Us? Am I the only one?
I tried to start too late and I couldn't get into it.
The Rest of Us? Or Handmaid?
Both of them. I started to. It had been on too long already. You know what I mean?
Is this The Last of Us? I haven't watched this season yet. I'm waiting for it to be over, and then I'll start this one.
I'm not really enjoying season 2, honestly, because the main character of season 1 is dead, and you got this little girl trying to save the world from whatever type of apocalypse they're having.
Oh, I didn't even finish season 1. Now that I think about it, I'm like, oh, Pedro Pascal is dead.
Are you watching Handmaid's, Rosanna? It's going down on Handmaid's Tale. Like, it's really like...
You sound like my aunt. She texts me every week. Like, did you watch A Handmaid's Tale? I'm like, no, I'm waiting for it to be over. So
Ali, if you're going to watch anything, watch Handmaid's Tale, because it's so believable by what's going on in our government now that this type of shit happens. And I don't know if anybody watches Last Week Tonight with John Oliver, but he did a special last week about this religious group that I can't play it because I know HBO will strike me. That's been behind like the Roe versus Wade. They put in a legislation. Was it Tennessee? One of them governors down there signed it. He's like, I know I'm gonna get sued. It's this religious group that's been behind a lot of the legislation that's getting enacted, like taking away women's rights and stuff. And the whole thing with The Handmaid's Tale is this thing called Gilead took over, where they wanted the women to go back to basically like how the Muslim women are covered. The women don't work. It's only the men who work. They can't read. They can't write. They can't do shit but go in the house and terrorize their handmaid. The handmaids have to have sex with the husbands because for some reason all of the women, the elite, so the women who have houses are married to the commanders, and these are like, you work for the government or that's it. And it's different levels. So you got the commanders, and they're like the rich people. And for some reason, their women are sterile, like maybe from Ozempic or from the polluted world, because it's a modern time. Like everyone's sterile.
God punishing them for what they're doing and made all their wives sterile.
See, that's what I'm saying. Like, this shit could really happen. And the government, so all the Americans, they trying to flee to Canada for refuge, and Mexico, and now the Canadians are getting tired of us. They're trying to get to Alaska and Hawaii and shit, but Gilead they getting stronger and stronger. It's wild. And when you first watch it, it will have you in the chokehold just by the R scenes, them beating them women up and getting them indoctrinated into this stuff. And the Marthas are the cooks. Most of them are Black. You have to watch. I think you would really enjoy it, Ali, just based on
I've been watching The Handmaid's Tale. I'm caught up. I haven't watched the new season yet. Because that's why my aunt's bothering me. She's like, you ain't watched? I said, no, I want to watch it all in one go. Because
Callie, I think
honestly,
you would
Theo,
like
if
this
this was
too.
real, I would be in
I'm
like,
gonna
where's the
try it
place where
again.
they send all the other women that are like are divorced or not married and
Oh, that whole
stuff?
place or the
Yeah,
down
to
when
the
you
whole
die
place.
when you're
Yeah, I'm like,
sitting
they're
off
gonna send me there. I'm divorced and shit. I'm like,
the
that's where I'm gonna
brothel.
go.
Child, this season they killed all them bitches. Cause June keep coming back, fucking everybody life up with these big plans. And
Mhm.
you know, my biggest thing with June is she doesn't realize how her actions affect others. Like
Yeah, she's
she's mad
selfish.
at
She's
Nick
really
right now.
selfish.
Right. She's mad at Nick right now, but Nick is a commander now, and his father-in-law is like the president of this shit. So he can't be running to Canada every time you call. And people die every time you get involved. Jezebels. It's called
Mhm.
Jezebels.
Yeah, I'll be in the Jezebels. They're gonna send me
Well,
over
you know I
there.
would be up in your
They're like you divorced,
Callie,
you
they
weren't
would have you down in the
married. I'm like,
where they make the people work when they skin start sliding off. They would put Callie down there.
Oh yeah, you unruly woman. You get that.
Exactly. You got too much
Mhm.
to say. What? Go down there and shovel that fucking nuclear waste, bitch.
But that's where all the commanders go to have like a good time. They go to where the Jezebels at, and then they go to their wives where they
And then
don't sleep,
poor
who they don't sleep
Angela,
with.
she gets with this commander who is like Diddy, like he's abusive as fuck. He be fucking her up and making her have sex with him. Oh, it's
Remember that
terrible.
one season where the commander, he was really, really nice, and June like believed in him. Then he's like the worst one, and was just like he basically is the architect of the whole system.
No,
Like
but
he used that to break
it
her.
seems like he the worst one, but he's really still in the trenches with them. Like he's still with the shits because he feels like they can ready to turn on him, which they are turning on him because they started this new place called New Bethlehem. So there's a problem. I told you Canada is starting to turn on all of the American refugees because some way Serena asked, then she had to. So Serena takes her and her husband to go over there. They want to go steal somebody baby over there, like adopt a baby, and they
Mm-hmm.
get caught as international war criminals. So they on trial and shit over there. The husband gets killed. I forget how. I think June did it. Kills the husband. So she's over there alone in some kind of way. She finagle her way to be like the hero of Gilead and modern women who submissive to their husband, like the whole Gilead movement. And she gets back in the fold, but then she gets her karma because she got to stay with this couple over there in Canada that's down with Gilead, and she gets pregnant by Fred miraculously, and she's carrying this baby or whatever. And then, but the household she has to go into, she's kind of like the handmaid. They take her baby, they start calling her crazy because they're trying to make her pay for running away. Hold on for 1 second.
Mm-hmm.
So she's on the run over there in Canada. She's trying to get her baby out, and it's just like her and June at one place, and they're trying to flee together because Gilead trying to kill her too. It gets wild. But then she makes her way back to Guy Lawrence, the one with the white hair that you're talking about. He makes a deal with her. They're like, Guy tells Congress, like, listen, she's the face. We can't leave her out there. He's always angling for something. He's always got something to say. So they make something called New Bethlehem for all the people who have escape to Canada but want to come back to the United States because Canada gets real dicey. Like the people, they like MAGA. They turn it like MAGA, like where they want to just attack you because you're from America. Like get the fuck
So
out.
like we the Mexicans in Canada, I guess.
Exactly. So they start turning on us and all that nut shit. So yeah, Serena, she wound up getting married to the head dude again. But child, on the wedding night, she come home, she thinks she got it made because she in New Bethlehem. She got this man. He was like, your husband was a pussy. He wouldn't let you be the woman you are. You can read, write, do all that stuff for me. I would never, treat you like that. Child, on the wedding night, she come in the house as a handmaid sitting right on the floor. Because their whole thing was like, we're not gonna make handmaids no more. We're gonna get them a good life like they were promised. Because she realized the error of her ways. And he just bamboozles her back into the bullshit. So I don't know what's going to happen with her yet. That's coming on this week. You got to watch it. It's good. It's good. It's getting good. And this is the last few episodes.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So it's ending?
Yeah,
that's the last season.
But if you look at these atrocities, there has always been religion at the root of them. They have always used religion to bamboozle society into some type of oppressive state. Like religion has never came in and everyone was like happy and living great, wonderful lives. That's never happened.
So yeah. I don't think that comes on until Tuesday though.
No, I'm gonna watch Forever when I get off with you in a few minutes, and then I'm gonna try
I
to
want something to
do my
watch. So
review
y'all
of the
playing watch something called Forever. What is that about?
It's I know it's based
based
in
on
LA,
a
and it's
novel, but it's set in Los Angeles.
because it's a Judy Blume book, but they like you said, it's in LA. The characters are black.
How to get into that?
Like my friend, she told me she watched the mom in the show, and she's like, "Oh my God, I am this lady. I need to change my ways." I'm like, "Really?"
Oh,
She's
okay,
like,
I'm dying to
"Yes."
watch it
With
now.
pressuring my kid with school and all of this stuff and not listening. She's like, I am that lady. Oh my God. I'm like, oh. I'm like, I definitely have to watch this.
You know, it's okay. Here's the thing. I know I don't have kids, but I kind of feel like we don't have enough parents that are pressuring, especially the males. Like, I feel like the expectation is very, very low. And that's why we sort of have all these guys wandering around with no careers and don't know what they want to do.
Callie, you preaching
So
to the
I'm all for
choir.
the pressure.
I'm a tiger mom. I'm a black tiger mom.
Yeah. Get it. Pressure 'em.
All day. I'm like, this little bit of pressure is going to set you up for the rest of your life. I am not letting you make the same mistakes I made. If I could go back in time, I would be more serious on my books. Because yes, I was able to achieve what I achieved academically, but I could have did it quicker had I listened. You know.
No, I told you about that man who tried to save me, that teacher in college. He tried to save me. I just didn't want to hear it. You know.
I remember this one professor. We were in a sociology class, and he used to always do like stocks and stuff. And he was like, "There's this company called Alphabet, and they have this thing called Google. I don't know what it is, but I think you guys should invest in it because I'm hearing a lot of stuff on that." I was like, "Girl, bye. I don't know what you're talking about." And I'm like, "God, if I listened to that man when it was a couple of cents a share."
No, it's like I think those opportunities in my personal life have come up a few times, and I look back and I'm like, damn, that was my opportunity. That was my ticket, and I just didn't see it.
I was like, this man talking nonsense. I'm like, what is a like Alphabet Google? What the hell is a Google? I'm like, I don't never. I'm
Girl,
like,
if
who
only,
uses that
huh?
word? And I'm like, at hindsight, I'm like, yeah, that man was telling, kicking game to us because at that time it was like a couple of cents a share. Like you could have bought like
Exactly.
100 shares with $1.
My friend has been investing in like Axia, some shit he's been making money off of. It's a tech company, I think, and the government is using it now. He's been making money off of it too.
When Trump tanked the economy, I like a couple of weeks ago, I bought a bunch of Apple and Nvidia and Planeteer.
That's what it is, Nvidia.
Yeah, Nvidia
I
came out of nowhere.
I make most of my money trading Nvidia.
Callie, I don't want to hear it because you should have
Yeah.
started. Callie was supposed to start her channel, Ali, talking about her stocks and stuff.
I don't know
And she did not. She keeps making all these excuses, and I'm saying, Callie, just start it. Just start it talking. You have a lot to say. Just say. She's like, I'm not qualified. I don't know what it is.
But a lot of those people on YouTube aren't qualified. They just put a disclaimer and say, I'm not qualified. And
Well,
then they
they copy
continue
from
on.
someone else. That's what they do.
You have a lot of excuses.
No, I really, in all honesty, I don't feel that I know enough to do a trading channel.
You don't have to know enough. You can just say what you learned and what you think. Or you guys should listen to this person. Just start the damn channel. People want to see a black woman. We want to listen to a black woman and what she says. When I Google or go on YouTube and look at stock people, it's so many people. I don't know where to start. But if I saw a black lady like you talking about it, I would listen to you. Even if you're telling me, go listen to this guy right here. Go listen to that guy right here. Here's the basics, what you should do. Start your Robinhood account or whatever account you use. Just a little bit of stuff you learned that has worked for you. And say it just how I said it. This is what worked for me. You don't have to do what I do. I'm welcome to suggestions. Maybe, maybe not. But this is what I did so far. That's it.
Earn your leisure, guys. None of them are like professional, like finance guys. And look at what they've done with their platform. They're former like
Exactly.
college basketball players.
You gotta start, Callie. I was scared to start too. Before them was like, girl, like, what you waiting for? Just start. Even y'all was like, what are you waiting for, Richie? Just do it. Just start. Just go.
Well,
Turn the
I'm
camera on.
definitely putting up my videos today on this channel. The trading channel, I might try to get some stuff together this week and see what happens. You know,
Well, you said it the other night, girl. Bye.
because I never said I was doing a trading channel. I have
No, just do a channel, period. Whatever it is. And Callie, you have a hive now. Don't get it fucked up. There is a Callie hive.
Yeah, I just have to upload my videos. No, somebody told me to upload 5 videos when you first start, and it will put you in the algorithm.
Whatever. I ain't do that. I just went live like a boy. And when I search my videos, I be grabbing people's phones. I'm like, give me your phone and make them subscribe to my channel. My name come right up now. Before you had to put at Richie B, like exactly what my screen name is. Now you type Richie B, it comes up. So I think the more you go on, and I stream to Twitter too. It gets me more views through StreamYard. You can stream to like 5 different platforms at the same time.
Yeah, I noticed you have more viewers on Twitter than you do on YouTube. Because I joined the I don't know what they call it on Twitter, like the live
or whatever called Twitter Spaces.
The Spaces, yeah. I joined your Spaces when you were live, and there was a lot of people in there compared to.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I didn't know. See, some of this
I
stuff.
would actually do a Spaces one day where we could just all be up there talking shit.
Yeah, because I never tried the Twitter Spaces thing. I'm just now setting up a Twitter account for this channel.
I know Joe Budden use Spaces a lot. Oh, my Wi-Fi's gonna go out here.
I don't know if you guys follow Nate the lawyer. He's finally posted on Diddy.
You know, I'm kind of diddied out until tomorrow because I have been following along with the transcripts all day while I work.
Where'd you get the transcripts from? Because I know Megan couldn't have had them, but she has them on her Substack, and I'm like, I'm not subscribing or paying to read some Diddy transcripts.
Talking about Innocent Press. Are they counting his stuff as transcripts?
No, he's summarizing what is being said as it's being said.
Right.
And then they have
the
full official transcripts you could get at the end of court. And then
you
sometimes
have to pay for them.
Yeah.
There's a lawyer lady. She posted them on her, so she has them. I think it's Pam Esquire or someone like that.
Okay. Did you know someone tried to say he posted about Nicki Minaj telling Cassie to stay with Diddy? Oh, he did not want those barbs on his neck. And he's like, that is not true. Fake news. And I've never seen that man respond to some fuck shit so fast. He's like, fake news, fake news. I did not say that. No one mentioned it. They mentioned Nicki Minaj once, and it was just in reference of her working with her. And that's that. I'm like, yeah, he ain't want them barbs coming for him.
Well, there's somewhere that Sherelle is getting her updates from because she does it and she just updates every time her phone refreshes.
I think she's following Inner City. I don't trust Sherelle.
No, her stuff has been right. Like when I check it back with what everyone else is saying, it's the same stuff. She just has it in real time.
Yeah, because what was she trying to say that Kylie Jenner was doing insider trading because she was suing someone was suing her for trademark infringement or something. And I'm like, those are two different things. She was arguing me down. I'm like, okay, girl, you got it.
Because you know what the thing with Sherelle is trying to get a bag.
Yeah.
So she'll put on and act shocked and all of this stuff because she's just trying to get a bag. You know?
Because she was like, yeah, Martha Stewart went to jail. I said, no, Martha Stewart didn't go to jail for trademark infringement. Just because
No, she
trade
went to
is in
jail
the
for
same
literally
sentence.
insider trading, and she admitted that she did it. Like, she was like, there was no way out of it. Like, I did it. Yeah, I watched her documentary too. She was really interesting.
Wonder what Tisa's gonna do when this Diddy stuff is over. She got a video out every 30 minutes.
I know. I couldn't yesterday with the whole Kardashian. He's threatening the Kardashians. Girl, how do you know that?
No,
and to me, it's like, don't mess up all the good work you're doing with reporting from the live from the trial with this tabloid crap, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Girl, she is 10 times worse than Sherelle when it comes to making up stuff.
Yeah,
like,
yeah, she is
will
worse.
Literally, in the middle of what she's saying, just make up something.
And it's such a shame because she was so on point with the Simon and Portia stuff in the beginning.
Like, I guess she just has to keep feeding the audience.
You know what I noticed? When because I used to follow her first, but then when she started reporting on the royal wedding and the Kardashians and she seen all them views, that's when her shit changed. That's when she started doing the clickbait shit.
Mm.
And never getting to the point like Tasha K. Tasha K used to always do that. She got all these
they do that
and never fucking show them.
But you know that? I think they do that purposely. That's a tactic so that you don't think they're lying.
And she gets to, like, y'all talk about pretty privilege. Every other comment is, Tisa, you're so beautiful. Your eyes are so beautiful. Your hair is so beautiful. So a lot of people just watch her because she's pretty.
Yeah.
But you know,
and they like the whole
I
like
thought
airhead.
I thought Tisa was skinny, like based off of on her channel. Then I was watching, you know, those people that are standing outside at a Diddy case just taking videos. Someone interviewed her, and I'm like, oh, she's thick, not like in a bad way, not in a bad way, you know. But I'm like, okay, you know, but she.
She got some boobs and some hips.
Yeah. No,
I'm back. I had a call coming in.
I thought she was pregnant at one time because she kept it was giving pregnant, so she could have pushed out a baby.
Who, Tisa?
I think she had nose spread. She was doing something. It's like, are you pregnant? Because she did look a little bigger. I don't know. She kept being sick. It was something that made me ask her, was she pregnant? But I guess not. I don't know.
I always thought she was like model skinny, like real skinny. But then when I saw her, I'm like, okay, she looks good.
She's very humble and she knows her hair and makeup be looking crazy. She's too chaotic for me. She all over the place.
But she says she has ADHD, so I'm like, okay, makes sense. But those videos of the people outside of court are so funny. Because remember that bum that we saw fighting? He was fighting again, and then the police, they surrounded him in front of the playground, and he was swinging some stuff. He's like, they said I can't swing this in the playground. I can't swing this in the playground. And then they arrested him, and then he's yelling at this man. He was like, academics, you gotta help me, academics. And then the guy pans to this man who looks exactly like academics, just with a salt and pepper beard. And I'm like, and he's like, you've been calling me academics all day. And I'm like, oh my God, this is so funny.
It is. And he was I think he was like a placeholder, a line placeholder. Because he would get in these arguments and go right back and sit in his little place in line.
Yeah, I think he's getting paid like probably a couple of $100s to be there. And they'll arrest him and then take him to Bellevue, which is the crazy hospital in New York. And then he's right back out. And he was like, y'all not taking me back to Bellevue tonight. I'm not going. I'm like, he gonna be outside Monday yelling at people, calling them Nazis and devils and crackers.
Yes.
Oh my gosh. So you think Armand is using a line holder?
Oh, he has to. Because he's actually in the courtroom. He's in the courtroom. So I think he is paying someone to wait online.
Yeah, and
I wouldn't.
Other people paying somebody. I'm like, are you paying somebody?
Well, I remember him the first day. He said that, thank you, Mystical. that somebody was holding his place for him, like somebody he had met. I was sitting out there. He was out there the very first day before Tisa got there and everybody else.
Hey, booze.
Hey.
I just came off Gabor's channel. What are y'all doing? Well, I was missing y'all.
What was Gabor talking about?
Yeah, I didn't know Gabor was on.
Cassie, what's it called?
That's what we was talking about.
I know y'all was like, y'all probably was up here no holds bars going in.
I was. We was fighting because I don't think Cassie is just poor innocent victim.
Me and Callie were kind of milling on Mim's channel the other day. I told you I'm too emotional to make a real opinion at this point, because some days I'm mad at Cassie and I'm mad at Diddy, and then other days I'm like, is this girl really with it or is she not? I'm all over the place.
If they show other evidence where it's like, obviously this was racketeering, I will change my mind. But as of right now, I just see, unfortunately, an abusive relationship where it was too late to charge him with anything else regarding that. And so now they're making it be racketeering because he had assistance and things.
I'm too emotional to make a real opinion, because at one point I was like, the bitch is lying. Now I'm just kind of like, I don't know.
Well, I don't think she's making up all of these things.
No, I
don't think
at times I feel like she can be, from what I feel sometimes it's kind of, what's the word?
She couldn't dip on the chip.
No, I feel like, no, she kind of comes off based off of when the defense did the cross-examining, they did a good job of making me see the possibility of her being kind of psychopathic.
Psychopathic.
That's how I felt when I seen. That's when I heard her when she was testifying for prosecution. I saw Diddy as a psychopath. I'm sorry. I was like, this man has no emotional intelligence. He lives just to satisfy his own desires. He have deviated from regular society beliefs and practices. Like he deviated from regular practices and gone to a stratosphere of freakism. I don't even know if that's even normal.
Girl, that's them
I was like, it literally sounds like torture. It sounds like sadism. And then when I hear her texts and stuff like that, that's what I meant by that. When I've heard her texts and her responses and her saying, I want to freak off for life, I was like, is she like his equal? Are they both like psychopathic demons together? That's how I felt. Because I was like, what the hell is this? I can understand someone being afraid and like.
This is what I say, Amy J. I don't know if you can see it on my thumbnail. It said, Diddy is a dirty dog, but Cassie is a sick puppy. Okay, don't get fucked up.
That's what I meant by like the defense made me start to see her in a different light. But then I was like, I'm just too emotional. I cannot make a decision. I got to go back. I got to back up because I'm losing my mind. Because when I heard them say stuff and they were having her read her texts and stuff, I was like, this bitch is crazy.
No,
and she's like his type of crazy.
No, seriously, and also. The fact that she named her daughter Frankie, that's
the sick part. Oh, it makes my skin crawl.
I'm done.
But Frankie is Biggie's name. It's more because
okay.
Also,
the king of New York
had abused me. There would be no way in the world I would want no Frank nothing around my kids.
She was still talking to Diddy after she was married.
I just think the defense did a good job of making my skin crawl.
I do too, Allie.
I think she still loves Diddy. Like through all of that, I think she
still
loves
skin
him.
Crawls. He is a sick dog. He needs to be. As they say, he need to be shot down. He needs to be taken out.
If the person was willing.
No, I'm talking about Diddy. I'm talking about the portrayal, how prosecution portrayed him in their I said like he needs to be shot down after what I heard. I was like, this man is sick. That's why I said when I heard the defense's responses and they were asking her questions and she was responding and kind of like, I was like, is she his like deviant equivalent? Yes. Like the shit sound crazy to me. I have to admit. I know what people there were people was like, well, you have to understand that she was coerced and I understand coercion, but it's like a human side of you. Even when someone's abusing you, that you never change. And I can't imagine wanting to have someone pee in my mouth and
and then call somebody up talking about I'm gonna kill you, motherfucker. It sounded like she was the girl of Diddy.
Well,
But
I'm
that
being
guy
okay,
had a
honest. What
video.
I
That
heard,
guy
I
had a video of her
understand.
getting slutted out. So I guess that's where the threats came from.
Yeah, that's what I said. Like I heard the vulnerability I heard in the prosecution. I heard a woman being abused. I was like, damn, this is fucked up. But then the way the defense like portrayed her, it's like she was like the female Diddy.
I
but
think the
Amy, you know
defense is
what?
doing
Here's
a
another.
terrible job though, because that's not what they're there to prove.
That's
They're
that point. So that's why I say it's hard for
they're
me to
there
even make
to
a decision.
prove that he did not use his businesses to pay for
Yeah,
any
that
of these
defense attorney was
things.
terrible. I don't know. He
You know,
probably paid
just
her a
slut
ton of.
shaming this girl. We all know she's a slut. You know, she said
No,
she was.
I
well,
You
don't
know,
think it's slut behavior. I think that's deviant behavior. That's not
yeah,
slut
it's
or
behavior
what,
is just going out and fucking folks.
whatever. It's just this, whatever she was doing was nasty. It's already been established. But did he not use his money to pay for prostitutes and drugs and stuff? That's
Uh,
what they need to focus on. But you know, Diddy
yeah.
had a black attorney, and I feel like things always go back to the OJ trial, because when OJ case started, Robert Shapiro was his main attorney. Then he decided to hire a black lawyer who was Johnny Cochran, and they were supposed to be attorneys. And then Johnny became the lead attorney because, of course, he understands the plight of a black man in this country. Diddy had something similar to that effect, where he had a black male attorney, and he had like the Garagos's daughter and all these other white people representing him. And there was a disagreement in approach between the black attorney and I guess the white attorneys. And so Diddy's black attorney left the case, because I feel like he was like, what you guys are doing is not going to prove, you know, he's gonna
Unprove the
look like
Rico.
still like a sexual deviant, and you're not disproving what the charges are. And he quit the case like a week or two
yeah,
before the case
yeah, he
started.
did.
So I think he knows that whatever the defense is doing, it's not going to be a good approach for Diddy's defense. And to me, they've proven that.
Well, one thing I will say, I think I do need a little bit more. The thing is, I feel like what they're trying to say is racketeering. You could say any rich person is racketeering. Because if I'm wealthy, of course I'm going to use my assistant. Of course I'm going to have them help me do things.
I think it's the
I don't like, I feel like we're going down a slippery slope.
I don't think so.
Also, I feel like people are adding a lot of conjecture. We got a lot of text messages and correspondence. You know what I didn't hear? Bitch, if you leave me, I'm gonna kill you. You know what I didn't hear? If you leave me, your career is over. I did not hear those things.
But he did say, I'll release a sex tape too if you
her
left
word.
me.
No, that was her word. That was not in the text. That was not documented. That's her saying that this happened in the conversation. I'm talking about what was in actual document text that they got off records and phones.
Okay.
Now, I'm going to be very honest with you. I believe most of what Cassie is saying. However,
How does this fit
ego
into a
is
Rico?
huge. And to us, the public, Cassie was his girlfriend. So I do not believe he would have ever released those tapes.
Are you sure?
I think that's bullshit. It would have made him look too bad.
No, but you know he's not in the videos.
No, it doesn't matter. She was supposed to be his girlfriend. He would look like the biggest simp in the world.
That's true. That's true. That's true.
Shine went out and he spent $500,000 on Cassie just to like impress Shine.
Oh wow, that's true. That's true. He did say that.
I don't know. Like, too big. He would not want to look like he was with a woman that was messing with other men. So,
you know,
wait a second, Callie. I want to ask.
Can I say this real quick, Amy? Like going back to what Callie said about rich people making their assistants do things for them. Not every rich person makes their assistants book prostitutes or buy drugs for them. And if they are, they should be prosecuted under RICO.
Yeah, that's the part of the RICO they said it has to be.
But first of all, Cassie was booking rooms and paying the prostitutes and getting the drugs as well.
But she is employed though.
We don't know what the assistant knew was happening. We don't know if they just thought, okay, he doing some kinky stuff. Let me get a hotel room for him. We don't know what the assistant understanding of what was happening, because according to Cassie, no one knew about this.
Well, Mia, who was one of his assistants, is testifying, saying that she was doing these things.
Oh, so
So
she's
No,
a part of the
I understand that she
prosecution.
was
yeah, she's
booking
part of
this
the she's
stuff.
one of the
First of
prosecution's
all, she hasn't
witnesses.
testified yet. Second of
No,
all, I
but she
understand that
will.
she was booking these rooms. What I'm trying to say is, we don't know if she had an understanding that anyone was being forced to do anything they didn't want to do. We don't know that.
But okay, that's what they were talking. Okay, Simone Redwine said, let me just get this one thing in, Ali. Simone Redwine did say it becomes a RICO or trafficking when you have your staff, your personal staff, does a duty for you that's illegal. That's when it changes from you just doing your dutiful work as a staff member, than doing something that's illegal, which causes it to go to RICO. So if a staff member booked a room and then called prostitutes, which is illegal, even if they didn't particularly pay them, if they set it up. And I think that's why Cassie kept saying I would do the calls, because technically Cassie wasn't his employee, right?
Yeah.
But then at the same time,
No,
we
she
have a
wasn't
double
employed.
entendre because they were in a relationship. So is she working as his employee or his girlfriend when they're making these calls? And
No,
that's
she
what I think
wasn't
is
ever an
confusing.
employee. She had a record contract, like a business deal with his company. She did not work for his company.
Oh, so are we doing that that level of technicality?
That's not technicality. If I sign a contract to design a website for you, I don't work for you.
Well,
This is
most normal
confusing. This is
contracts,
so
Cassie,
confusing.
but you gotta look at her contract. It's not the typical contract. It's 10 albums. So she's beholden to them for 10 contracts. The average artist does not do 10 albums.
Well,
I
she
don't
had no
even think
business
Mary
with
J.
that
Blige
contract
has
anyway.
10 albums out. So technically,
First of all, she signed it. Second of all, she had done nothing toward getting that type of deal. So she only was getting that deal because she was sleeping with the boss. But also,
but it's a terrible deal.
It's a contract. She's not an employee.
But
and he did put money behind her career. She flopped. She came out with multiple songs that did not chart. I just looked it up.
How many songs though, Callie?
At least 4 or 5.
That's not a career. I'm sorry.
No, that's it. Once you have
I know.
songs
So
that flopped, no company in their right mind is going to keep putting money into your career.
Investing in you at
but
that
why
point?
why not void the contract?
Did
she did eventually get out of her contract, but that was way past the 10 years though.
Years later. That's how you know that's how you know there was a power dynamic. You know this girl is flopping.
Talk to an attorney to get out of this contract.
If there's no, but let's say because I do contracts, negotiate. I have contract negotiators working for me for a living. And let's say we're under contract and it's not working out. There is a clause that says if you're not doing what you're supposed to do by a certain time point, we could revisit this and we could go our separate ways. And the fact that was not, and the fact that something like that wasn't included in her contract, like if you have, like most recording artists, no, but you're not getting what I'm saying, because there is still a financial there's still like a financial obligation from the record company. If I'm a record company and I'm putting all this money behind you, you got 4 songs out and they all flopped, I got to get out of this contract. Like from a business standpoint, as you know, I need to get, and it's not just the artist only.
I have a
Like from
question
me
then. I have a
too,
question,
I have
Ali.
to get out, and they didn't even do that because
I have a question,
she
Ali.
had that over her head.
Ali, I have a question.
Yes.
Do in those situations, do the recording artists have to pay back whatever they owe, and then they can be released from the contract? Is that
Yes,
because my thing is it's kind of like it does it depend on, because my thing is I know once you flop, right, which Kylie's saying, at some point the contract has to end. I can't guarantee you 10 album sales if you can't sell these albums. So at this point, would the negotiation be you pay us back and then we let you out the contract?
Yes,
What we invested?
whatever
Is that the
money
reason
they
why she was
invested.
stuck in that contract?
Yeah, whatever money they invested in her. That's why they always say if you're like a rapper, don't have a crew, because if they're paying for hotels and flights and stuff, they're recouping all of
Yeah,
that back.
okay. Now
And
that's
so
making sense.
whatever they spent on her, from her outfits, her hair to the makeup, they're going to want their money back.
So all of this, I mean, could we contest that this was a part of the contract that made Cassie feel indebted to Diddy at that point? Because she was like, maybe if I'll just be a really good girlfriend, he won't
I feel like we're
continue owe
making
me.
this
I
Yeah,
won't
up.
it's
continue
kind of like a
owing him money
yeah, you're
for
right.
the
It's like an
I
contract.
feel like we're
indentured
adding this to
servitude.
try to make this
Yeah,
make sense.
I'm
That's what I
sorry.
feel like is happening. We're assuming and adding things that she did not say and that he
Of
did not
course not. I don't want to
to
say
No,
try
that.
to
he's
make
not
sense
saying
of
that,
the
but those are
situation.
normal things to that you find in, let's say, like an entertainment contract. You know.
Again, she signed it. I understand what you're saying,
But
Allie,
then,
but she don't
in an
sign
act of
it.
No,
good faith, can I say something? So then that's how he's able to say, in an act of good faith, he introduced her to other people when the contract was clearly going to be canceled after the song's not doing well. Because he said he introduced her to a number of producers outside of her flopping that could have helped her, like, I guess, get someone to invest in her music and sell another record. Was that
No,
something
but
he
he's
said?
he's paying for those producers. They're
So
not
she's,
putting money behind her. No, he's paying for the
but she
producers, the
had
studio
jobs
people.
outside of that, right? She had modeling gigs and all the rest of that stuff, right? Or no?
Not a lot. I
Not a
don't think it
lot.
was
She's not that
enough to
tall.
where she could have paid her way out of the contract.
Oh,
I don't
damn
think
it.
it was that type
Okay.
of money.
Because I'm trying to look at it as a boyfriend
Yeah.
and girlfriend situation. Let's say these people really are dating. I'm just going to say that, but they're not. Let's say that they were dating. Would
Okay.
your rich billionaire boyfriend just help you pay you out of pay? Should he help you pay you out of a contract that you're in debt of?
Well,
I
the
would think
contract
Did she ever
yes.
try to
it
I would think
negotiate
he should
the
have
shit
paid her
out of
out
it?
of her contract. Beyond just you being with me, this is the part where people kind of question Diddy. I don't know if you're such a good boyfriend and you're dropping $1 million, which he did, on Cassie
But he
shopping.
did that to impress the men that were with them.
Why
It
not
was
just pay her out of her contract? That's why it's just like you're dropping $1 million on this girl's like clothes and stuff, but you don't want to pay to get her out of her contract.
like a 10 album contract
Did
is
she
just so
ever try to negotiate to get out of this contract? I feel like we're
That's a
adding
question.
conjecture
See?
to try to make this story make sense. And what was
Yeah.
really happening is
but
that
I
she was
guess what
in
it
love with
is,
this man.
I guess what it
It
is
had nothing to do with
also,
no 10 album contract or nothing. And she's
like
still in love with him. She named a
in
daughter
order
after him.
in order to get out of the contract, because you gotta agree. There's like the termination clause, and in the termination
Yeah.
clause, you list out what needs to happen to give me the right
Mm.
to get out of this contract. And probably legally, she did not meet any of the benchmarks that they listed
Hmm.
out, and that's probably what kept her in her contract.
Because I just feel like,
I think we want this contract thing to be more than what it is. I
yeah,
honestly think she is in love with this man. I think she still loves him.
that's
And
sick
she
if
just
it is the
wanted to be
case.
with him, and she saw that she was never going to get a monogamous relationship, and she just gave up and stopped texting him back. And I honestly feel bad for her. My heart goes out to her, but I really don't feel that this was someone being held captive. I feel that this is someone who really wanted to be with this person.
But the thing is, Callie, because it's such a long relationship, and because the technicalities of definition, he definitely did commit crimes because she was
Oh, he hit
in a
her.
contract with him.
Yeah.
And I think it's that contract itself put him in a position. Now, if you were never her boss, not when I say if you never had a contract with this girl and you just met her and said, "Damn, she's fine," but I know she's in the industry, and then prevented her from working, which happens to a lot of women, and made it difficult for her. Like I think it happened to a number of women. They start off and they have careers, and then they start like laying up with their man who's rich, and then he starts to take over her life, like, and then she just can't work anymore because now she's so committed to these rules that he's given her, but they never were ever in a business contract. And I feel like that's the main part why Cassie can say, technically, he did screw me over, not just as a boyfriend, but I was technically still in the contract with him.
No, well, she shouldn't have signed that contract, and she should have at least attempted to have an attorney renegotiate it. I mean, I
But
feel like
one thing
this
though,
contract
Callie,
thing.
before you go there, one thing I like in the music industry, all these attorneys know each other, and
Mm.
Yeah,
they're
but did she
basically
even attempt to do that?
no.
This
But
is
I'm just
why
saying,
we
I'm just
keep
saying,
making these
if you're young,
excuses.
Like, no, I'm just saying the average person, grown adult person, doesn't know what's in the contract they sign. So
But
They
that's so
don't.
we're trying to
new.
put this on, even with the lawyer. A
But we
lawyer
gotta
just
stop
wants to
like
get paid.
babying her in this
That's
We're
what
not,
I'm
we're
saying.
situation.
not,
I feel
I'm
like
not
you
babying her.
trying to come up with these
I'm just being
excuses.
honest. When
Because
you,
I
like,
can
let's,
say like at 22, 23, she didn't think about it. But at like
did you know,
28,
like when you sign
29,
up, when you
yeah, you
sign,
gotta think about it.
when you sign up for Disney Plus, do you know that, let's say you get into an
That's not
accident
a
at
business deal.
but it's at the end of the day, it's still a
My
contract.
career
You
is
know,
not dependent upon Disney Plus.
if you get in a, like if a animatronic runs over you at Disneyland and you break your foot because you signed up for Disney Plus, you have to go into arbitration automatically.
Damn.
There's certain things that we are signing
Fuck
up for every
me.
single day that
Fuck
we don't
me.
know that we're signing up for. You're signing away
That
your
is not
likeness,
a business contract. No,
but
I'm
it's
sorry.
still
I
it's
feel
still
like
it's
we are
still
trying
like
to.
it is a, technically it is a business contract, and
No,
then you're
you and
still
I both
signing
know.
up
You know
for
what I
it.
mean.
No, but
This
I
is
know what
not a
what you
contract that
mean,
I'm
but I'm just
signing
saying the
to do
average
business for
person
my
is
career.
signing
It's
up,
not.
signing
Yeah,
away.
but like
You're
you
not.
said, we still are gonna be held accountable
You're
to the
still held
contract we
accountable
sound.
to these things without even knowing. That is my point.
No, but
As
the
grown as you are, as smart as you are, as well versed in the world you are signing things every day that you don't know. Like if something goes left and you want to get out of it, you don't know. Oh well, you signed this contract.
girl,
You
ain't
signed
nobody
off on
signing
this.
no record contract without reading it, without an attorney, without understanding what's in
Yes,
it,
they
unless they're
do.
doing it
They
Yes,
because
do
they
it
they
all the
do.
want
Because
time.
to.
through the history of the music industry, look at Paul McCartney. How long did it take him to own his music? I think he
But
probably had an
again,
attorney.
you chose to do that. Oh,
He
I'm
had an
looking at the
attorney, but
that you
he's
just
not
gave.
the only one. There are
Yeah,
thousands
but
of
that's a
musicians
choice
that are
that you
going
made to
through
do
this.
that.
Callie, no one
You
is
signed the
special.
contract.
No one, you're trying to put all this accountability on this girl when
Yeah,
there's
because she
grown
signed the
adults.
contract.
Yes,
It
but
is
there's
her
grown adults, but
accountability.
you
And
don't
she's
like
not a girl.
you don't
This
shame
is
these other
another
people
problem
for
with this
doing
whole
the
thing.
same exact thing, and you don't, and you're just like, oh well, that's messed up. Like look
I
at
think
the,
with
I think we were
Kylie's,
talking.
I'm gonna say this, Ollie,
I
I'm
don't
gonna say
think
this
she's with
with
it because
Kylie's
of this contract.
position.
I'm not gonna ever buy that.
I think
I
that
feel
with you
like this is
guys,
something we're trying to
that's what I'm
imply.
trying to say.
No,
What
but
I'm
you're
gonna
trying to
give
say,
Callie is trying to be more logical than most people. Everybody wants to give this emotional response to the reasoning why she stayed and stuff like that. But
I
sometimes we gotta be more logical in how we see
no,
this
that's
as
not
a court
being
case.
logical. Is
I don't think it's logical to
honest.
sit there
She
and say
stayed
she's a
to no
girl.
contract.
No,
I
I'm not saying
really
she's
do
a
not
girl, but
believe
I'm
that.
being logical is knowing where people are at, and everyone are not
Yeah, but
on the
when we're
same
looking
playing
at the
field.
law and we're arguing the law, we have to
And the
stop
law,
giving her that
are
excuse
you
though.
telling me a 40-plus-year-old man
He
understands the
was
law even right now?
37 and she
E-
was 20.
no, but I'm
Here's
just
the
saying,
thing.
even right now with this RICO thing,
I don't
people
think
are
her
saying it's
age is
not a
irrelevant,
RICO.
but she
It's
was
not a
It
grown.
is
RICO.
a
Yes, it
RICO.
is
It
a
is such
RICO.
a
It's
RICO
like,
because once you commit a crime for
yeah.
your boss, you're RICO.
Yes, but I have 40-plus-year-old people telling me it's not a RICO. But when you
It
read
is a
the
RICO.
law, it's a RICO. And they're
It's a
like, no, it's
RICO.
not. No, it's not. But you're supposed to be so well versed in the law since you're grown and you know everything. The average person does not know a lot of
No,
things.
no. Yeah,
And
I
she
think
is an
everybody
average
is telling you what
person.
I'm
And like the
saying.
average person, like her at her age, or even as an adult, people walk into things blind and depend a lot on their attorney. Your attorney just wants to get fucking
Do
paid.
you honestly believe that she stayed with this man because of this contract?
That's part of it. Yes.
Now, I don't
So
think it has
what's the other
anything to
part
do with
then,
The part was the
Ollie?
lifestyle. Was the
Oh,
lifestyle.
okay,
That's
okay,
part of
okay.
it. It's
So she
not
didn't
black and
love him.
white.
It was just the lifestyle.
I think that's there's gray in everything. I don't
Okay,
think it's
okay.
so black and white like, oh, she wanted money, blah blah blah. No, I think she loves him. I still think she loves him to this day.
Yeah, I don't
Mm.
You
think
know?
her motivation
It's
was
there's nothing
necessarily
gray in that and no nothing black and white in her situation. Her whole situation is gray. We're never going to truly understand her way of
Mm.
thinking. I'm trying to and trying to trying to see her thought process,
Mhm.
but I don't like how people are like, oh, she did it for just this, just for this.
No,
No,
I
like
don't believe that at
I
all.
I I
Yeah,
think it's very, very gray.
I kind
Did
of
she
lean
make
towards
mistakes?
more of Callie's
Yes.
position, but I get what you're saying,
Yeah,
Ollie.
I don't believe she was there just for money and she was just some gold digger and I
I think she loved him. You don't let no
don't
man.
see that at
What
all.
gold digger lets a man piss in her mouth and beat her
Yeah,
up?
she
I
didn't
think
have to
they could
go
just
this
move
far.
on to the next mark
Thank
or
you.
whatever.
Thank
That's
you.
true.
Thank you. She did
That
not
part
have
will
to.
always make me just so sad for her. I get angry thinking about it.
No, I
Cause
do feel very sad for her. Nobody who was just there for money or an opportunity would have gone that far before they sued. They would have gotten enough evidence to sue and they would have got their payout like Jonathan did and went about their merry way. Because
Well, look at
nobody
the
would have done
prostitute,
all
the
of
Audi
this.
guy.
And
That Audi guy
yeah,
recorded and he got his
exactly.
payout.
Exactly.
hmm
No,
Shannon
these
Sharp
people
and
saying
his
that she
girl,
was
she got
gold
out
digger.
immediately. She got her money quick.
Yeah,
Oh,
these
she gonna
people
get her
saying
money. She ain't staying
the-
10 years. She knew what she got when she got a fool. She said, "Oh, I'm about to wrap him up. You did rape me, and I'm about to wrap you up. You going down."
these people that are
10 years. There's something else there. She did try. She tried to
I mean, we can read
be
the
with
text.
the crazy
She
man.
just wanted a relationship. She just wanted to be with him, and that is why she was there. And that's why my heart goes out to her. And I understand what you guys are saying. Like technically, this is Rico, that is Rico. My whole thing is that the whole crust of this, in my opinion, that this is a domestic violence case, and I think that they are reaching for this Rico because they want to win. They want to for their career.
But it can't be domestic
I don't think
violence when this
anyone
person is
really
your
believes that he
employee.
was running some enterprise to this.
But
No, I
but
honestly
he's
think
still
that they're
doing
just
it.
trying
He
to make
had
their career on him.
Callie, he had drugs, prescription drugs,
He's a
not in
drug
his
addict.
no, but not in his name. That's
He's a
illegal.
drug addict. That's what
No,
they
that's
do.
true.
Prince
But
had a
being a
house
drug,
full of
but
fake
being in
prescriptions.
possession of drugs is illegal. That especially prescription drugs that are not in your name.
Prince had a house full
If
of fake
let's say right
prescriptions.
now I'm a whole cokehead and I'm smoking crack in my house. If the cops kick my door down, I'm going to jail. I'm getting charged with something. It's against the
hmm
law.
No, what
That
I'm
part, I
saying
was
is
like, "Damn it,
if they
Diddy!
would have
When you would
charged
you
him with that,
stop?"
no, if they would have charged him with that, fine. But for me, what I see happening is that they are reaching for this Rico because the domestic violence stuff is too old. And I don't think there would ever be a RICO charge if it was not for that domestic violence. He would still be snorting everything up under the sun somewhere high, passed out right now, if it was not for the DV.
But he's using his organization, to
But no
get
one would
these
have
drugs.
cared. My point being, I understand what you're saying, but no one would have cared. Now, in my personal opinion, I think they're abusing the law. To put one person for a RICO, that is usually for an organization of people. I think they're abusing the law.
Because
I don't
everyone
like what they're
else,
They flip. If
everyone
you
else
flip,
flipped, Callie.
No, but
Everyone
usually
flipped.
even when people flip, they don't have RICO cases with one defendant. Multiple people have said this. This is weird. This is not just me saying this.
Oh, I will agree with that. It should be more people
Yeah.
getting
no,
charged and going
like
to
that
jail
KK lady.
and getting
KK should be
deals.
charged. KK should be charged. But I
Yeah.
think KK is a witness.
My point with KK is
Cassie
this.
should be charged
I'm
too,
not
but
quite
that's just
sure
my
if
thought.
KK knew what was going on.
Girl, I think KK knew exactly what was going
I
on.
don't
They
know.
all
I
know what's
gotta
going
hear what she
on.
has to
I
say.
knew,
I really
KK
don't.
knew. If Wendy Williams knew what was going on, and
But
all
what did
these,
Wendy
and
Williams
Lipstick
know?
Alley knew what
Y'all
was
keep
going
saying Wendy
on,
Williams knew
I
this, knew
think,
that.
I think
What
the
did she
people that
know?
worked with him knew what was going on.
Wendy
Come
Williams was
on,
just saying he was gay. Wendy Williams ain't no shit.
that's not true. That is not true. Lipstick Alley, they've been on Diddy's neck for decades, or let's say the last 15 years, reporting on his dalliances and the things that he's been doing.
But
Someone
that's not
said KK
it.
got charged and because of D-Rock, and was supposed to get deported. So it
Oh,
didn't happen.
where's D-Rock from? I thought he was American.
No, they said because of D-Rock and was supposed to get, she got charged because of D-Rock and was supposed to get deported, but I guess it
Who?
didn't happen.
Who's supposed to get deported?
KK, she got charged because of D-Rock and was supposed to be getting deported.
Where's she from?
I don't know. I think the whole industry knew what was going on for real, for real. That's true.
Well, okay. When I say new, I'm gonna be very honest with you. I worked for a company that I was very close with the CEO of the company. If I found out he was having threesomes with escorts, I wouldn't have said anything.
Like
However, if
most
I found
people
out
would
he was
have. You don't have anything to do
forcing
with it.
people, I would have called the FBI on him. So it's like, what did she know? Because if I think everybody's consenting, that ain't none of my damn business.
But it's still a crime that she's aware it's happening. Like even because all prostitutes are
Well, let me
consenting
shut
because they're
up
getting
before I
because
get a
they're
Rico. Because
I
they be
know,
coming
but
back
no, but
years and years later.
they're getting paid.
Later, talking about you Rico. So let me be quiet because apparently there's a statute of limitation don't exist no more.
Aren't prostitutes consenting to sex because they're getting paid? So there's
Mm-hmm.
no force or
And
coercion
that's
there.
why they
But
said that's the hard part of the trafficking thing, because most of the
but
people said they were
Even
being
Simone
paid
said
and they were
that. She
doing a
said these
job.
people don't seem to be being forced.
Nobody's being forced to
it's
go.
against
But they
the
said the RICO's more like clear, because they said even with people testifying about being prostitutes for him, they never said that they were coerced and forced.
But
They all
then
said, like one guy even talked about how he was so euphoric he was handing out money after the fact.
And then he
So
did it for free several times.
yeah,
So
so
was
like
even
as a
escorted.
prostitute, that's the hard part. They can't
Yeah.
prove the trafficking. But then someone called a Mims and was like, Cassie is a trafficked prostitute because
Oh,
she
please.
went with him everywhere. And I was like, yeah, she did.
Dude. Cassie, when did he get money for doing this?
She said she worked for him.
When did who get money?
When did Diddy make money from doing this?
Hold on. So wait a second. What's the definition? Let's break that. I need a lawyer on the line. Get a lawyer because I'm confused.
No, I think Cassie is more of like a witness co-conspirator. I don't see her as being.
Yeah, she had to. They said a lot of people said
It's
like
Then they
she
gave
was
her
subpoenaed.
more than likely
trafficking
she's given
stuff.
immunity from all of this. Because his counts are transportation. Wait, I have this Nate the lawyer guy in the background playing.
Okay.
Because he's talking about the Mann Act, which I think I mentioned to you guys. It's
Mhm.
a interstate transportation
Yeah, this dummy. You
intent
want me
for
to out?
prostitution, which they have Diddy on already. Like that's open and shut is the interstate transportation for prostitution.
Who? Which one said it? Who did it?
Um Diddy from him just flying out
He
the
said it. Yeah.
But they
the
said I've heard
prostitutes.
a lot of I've heard a lot of attorneys saying that doesn't prove trafficking though.
No,
Oh, because he said,
that's a
"You want me
separate
to fly out
charge.
Joe or
Okay, so
whoever?"
what's the charges they said the prostitutes are going from state to, was it the what charges that they're giving him for? Prostitutes
No,
going
it's
state to state.
two. See, it's trafficking and transportation of a prostitute.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
that
those are,
one, transportation of a prostitute. Was he flying them out or was he just getting their
He
schedules?
said, "Do you want me to fly Joe out?"
yeah.
Oh, okay, that's
Count
proven.
3 and count
Dummy.
5 are
Yeah.
transportation to engage in prostitution. So that's a wrap for him there. So he's
So
going
how
to
many
see
years
some
you get
kind
for
of jail
that?
time. He's going to get some kind of jail time for that.
Well, they did a mock jury. TMZ did a mock jury, and they
What they
said
say?
that the other things from the evidence that they have, they couldn't prove where he was generating a profit. So they said not guilty, but the transport of prostitute, they were like, there's no way I could vote not guilty. He's clearly saying that he is transporting, he's paying
So
for
he's
the
going to
man's
be charged.
spot.
We just don't know what's for
Yeah.
what
Yeah.
one now. Okay,
Count
makes sense.
count 2 and 4 is sex trafficking by force, fraud, or coercion.
And that was Cassie's testimony, right? They
Yeah.
were
And I
trying
think
to.
this
They
I think
they
I
said
think
they were. It was
Mia, I
harder.
think Mia
He was,
is going to be that too.
Who's Mia?
That's his former assistant.
Oh,
Oh,
she's
yeah,
going.
there's
She was sex trafficked.
that are going to be saying that they either witnessed something or something
Yeah.
happened to them as far as
Oh, so
this.
they're witnessing it. I don't
Yeah,
know. How are these
either
witnesses
we don't
staring
know what their
up?
It
testimony
says
is going.
knowingly
Yeah.
engaged in trafficking, means of coercion. Why this man put this still of Diddy punching this lady in the head?
God help me.
Well, I have the picture of him with the wig on, but yeah.
Yeah, so what's Dawn testifying for then? What is she testifying to? The abuse of Cassie? We've already
Or
agreed.
You know, we already went through this. It's not that I think he's incapable, but I don't think Cassie would have left that out of her lawsuit. I think Dawn did that to sensationalize her own lawsuit.
It says counts 2 and 4, sex trafficking by force, fraud, and coercion. Any sex act in exchange for something of value, money, drugs, housing, career, opportunity, etc. The defendant must have known or recklessly disregarded that the act was commercial in nature. So the career opportunity is where I guess why they
That's why
threw
they're
that
trying
in.
to make something of this contract thing.
And then the
That's why
housing, because he was
trying
paying
to.
for her place to stay.
Who, Cassie?
Yeah. Because I
Well,
think he kicked.
sometimes he was and sometimes he wasn't.
Yeah, because he kicked her out a couple of times.
Was she staying with him when he kicked her out, or she was in her own place when he kicked her out?
I think he it was his place, or he paid for the place, and she was living there.
I mean,
Because there ain't no way she could afford to
You
live
give
out
us
in
and he take
LA.
us away. I hate niggas like that. Yeah.
He used to take her phone
I mean,
away
the
too.
thing when you're with a wealthy man and he gets a place for you to stay, that's his place. So that means he got the keys. He can put you out, whatever. That is his place.
But
You're
did he
just
give it to
staying
you?
there as a
Did he give
guest.
it to you? Well,
Now,
yeah,
somebody
but
giving you the deed to something is them giving it to you. But I'm telling you, I've had a guy offer to put me up, and I was like, "Nah, I'm okay. I'll figure it out." Because essentially,
now you're just going
living
too
with him,
technical, Kylie.
he's
Because
just not there all the time.
you're going too technical. Because in hindsight, like if you say you live here, here's the keys, right? I don't care if I'm not on a lease or not. You gave
No,
me the
that's his
keys.
house.
My furniture's in there. That's my house. And if you
No, it
kick
is
me
not.
out, that's fucked up.
And you
You
can't
can't
just
do
kick
that.
someone out your house either. You have, there's squatters laws. You got to give them time. You can't just go to the
Yeah,
house
like
and
now you're
and
getting
kick them
way
out.
technical, Callie. This is the part where, like, listen, at the end of the
There
day, he
are
did kick her out of her place.
Yes, that is true. But what I'm saying is this. If a man is getting a place and just letting you live there, that's his place. It doesn't matter if he's not there all the time.
That's true. That's true.
And that's what a lot of rich men roll like this. They'll have like a condo because the traffic is real bad here. They'll have a condo over here in the marina. They'll have a woman staying there. And then they'll have another woman like in a house in the valley or something, or way out, wherever they are all the time. A lot of dudes do that. Like it's honestly, that's the norm. This is why I don't know how Garcelle got that game ran on her. Because she should have known he had a woman in Chicago. Like, you thought he was just going to Chicago?
I think that's just
Isn't
still
that
let me
very?
know so I can make a choice.
Do you watch Real Housewives of Salt Lake City?
Yes.
I watch some of it
You see
sometimes.
Meredith's husband, he's always in Chicago,
Oh,
and they
yeah,
always
he got
say
a
he got his girlfriend out there. That's why he's
Yeah, he got a
I
woman.
just
that's
feel
where his
like
second
let me
family's
know
at.
so I can make a decision. You don't know if she would stay or go. You don't know that. Let me know so I can make a decision. I don't want to be in a situation where I don't know my husband has a whole nother woman.
Well, no, you know what they do? They do what they did to Princess Diana. They gaslight you like, oh, you didn't know this was the situation? What? You didn't know? What? I thought you knew this when we got married. That's what they do. Because that's what happened to Princess Diana. Like when she found out that this wasn't like a real relationship, the whole family gaslit her and was like,
Yeah,
well, I
that was
thought
like,
you
and
knew
that's
this
why
wasn't real.
yeah, you can't like this man sold me a bill of like
Yeah.
he lied. He told me I was a princess and he loved me. Next minute I found out she got a whole bitch and I'm just I had 2 kids by you, nigga.
Women.
Please,
It really does.
I'm
Because I
sorry. I
know
need
the
to stop
names
cursing.
that are
Sorry, Richie.
And how old was Princess Diana when he got with
like
her, or when he
19
first
or
saw her? Wasn't she like
19.
six? No, the first time he saw her, she was like 16 in that little ballerina
Oh yeah, he was
costume.
with her sister.
Yeah, he was messing with her sister.
What?
I'm gonna mess my hair up.
I need to
Yeah,
stop cursing on your
Prince
channel. I'm
Charles
sorry,
is a
Richie.
dirty dog.
Can y'all hear me?
No, what you
Yeah.
say?
I said, should I have company tonight, or do I? I don't want to mess up my hair.
Oh,
Don't mess your hair up. It looks so cute. Did
I'm
you do
gonna
your
dig.
hair, Richie, or you get it done?
I get it.
Did you do your hair or somebody else did it?
No, I just did it when while we was talking about Diddy.
Oh my God, it's so cute. It looks so
you.
nice.
You missed the
Diana.
whole hair conversation, Amy J.
Damn, oh my bad. I was over with board. Y'all know I be switching through, coming through.
Can I get a pack of Newport 100s?
The hair looks nice though. Don't fuck it up.
I'm going for Diana, but I'm getting Tracy.
Yeah,
maybe.
She wants it to be bigger.
It's nice now.
You
It
need
looks
like 10
good.
pounds of hair to get that Diana Ross look.
If you get your hair like that, some man's gonna be digging his hands through it anyway. So
Is that all of Diana's hair? She got a wig on. Because that looks
She
heavy.
got like 5 packs of hair in her head, girl.
Who? What's
That shit looks so
Diana?
heavy.
Oh, I don't think that's her hair. I always thought that was a weave.
It is.
No, that is super heavy.
She just don't straighten it.
No, because Shaka Khan got a lot of hair, and that's hers.
That is Shaka's hair.
Just shriveled up to
I've
this.
seen her wear wigs before though, but she does have a lot of hair.
Mumbles, what you doing?
Where Manson at? Look, I'm so nosy.
He was talking with us today. He over there at the National Harbor with his new girlfriend.
Ew. I'm
So
nosy. I don't even know how he looks, but he sounds cute. Okay.
he was earlier. He was on here for a couple of minutes. I ain't gonna bother him.
Okay.
He'll come on tomorrow probably.
Okay, that's nice.
But Housewives is on if anybody's interested. I'll be home in a few minutes.
You said what's on?
Yeah, I'm about to go watch Forever so I can do my review.
Oh, I know. Forever's so good.
Oh,
do anything with Housewives.
Atlanta is on. No one's watching Atlanta.
Oh, damn, I gotta go, Atlanta. Bye, y'all.
I'll see it when I get home. I'll be fine. I'm glad about the process.
But Atlanta, I think I'm done.
I feel like I need to see it. I don't pay attention, especially when Shamia's on forward, when Britt's on, I fast forward. I know Shamia's upset about Portia talking shit, but Shamia, my whole thing with Shamia is, boo-boo, when they was all in the opening scene, you was at dinner with Kelly and Britt and Angela, and they was laughing about why she still that lady husband. You was laughing and kikiing right with them. So like, all this victim shit. Baked spaghetti? I never knew baked spaghetti could be baked. Like lasagna. Ooh, maybe that's what that's what I'll make tomorrow, lasagna. But yeah, Shamia, goodbye, girl. You're not giving best friend award either to me, because you be letting people talk shit about Portia.
Yes, she do. That's how Portia got mad at her.
Exactly. I'm not so mad at Portia with Shamia, because I see the fakery with Shamia, and then she's been literally every day on somebody else's podcast talking about Portia, how she not friends, and the shit ain't reciprocated. Bitch, you been knew that. So like, stop with this. Ugh, I hate that she's even the center of the group now. Like, I'm really, Andy, God, please hear me. Make out with Nene and everybody. Bring the original crew back. This ain't it.
This is terrible.
New York, the reboot was a disaster, especially with Brent. She fucked everything up.
Ugh.
Leave Salt Lake City alone. Leave Miami alone. Because you get these people that want to come in and pretend. And I think Bethany, even though she looked like Death Becomes Her, what she was saying about, like, you know, the women came in, they were unabashedly themselves. Hold on, the subway's passing by.
There's subways in Philly?
They were themselves. No shame. They didn't hold anything back. They weren't worried about their brands or what people were saying on Twitter. They could give two shits. They lived their lives, and they was just old hoes, like just wretched hoes, like they living their rich lives up on the upper west side, east side, whatever. What is it? The upper east side, upper west side?
Those are Upper East Side hoes.
Yeah.
The upper east side.
Well, they were a little drunk and loose.
Yeah, they Upper East Side.
Yeah, like we got to see them. If you go back and watch old Roni and even old Atlanta, like people weren't so brand conscious and they weren't playing for up to social media. And it's just different now. People come on here with agendas like what's the one who wanted to sell her pocketbooks?
Rebecca Minkoff?
Yeah.
Is that her name? Yeah.
Yeah. She was like, I came on here because my brand took like a $7 million hit during COVID, and I feel coming up here will help the brand. Like, she specifically came up there to help her
Nobody was
brand.
wearing
Like, bitch, we don't want to
Rebecca
see you.
Minkoff ain't been popular since the
Scientology
2000s.
Oh,
extra on our face. Get that fast, for real. Because you ain't playing in our faces. And you a mean girl, and I can tell. Like, be the mean. I love a mean bitch who can stand up in her shit. Like, I just love it. Um, Atlanta, this ain't it. I don't care who y'all get. We are invested in the original characters. We started this journey with the women we started it with, and that's who we want to finish it with. We're all growing, we're all aging. Everybody could talk shit. We need a newer audience. And these young girls don't give a damn about Atlanta. They barely watch Love and Hip Hop. Like, the
I know they
young people.
watching baddies. They watching baddies now. They not checking
Exactly.
family.
or on TikTok. I don't think young people are really watching none of this stuff.
Give us something to watch because we're getting fucking irked. We don't want to see Britt Eady. I don't want to see Kelly. Maybe a little bit. I don't know. I love Angela Oakley. I would love to see Angela Oakley mixed in with the original cast. Portia, even though she's a pain in the ass, you keep her. Kenya, bring Kenya back. Bring Nene, Kim,
Kim,
Sheree,
all of them.
Phaedra. If Candy
Even
can come in and out,
Marlo, friend of.
friend
Yeah,
of.
friend of. I think Angela's and Portia might be the only ones that could stay. To be honest, Portia's very likable when you take her away from these women. Like on
Yeah.
her YouTube, she's very funny and likable.
But
You
they
gotta
started going downhill with Drew.
get
Drew should have never been on the
Yeah,
show. She been lying.
Drew really that bad? Even though I don't care for
Drew
Drew.
is trash.
Yeah, I'm not gonna
Yeah,
lie.
she
She's one of the worst housewives. Like
yeah,
on
she's
my
just
list
trying to
of
be
worst
faux rich. She's so
housewives.
faux rich and like she don't got it like that. I feel like she started getting real money on like like even though Nene was the same way, she still couldn't really fake it till she make it. I just still saw it broke when I saw her. Nene was believable,
Yeah.
But with Drew, even when she tried to wear the blonde wigs and dress sexy, it just looked like a costume. It looked like she
Yeah.
doing a character like, girl, you don't look like
40
this. You don't wear no wigs.
about his house, just that and the third, but they said that he was getting 40% of Drew's income. And that's what he's basically fighting for.
Lord, Drew is just so I just don't
Drew,
care.
tell us about that. Instead of trying to hide it because you don't want it to come out you was fucking with Ty. Or say that, or your mom is a religious and a freak or whatever.
Or your
Fanatic.
sister's your mom, your real mom.
But her sister said the mom don't care about that. She was like, I don't know why she would lie about that.
I think her sister's her mother.
No, her sister told the story. The mom had a menopause baby, like a change of life baby, and the sister actually was mad because you know what I mean? She like, you having a baby now? I'm not
Okay,
watching
girl.
this baby. Like
I
that's
don't
how
believe
it
it.
was.
She looked just like her sister. She don't look nothing like
They
her
got the
mama.
same mom and dad though.
I don't know. That's that Jack Nicholson story. It's given that.
Have y'all been watching The Love Hotel? I tried to get into it, but
Nah.
I
I don't think
kind of on in the background
what's that
sometimes.
girl's name?
Shannon?
The one that the
Shannon,
no, the white the girl from Potomac that I don't like. That's
Ashley.
not Giselle. Ashley. She shouldn't be on the show. She's too young.
She doesn't fit. She's too young.
Yeah. I don't
And
think
then
Giselle.
all the young guys are trying to talk to her because there's no one else young there. So it's just
40%
weird.
of her income from her movies and her housewife. He was he was a part of Drew Sidor LLC, and he's getting 40%, like managing, I guess. I don't know, but he gets 40% of her income. So
For
he's
how
not
long?
tech guy we think he is. And all of this, he paid for Drew's house. And I was listening to, I don't know if it was Watch for Crappens or Bravos. They was like, so basically Drew's paying for this dinner with Portia and Shamia.
Oh wow. Telling you,
Well, I'm
divorce
gonna
is
say this as
ugly.
a person who worked in tech for a long time, and I was just talking to one of my friends, and has like a high position, and he's like, these jobs do not pay what people think they pay, and he's like, unless you are the founder of a company, you ain't got money like that.
Well, you would think he would be making 250 at least.
But what does Ralph do?
Well,
I
I
mean,
just
my
know he's a
friend makes
consult.
around that,
He's
but
a
after
consultant.
taxes, you're
He's a
not rich.
consultant. That's his job
You
title.
know. But what does Ralph do? Like, I never even understood what exactly Ralph does.
And he lives in Georgia. They probably don't pay well in that region.
They don't. I looked at some of those jobs. They don't.
All right, guys. I'm back home.
Me personally, I think I might be about to retire and just focus on my trading. I think I might be done.
Watch Atlanta. Maybe I'll come on later. Probably not though, because I want to watch The Rest of Us or The Last of Us. Any last thoughts?
No, thanks for having me and letting me run my mouth. And I'm gonna go try to get my stuff together to do my video.
Same. You guys just sobered me up. I was like a little tipsy from brunch earlier, but I'm sober now. So I haven't drank since like New Year's because I don't know. Someone said on the news that people that take the shot, they quit drinking from it because you just don't have the need to drink or eat or whatever. And I haven't had a craving for alcohol since I started.
Yes, that's true. Ozempic makes you not crave alcohol. Walmart actually has been losing a lot of money because you have a lot of heavyset people in the South and they're all on Ozempic now and they're not buying the alcohol anymore.
Yeah, I haven't drank since New Year's because of this.
Oh, that's a good side effect.
Yeah.
Because the problem is a lot of the sugar cravings. There was
that's what I said too.
They had looked at the sugar contents of a Dunkin' Donuts Coolada, and it was the equivalent of 32 tablespoons of sugar, or teaspoons or tablespoons, and it was basically like half the cup full of sugar. So we just have a problem in this country with them basically poisoning us, really.
With sugar. Well,
That's
you can know Big Frida's boyfriend just died from diabetes.
Who?
Big Frida's boyfriend.
Oh.
From diabetes?
Yes. He was not very old. He was not overweight, but I just think he might have been like born with juvenile diabetes. I'm not sure. We knew some of the same people. So my niece called my mom crying hysterically, and before it was even on the news, we knew he was gone. But yeah, man, this sugar is really is like a drug, and it wrecks your health.
Yeah.
I know I gotta get special eye tests now.
But that's because of sugar. I feel like when I realized I was pre-diabetic, the first thing that was going was my eyesight. And I'm like, I've never had issues. Like never had glasses growing up, always had 20/20 vision. And then all of a sudden I'm like, wait a minute, why is this looking blurry?
My friend who's always wearing glasses, she went on like a strict cleanse for I think 6 weeks, and she didn't need glasses anymore. So I'm sure there's a connection.
Yeah.
Well, they said also that Alzheimer's ain't nothing but diabetes, a form of diabetes too.
I heard gingivitis. It could be both. Maybe it's caused by multiple.
No. I seen it. It said Alzheimer's. Hold on, I'm gonna look it up now on my phone.
No, all that sugar in your brain and stuff, the excess.
I was worried about diabetes. I mean, having Alzheimer's with my head injury, and I started looking up Alzheimer's, and it said some shit about diabetes. I'm about to find it right now.
I can believe it though. I know my friend's husband, he's literally a scientist. Like my friend that fucked up her credit over a man. She actually met a new man and married him. Credit just got cleared up from the other man. And that's why she said, don't ever charge shit on your credit for a man. She cussed me out when I asked her about that. But she actually is married to a scientist that works with Alzheimer's. And he says that there is a very, they're seeing a lot of, it's not totally validated that it's connected to gingivitis.
Okay, so it says there's a strong link between Alzheimer's disease and type 2 diabetes, with some researchers even referring to Alzheimer's as type 3 diabetes. Ooh. Diabetes increases the risk of developing dementia, including Alzheimer's, and both conditions share the common risk Here's more detailed look. Shared factors. Both Alzheimer's and diabetes are linked to factors. Insulin resistance, where cells don't respond properly to insulin, is a key of both conditions. In type 2 diabetes, the body can't effectively use insulin, leading to high blood sugar. In the brain, insulin resistance can disrupt energy metabolism and contribute to the buildup of amyloid plaques and tau langos, which are hallmarks of Alzheimer's. So maybe the plaque thing you're talking about right there.
Yeah.
Stuff too, but I won't get into all that. But yeah. So I'm trying to get this shit under control now. I took one Mounjaro last week. I'm about to take the next one after I eat.
Oh, you're on Mounjaro now?
Yeah, I started taking it again. I got my stomach thing under control. Yeah, I started taking it. I didn't have much of an appetite this week, which is good. My stomach was growling so bad earlier, I had to eat a little piece of chicken. I don't know if you saw that at the beginning of the live.
You're going to get to the point where you're going to have to force yourself to eat because
Yeah.
you're just not thinking about food at all. And you're like, wait a minute, I got to get some protein or something
Well,
in
that's what
there.
Verbatine did to me. So I stopped taking it, but I was taking Verbatine, which they say has the same effects as Ozempic. Yeah, and I would have to be like, wait a minute, I ain't ate all day. I gotta eat something, you know.
I got diabetes when I was doing Uber because I like to do Uber overnight. In Philly, the only thing that's open to eat is the cheesesteak places and Wawa. And Wawa ain't nothing but processed food.
Mm-hmm.
So just cheese and steak. So like I was drinking Wawa got this lemonade. It was so sugary. I would like because I would put strawberries and blueberries in it. But I would have to like split it in half, and I could like literally fill it up with halfway water and it would still be sweet. That's how much sugar was in it.
Ooh,
girl. I got the lemonade from KFC. I couldn't even drink it. It was just so like it was like syrupy. It was so sweet.
Killing us. They're literally killing
us. That stuff. I get a plain tea or water.
It was. I'm like, I don't know what they're doing with the food. They're supposed to make America healthy again, but the shit's still nasty. It's still the same stuff they're giving us.
You know what it is? It's people trying to make money. I was thinking about this the other day when I went to Wingstop. And I was thinking, like, we don't need these fast food places. Like, there's no need for them to exist. This is just someone trying to capitalize and make money.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? If the fast food place is not a big
into the Brooklyn Bridge.
Yeah, I saw that video last night. Like, that's
Mexican,
crazy.
You know, that's a pretty boat though. But yeah, I saw that.
It was way too tall. And I'm like, who cleared that? Like they should have went through the Verrazano Bridge because when cruise ships come into New York or tall bridges, they're usually on the other side of the river, not on the east side because the bridges are older and they're lower. So
because in New Orleans, our bridge is so high that you know what I mean. We have giant cruise ships that come through, and they look like they're ants. Like that's how high up our bridge is. So I was like, how did that happen?
Yeah, because they said they were on their way to Iceland, and I'm like, someone should have told y'all that your ship's too short and you need to go on the west side, like try to cut through the west side because east side y'all not making it into the Atlantic under the Brooklyn or even Manhattan Bridge. Way
y'all,
too
before
short.
we go, do y'all remember that man in Italy that crashed that cruise ship into the dock and like jacked up a whole bunch of shit? And he got on the freeway and tried to leave like he wasn't there.
I remember that. And they saw the security cameras saw him running because he was drunk or something. He tried
to lie and say, well, this is what happened. I was helping this lady get in the lifeboat and then I fell in the lifeboat and I couldn't get back on the ship. So I'm like, so you just left and got in your car and went home? And then later we found out he was in the room drinking with some woman, and that's the reason why the boat crashed.
Oh, Lexi said the ship wasn't headed towards the bridge. It lost power and drifted backwards. I don't know if this is my cartoon brain. I'm like, they can't throw an anchor or something down to stop it. Because you know, like when you watch cartoons, they just throw the anchor over the ship and the boat
I don't
just
think
stops.
it works that way.
boat was pulling the boat, and they didn't know about nothing about the high tide. But the thing is that the boat lost power. Why are y'all standing up there? Because it was people on top of the mast standing up there. They
Yeah,
were
2 of
hanging,
them died.
crashed. Yeah, 2 of them died.
Oh my God.
Says that their band. Let me say.
The industry is we are spending as much.
What kills me are the people that were on the Brooklyn Bridge watching that shit come towards them and had their cameras out. I'm like, I would be out. Like, what do you
You know
mean?
what?
There's
I
this
think
boat coming
it
towards me.
appears as though the boat is moving very slow and is very far away, but it's really not.
Point out ADHD is associated with all these behavioral disorders.
Oh, that RFK is weird. Did he have herpes in his throat or something? Like, why does he sound like that?
Just to treat our kids.
I forgot. He said it, but I forgot what he said.
He says, I don't know if he has some kind of STD or I'm confusing him with Michael Douglas. Like because Michael Douglas said he got throat cancer from eating a lot of women out.
Yeah, he did say that. Well, you know, you just going around doing that to just anybody. I know it only takes one person, but he made it seem like he was just going around doing it.
I'm like, how much coochie box was he eating?
Thank you. Like you just like around just
You're probably good at it. I don't know. All that experience.
Look, we don't know the half of what these people do. Diddy just got caught. He ain't the only freak.
Is Richie looking for the video of the people?
What people?
Oh, I thought you were looking for the people on the bridge when the thing was coming.
I was listening to something RFK said, but I'm about to go cook my dinner and watch this Atlanta mess.
You sound like Gabor. You gotta get your chicken.
Yeah, I need to eat.
Gabor is so disciplined, and I want to be like that. I really do. I gotta lose this little like 15 pounds. If I lost 15 pounds, I would be marvelous. I wouldn't feel 45.
Well, lose you some 15 pounds.
I know. I gotta be more disciplined. I have to be. No. All right, I'm gonna go. Let me go get my video together and stuff and put my little logo on here.
We'll keep your word to that, Callie.
I know
see.
what day this week I'll be back. I'll try to come back maybe tomorrow. I know Gabor does his reviews Monday. Maybe I'm gonna start trying to upload during the day because I don't see too many going live during the day.
You know, the people that I see that were able to like get like a lot of followers real fast, they just went live every day at the same time.
Or maybe I should get on that. I bought the stuff to make the hair stuff, so I ain't gonna show you all my ingredients. But
And do a whole bunch of random hashtags because I noticed people that were starting out with I'll be looking for something else and then bring me to them.
Yeah.
Okay.
They just go to like see what's trending and they just hashtag. You know? Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you, ladies, for being up here for 6 hours. Damn.
Ooh,
I know.
Bye. We having fun.
All right, ladies. Have a good night.
Coming back.
Bye.
All right, I'm hungry. I'll see y'all later. Good night, everybody.